This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 551, Reason for Being Chosen. The blood letters surfaced on the window. Both Chen Ji and Fan Chong saw it. However, their reactions were completely different. Chen Ji frowned slightly, but Fan Chong's legs weakened and he collapsed to the ground. I will die. If the Red Spectre was really Xiao Bu, then she was not a normal Red Spectre, but a Red Spectre who was also the door pusher. In that case, she would be able to sense Zhang Ye's presence. Even with Zhang Ye and Su Yin, I will still die, huh? Chen Ji did not reveal his trump card to the girl. His real plan was to bring along Men Nan, the woman in the red raincoat, and the woman at the tunnel, 5 Red Spectres in total. Hearing Chen Ji's voice on the phone, the girl waved her sleeve again and a new sentence appeared. He has already discovered you. If you come back to Liwan City, you will die. Seeing the sentence on the window, Chen Ji caught on to the important information. The culprit was a male, or perhaps he had been male when he was alive. The blood letters disappeared soon after. Chen Ji wanted to ask the girl more questions. He tried several times, but Chen Ji soon realized that no matter the question, the answer from the girl was the same. Come back to Liwan City and you will die. It was devoid of emotion. The girl was merely stating a fact. Chen Ji tried to get some more information from the girl, but it was to no avail. Several minutes later, Fan Chong, who was on the floor, finally could not resist it anymore. His arm was completely frozen and his mind was blank. Just as he moved his body, his neck turned instinctively around. The girl did not seem like she wished to be seen by more people. Just as Fan Chong turned his neck, she disappeared and went into hiding. Boss Chen, did you see something in my room? How come I can't see anything? Fan Chong had been given quite a fright. Initially, he had thought Chen Ji was purposely trying to scare him, but once the blood letters appeared on the window, he had entered full panic mode. Stay inside the room. I'll be there in a minute. Okay, can you not end the call? I'm rather afraid. Chen Ji did not hear what Fan Chong said. He charged up the stairs at one go. Fan Chong opened the door. The door finally opened after a long time. Fan Chong held onto the wall and his steps were uneven. Boss Chen, what was behind me earlier, you didn't tell me anything, but it only makes it feel much scarier with my imagination. Fan Chong was technically a witness, so Chen Ji thought about it and decided to tell him the truth. There was a very cute little girl standing behind you earlier. I suspect that she is Xiao Bu from the game. Xiao Bu, Fan Chong was stunned. She came out from the game. Quiet down, your big brother is still sleeping. Don't wake him up. What time is it? Who cares about that anymore? Tomorrow we're going to move. Fan Chong was really spooked. He had fainted at the haunted house, but at least he could still tell himself that everything there was fake. However, this was his home. In the future, he would think about this every time he closed his eyes. Don't panic, let's talk about this first. Chen Ji led Fan Chong into his bedroom. Everything looked the same. Chen Ji walked to the computer to look at the game. There was nothing different about Xiao Bu in the game. Boss Chen, you don't need to advise me anymore. I have to move. This is too scary and I will stop playing the game. Take it with you. In fact, I'll gift you my whole computer setup. Calm down, Chen Ji patted Fan Chong's shoulders. The girl looks very cute. She doesn't look like a bad person. The key point is that she is a ghost. Fan Chong sat down beside the computer table. Then he was reminded of something and he nudged the chair back. She doesn't mean you harm. If she did, you would have been injured a long time ago. Chen Ji looked at the game. How many tenants are there here? Most of the tenants have moved away, so I'd guess about 200 people remain. Fan Chong was confused. But why would you want to know about that? The area has around 200 people, so why did the girl choose you? Chen Ji looked at Fan Chong with suspicion. Because I'm unlucky, that's why. Mocked, dumped, and fired, I'm a complete loser in life. The flesh on Fan Chong's face jiggled. I think it's the complete opposite. The girl probably wanted to help you. Help me? Fan Chong slowly calmed down. Tell me in detail what happened during the time you came into contact with this game. There has to be a reason the girl chose you. Chen Ji felt weird. How did Xiao Bu in the game come into contact with Fan Chong? Fan Chong gripped his hands together. He thought about it for a long time before saying, Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't tell my brother. I don't want him to worry. Okay, no problem. Actually, I was in deep despair quite some time ago. I've been at work for several years already, but the work wasn't going well. I'm probably the type of person who is destined to never shine. From school to work, I was always isolated. A few weeks ago, my boss came to me to ask about my real passion, something that was not related to work. I got the hint that he was hoping that I would quit, and I agreed. Fan Chong finally told the truth and revealed his secret to Chen Ji. When I got home, I called my girlfriend. I complained to her on the phone. She listened to me patiently, and when I was done, she told me calmly that she wanted a breakup. She said that she was tired of listening to me talk about such things. She lost the ability to even act interested in my life. I apologized to her and tried many ways to salvage the relationship, but no matter what I did, she did not forgive me. I bought a present and waited for her at her company, and I saw her leave the place with a man who was very tall and handsome. I asked her colleague, and she did not seem to know about my existence. She told me that my girlfriend had been with the guy for a long time already, and they were apparently discussing marriage. His face was squeezed together, and Fan Chong's grip tightened. I have no idea how I got home. My thoughts were a mess, and I hated people, but more than that, I hated myself. At the time, I thought about leaving. I went to the roof and stood there for 3 hours. Whenever I thought about making that step, I would hear someone call my name. I stood there from afternoon to dusk. My stomach growled, and suddenly I missed my brother's cooking. I turned back and went back home. Then I found this game. I locked myself in the game, and I've dedicated myself to clearing the game ever since. It will get better, Chen Ji attempted to console him. I believe I know why Xiao Bu found you. It was probably Xiao Bu who pulled you back from the edge of despair. Perhaps from her perspective, you are both people cut from the same cloth, so you should be able to understand her situation. Chapter 552, New Employee. If not for her, you wouldn't be here anymore. It is because of her that you survived. She lent you a hand when you most needed it, so why would you be afraid of someone like that? Chen Ji's voice was warm and calm. It seemed to possess a unique power. Fan Chong thought about it for a long time. He suddenly felt that Chen Ji had a point. You have nothing after death, not even the chance to chase after happiness. You're right, I should thank her. Actually, when you told me the old lady's story, I was instantly reminded of Xiao Bu. The old lady stayed next to Xiao Bu's home, so the girl that she saw was probably Xiao Bu. Chen Ji looked at the little girl on screen who wore her mother's pajamas. The old lady lived alone, and when she suffered from heart attack with none of the neighbors clued in, someone called the emergency line. Who do you think made that call? Xiao Bu. Who else could it be? From this, we know that the child still knows the difference between good and bad. Chen Ji pushed Fan Chong's chair back to the computer. So, you can continue playing the game. Xiao Bu will not harm you for no reason. She reached out to you with this game probably because she wants to share her story with you. It's just that, even ghosts have the need to share their stories. Fan Chong kept his voice low. He sat before the computer and still had a hard time getting used to this. This should be one of the reasons she made this game. With regards to other reasons, we will know once we clear the game. Chen Ji noticed that Fan Chong was not that worried anymore, so he sighed. Good luck. The child is probably trapped at the deepest part of the game, surrounded by pain and despair. She has saved you, so now it's your turn to save her. She's hiding in my computer. Fan Chong's gaze slowly focused. He placed his hands back on the keyboard and mouse. I understand. I will try my best to clear this game. Then he exited the game and cleaned up the partitions of his computer. By the way, Boss Chen, you saw the blood words that showed up on the window earlier, right? Were those written by Xiao Bu? Should be. Then why would she warn you away from Liwan City? Is this place that dangerous? Fan Chong seemed to be afraid that Chen Ji might misunderstand him, so he added, I'm worried about my big brother. He's a careless person and is often spacing out. At the moment, Eastern Jiujiang is rather complicated. Try to stay at home at night, but it should be better in 1 or 2 weeks. 1 or 2 weeks, okay. Fan Chong had no idea how Chen Ji knew that, but he chose to believe him. If something happens, remember to contact me. I won't be coming to Liwan City for the next few days. Xiao Bu's message had attracted Chen Ji's attention. He was a cautious person and would not risk his life for no reason. After that, Chen Ji left. He wanted to get the bus back to New Century Park before dawn. He got on the bus and saw the boy that he had left on the last row. The boy was still unconscious. He checked the boy and confirmed that he was not injured. Chen Ji sighed in relief. The boy's parents must be worried. After I drive the bus back to the park, I should send the child to Western Jiujiang's police station. The bus on Route 104 had come from Western Jiujiang to Eastern Jiujiang, so the middle-aged woman had probably snatched the boy from Western Jiujiang. The surveillance in countryside is not that comprehensive, but I can't be too careful. Chen Ji opened the comic to summon the driver ghost, Tang Jun, so what is your decision? With the brainwashing from Bai Qiulin, All Zhou, and the other ghosts, Tang Jun's attitude became much better. He was not an evil ghost, and his death was due to a car accident. There was not much resentment in him, and the only emotion that he had was the connection to his family. I don't mind it. After all, it's just driving. It's the same no matter who the boss is, but if you allow me to meet my family, I will swear my loyalty to you. Where is your home? Why, you drive and we'll go there now. What? 20 minutes later, Tang Jun walked out from an old residential area. Probably because the desire in his heart was not that intense, his body became much more faded, like he was about to disperse. After he got on the bus, his body started to recover. So soon, aren't you going to stay with them longer? Chen Ji was reading the information on the black phone. Tang Jun had taken less 3 minutes. I didn't go upstairs, I just stood outside the building. Don't you want to see them in person? I thought about it, but no. It's fine, if you want to come back in the future, just tell me in advance, and you can come back anytime. Chen Ji was always kind to his workers and treated them as his family. But you have to remember, when the desire that kept you alive disappears, it will also be time for you to disappear. Understood. Tang Jun gripped the steering wheel and started the bus. The bus arrived at New Century Park at 4 a.m. when the sun was coming up. When the guard saw Chen Ji come back with such a large vehicle, his eyes almost popped out of his face. After asking Chen Ji many times to confirm that he did not steal the vehicle and that it was just a prop, the guard finally allowed Chen Ji into theme park. A public bus is indeed a bit too eye-catching. Chen Ji pulled Tang Jun back into the comic and parked the bus in the empty space behind the haunted house. Let me see, what else have I forgotten? Chen Ji opened the door and looked at the boy lying on the back seats. When they were coming home, the boy's lashes had been flickering and his lips moved. You're awake, aren't you? The boy was clever. He had probably woken up when the sun rose, but he had been pretending to be asleep. When he realized that his trick had been exposed, the boy climbed up from his seat shyly. He did not speak, but looked at Chen Ji silently. Don't be afraid, I'm a good person. I saved you from the bad guy yesterday. Chen Ji held the boy's hand as they walked down from the bus. It was 4:30 a.m., 4 hours from the opening of theme park. Chen Ji calculated and thought that there was enough time. He led the boy out of the New Century Park and took a cab to the police station. The boy's parents must be worried. This cannot wait. Chen Ji arrived at the station around 5 a.m. He walked into the place with the boy. When the officer saw someone walk in, they did not pay him much attention, but when they saw who the man was, they became awake immediately. Chen Ji, why have you returned? Chapter 553, Another Draw. Being recognized by the officer on duty, this was something that Chen Ji did not expect. He coughed once and explained himself immediately. When I was on my way to eastern Jiujiang, I happened across a child kidnapping case. You know about the kind of person that I am. I have a strong sense of justice. So, after a dangerous bout, I finally managed to rescue the boy. Those with real justice will never say that they have justice. The 3 officers at the police station had all gathered. One of them had aided Li Sanbao when they handled the murder at Mu Yang High School and had an impression of Chen Ji. I cannot make a decision about this. Our superintendent and inspector Li said that as long as the case involves you, we have to inform them before we can make a decision. It's not even a murder this time. It shouldn't that serious, right? Chen Ji still had something else to do. His original plan had been to drop off the boy and leave immediately. In your eyes, only murder cases are serious, huh? That's a very dangerous way of thinking. The officer called Inspector Li, and 2 officers remained. One led the boy to the other side of the room, while the other stayed with Chen Ji on high alert. Several minutes later, the officer who called Inspector Li walked out from the office, and he looked at Chen Ji strangely. What did Inspector Li say? Can I go now? Chen Ji had not slept all night, and the theme park was opening at 9 a.m. He wanted to rush back to catch a little sleep. I'm afraid not. The officer dropped the file on the table. Yesterday at 9 p.m., a pair of young parents came to report their son's disappearance. The picture of their boy is similar to this boy that you found. Isn't a good thing I've saved your time. You can just return the boy to his family. Chen Ji was confused. Is it because the parents want to thank me in person? There's no need for that. No, we wish to get your cooperation. The officer opened the file. There was information of several children. These are the children who have gone missing from western Jiujiang over the last few months. There's a similarity in all these cases. They all happened on a rainy night. We've been following this case, and through our investigation, witnesses said that they saw a middle-aged lady around the crime scene. Last night, when the boy disappeared, someone saw the same lady around the area. Many cases. Chen Ji knew that these cases were related to the culprit in eastern Jiujiang, but he wondered why the culprit needed so many children. Yes, these cases are horrible, and around the area where the disappearance happened, there is such a story. According to the story, whenever it rains, a middle-aged lady carrying a basket will appear. Due to her natural deficit, she is unable to carry a child, so she was chased out of the family by her family. From then on, she hated men and children and would use many different ways to lure children into tunnels and then take them away. Doesn't that sound like typical urban legend? They're rarely real. Chenji did not expect the officer to suddenly bring that up. Sometimes local story and urban legend are based on real-life event. We cannot believe them fully, but we cannot brush them off either. The officer looked at Chenji. There are 7 cases of child kidnappings, and this boy is the only one who has been found. You're the only one who has interacted with the suspect, so I need you to stay. Fine, I will try my best to cooperate. Chenji knew that he would be unable to leave, so he poured a glass of warm water for himself and sat down. Then again, it's one thing for me to cooperate, but you can't keep asking me to do free work. At the beginning, when I provided the key clue to solve the murder at Ping An apartment, at least the city awarded me with 50,000. Now I don't even get a medal or certificate, much less money. Isn't that a bit wrong? Seeing how shameless Chenji was, the officer did not even know how to respond. Don't worry, all you've done will be recorded by the department. In the future, we might award you the title of Best Citizen or one of the top 10 youths in Jiujiang or something like that. Are you for real? Then does it mean I can get on the television? Just help us with the cases, and eventually those things will come. No problem, but when the time comes, you have to help me deal with the reporters. If they have to interview me, please do it at the entrance to my haunted house. That is a kind of promotion, Chenji said seriously. Half an hour later, Inspector Li arrived, and Chenji gave him the story that he had prepared. He said that he had ridden an e-bike alone to eastern Jiujiang. When he passed a bus stop, he saw a middle-aged lady hugging a child, looking like she was waiting for someone. He was worried about them because of how dangerous it was for a mother and a child to be waiting alone at night. He stopped and offered to give them a ride home. During the conversation, he noticed how weird things were. The boy was not asleep but unconscious. He prepared to call the police, but coincidentally his phone had no battery. Then the middle-aged woman escaped because she knew that she had been exposed. Chenji chased her for a while before returning to the boy because he thought that the boy's safety was more important. The boy had been unconscious when he was on the bus, so Chenji was not worried about being exposed by the boy. When he was done, the officers were in disbelief. He went to ride his bike, and he came across a child kidnapping case. This man before them, from a certain perspective, could not be viewed as a normal person anymore. After giving a description of the middle-aged woman, Inspector Li agreed to let Chenji go. He knew that Chenji had to operate the haunted house in the morning. At 7 a.m., Chenji was sent back to the new Century Park in a police car. When the guard saw Chenji walk toward him, he forgot how many times he had seen Chenji that day. It's almost the park's opening time. I don't think I can sleep anymore. Following a cold shower, Chenji changed into a set of clean clothes and gave the place a brief clean. When he was done, Chenji took out the black phone to study the trial missions. These new trial missions are in eastern Jiujiang. I have to go there if I want to expand the haunted house. Xiao Bu's advice warned me away from Liwan City, but she did not say I cannot go to eastern Jiujiang. This means the best solution is to avoid Liwan City for now and only go there after I finish the other 3-star scenarios and gather all the people. Even with Zhang Ye and Su Yin, Xiao Bu still thinks I have no chance. Looks like my ability is still lacking behind compared to the culprit in eastern Jiujiang. Chenji thought about ways to make up the difference. I have to unlock Yan Danian's last ability as soon as possible. There's also Bai Qiulin. He has consumed Chengqing and gained a dyed heart, but the increase in power is not obvious. He needs to consume more ghosts. After going through all the members of the haunted house, Chenji realized that, not counting Zhang Ye, he was even less powerful than the Ghost Stories Society. If Zhang Ye and Su Yin were held back, he would be in mortal danger. The number of workers that I can depend on is still too little. Chenji thought about it and opened the black phone. He looked at one of the options. I can get new specters from spinning the wheel, but the problem is, if I win another 2 specters, then my title will be upgraded. With Su Yin and Zhang Ye by my side, normal specters don't pose much threat to me. It befits my current specter's favored title. I can approach them and communicate with them. But if this title upgrades, does that mean I will attract more dangerous existences to me? What if Zhang Ye and Su Yin are unable to handle it? doesn't it mean I'll return to a life of cowering in fear and terror? Chapter 554, Phone Number That Is Kissed by the Dead. Chenji thought back to when he drew Zhang Ye. At the time, he had still been ignorant about the difference between a normal specter and a red specter. Because of his blind courage, he had used his sincerity to slowly calm Zhang Ye down. Being hated by Zhang Ye will get me killed. Being loved by Zhang Ye will get me killed. I have to seek a middle ground. It's already scary enough to have this one with me. If I attract something even more dangerous, will it be too much for me? After his title leveled up, more out-of-control things might happen, and this was what Chenji refused to see. After winning 2 more specters, the title will be upgraded, but from the perspective of probability, the chance of that is very low, and I have 2 more chances. Chenji was rather interested. He looked at the Wheel of Misfortune on screen and slowly raised his finger. If he was being serious, the Wheel of Misfortune was a very important feature provided by the black phone. Zhang Ye, Su Yin, and Yan Danian, the 3 specters that he had won from it, had been immensely helpful to Chenji. Without them, Chenji would not have survived until this day. There are 2 ways to improve my ability: completing nightmare missions or winning something useful from the wheel. Although he had obtained the black phone quite some time ago, the things that he had won from it were either specters or items related to specters. This was rather discomforting to him. Perhaps when I won Zhang Ye from the wheel, the plot was set on a path of no return. From the lack of sleep, Chenji's head was heavy. Maybe I should try it once. After all, the title will only increase after winning 2 more specters. Chenji lit a cigarette and walked around his haunted house. He had done everything that he could to get something good from the wheel. He had tried to make the draw during noon or during dawn, and he had tried biking to somewhere 1 or 2 kilometers away from the park, but reality proved that those efforts were rather useless. Perhaps I should try going the other way, or should I wait until midnight, the time of day when the yin energy is the strongest, and then start the wheel at the deepest part of the haunted house? After some consideration, Chenji abandoned that plan. I should ask the pen spirit. He entered the underground scenario and planned to combine the powers of both the pen spirit and the weeping statue to see whether he would win another specter. Pushing the door to the female dormitory open, Chenji saw the ballpoint pen that was covered with plastic tape drawing circles on the paper out of boredom. Long time no see. Probably spooked by Chenji, the pen toppled over and rolled away from Chenji. Why are you running? I have something important to ask you. Chenji gripped the pen and asked whether he would win a specter from the wheel. To his surprise, he was halfway through his question when the pen spirit showed the sign of collapsing. He immediately stopped. Then he tried the same question with the statue. The result was the same. As long as it involved the black phone, the powers of those ghosts would go on a rampage. This sure is strange. The phone left behind by my parents is not normal. Unable to cheat, Chenji stopped hesitating. He entered the toilet to wash his hands and ran into the bus. When he calmed down fully, he clicked the wheel on the phone. As the wheel slowed down, Chenji's heart raced. The screams that he had gathered were enough for him to play the wheel 5 times. If he did not win a specter, he would continue until he ran out of resources. With a click, the wheel stopped, as did the needle. Congratulations for winning the item, Invitation to the Cursed Game, Chance of Winning, 1/100. Invitation to the Cursed Game. Curses and deaths both play their role at this hospital. No one knows where the limit of humanity is. An invitation. Chenji read it many times to confirm that he did not win a specter. Is my luck changing? Everything is coming up, Chenji. Even though the invitation is nothing good, at least it's better than upgrading the title. Sitting on the bus, Chenji felt the bus could bring him good luck. As long as there are no baleful specters, now this is what I call normal. Chenji sighed in relief and turned the wheel again. The needle slowly stopped, and with Chenji watching, a new message popped up on screen. Congratulations, specters favored, for winning the rare item, Phone Number That Is Kissed by the Dead, Chance of Winning, 5/1000. The police discovered that, before they died, every victim called this number. 4th win of a baleful specter. Congratulations, user. When you win the 5th specter, your title will automatically be upgraded. When Chenji saw the phone addressing him with his title, Specters Favored, he had a bad feeling in his heart. The phone number that is kissed by the dead. The chance of winning is 5/1000. That is lower than Su Yin and Yan Danian, second only to Zhang Ye, so this is probably another red specter. Chenji looked at his hands in shock. He had won another specter. To be honest, he was rather afraid of himself already. Is the wheel broken? Are all the probabilities given fake? Several minutes later, Chenji calmed down and leaned back in the seat. If I win another Spectre, the title will upgrade. Should I give it another shot? The changes that might happen after the title upgraded were an unknown. When I first obtained the black phone, I started to interact with this shadow world with its guidance. Until now, I dare not say that I've fully understood this world. Or rather, the more I know about this world, the more I understand how scary it is. With that thought, Chenji put the black phone away. I should continue spinning the wheel when Zhang Ye's injury is healed. Without her being at full health, I feel weirdly unsettled. Chenji headed to the prop room. He found two things inside the wooden box left behind by his parents. A piece of crumpled paper with a phone number written on it. It started with 10 and ended with 0. This note looks like it has been tightly gripped in someone's grasp before. Was it a struggle before death? Why is this number called a number that is kissed by the dead? Will I meet a red specter if I call this number? The theme park would be opening soon. Chenji planned to try it when the park closed. He folded the paper and put it inside his pocket. He turned to look at the other object. It was a booking form with the seal of Xinhai Central Hospital. Details like the room number, booking fee, and name were all empty, but in the box for the date, several numbers were written in bright red ink with slanted handwriting. Chapter 555, The First Victim. This is the invitation to the cursed game at abandoned hospital. It looks quite new, but it is less scary than the documents at the third sick hall. One of the newly unlocked 4-star scenarios by the black phone was at Xinhai Central Hospital. Chenji felt like this cursed game's invitation should be related to that. I'll keep this for now. I'll probably have need for it in the future. Chenji was not that interested in the cursed game. All he wanted was the 4-star scenario. If anyone dared to curse him, then he would immediately use the pen spirit and the weeping statue to find out the person's location and then charge the place with his red specters. He was an open person and never relied on underhanded tactics. Putting the invitation and phone number away, Chenji walked out from the prop room. When he reached the door, Xiao Gu and Suwon had arrived. Chenji helped them with their makeup and returned to the haunted house. He found an isolated place and summoned Aljo and Duan Yue. Both of you have shown incredible talent at dealing with sudden problems, and you've proved yourselves to me. Today, I need you to help me with the visitors. Of course, I will not have you work for free. Just tell me if you need anything. It's my honor to work for the boss, and I like staying with the visitors. There was an eagerness in Aljo's eyes. Don't push it too far. I only need you to help usher the visitors into the scenarios. Today, your roles are not actors but pure service workers. Chenji was afraid that the two did not understand him and would scare the visitors before they even entered the scenario. Service workers, both Duan Yue and Aljo appeared rather disappointed. If you think it's too boring, you can give the visitors a little surprise when they leave the scenarios. Chenji had spent quite some time with Aljo's group. He knew their limits and personalities, and this was why he was willing to get their help. This was an unprecedented event. I know that your body will be injured if you appear in daylight, so this counts as work injury. If you have any wish, you can tell me and I'll treat it as compensation. Chenji was always kind to his workers. As long as I can work with her, I have no other wishes. Aljo tried to grab Duan Yue's hand but was slapped away. Go stand over there, I'm just acting with you. Then how about we make it real? Chenji stood there and felt like a third wheel. Are you feeding me dog food? Please mind the attitude when you're working, or I'm afraid the other employees will have something to say. He found two outfits that would not show their faces from the changing room for Aljo and Duan Yue. If possible, try not to speak and don't expose yourselves. If there's any issue, call me. Don't worry. Aljo and Duan Yue were good at customer service. Chenji had noticed that quite some time ago. With them around, no matter what happened, they had the ability to handle it themselves. After giving a few more orders, Chenji returned to the staff break room. If all the ghosts were like Aljo and Duan Yue, things would be so much easier. He set an alarm and fell asleep. Chenji was woken up by the alarm when it was almost noon. Time for lunch. Stretching his arms lazily, Chenji exited the room. Duan Yue and Aljo did not disappoint. Everything was running smoothly. Since Duan Yue had a beautiful voice, she was responsible for communicating with the visitors while Aljo ushered the people into the scenarios. To quell the nervous atmosphere, Aljo even made a few jokes to liven up the situation. Thank you, you can go rest now. After sending Aljo and Duan Yue back into the comic, Chenji ran to the surveillance room to check the recording to make sure that they did not cause any problems. It feels like they're more suitable for this job than me. Chenji walked out from the haunted house to greet Uncle Sue. You're quite honest today. The visitors have very good feedback. A few foreigners came to visit and they said that you were able to communicate nicely with them. Why haven't you told me you have a good grasp of English? There was a smile on Uncle Sue's face. Actually, he did not have many requirements. He was satisfied as long as Chen Ji did not create trouble. One should never stop learning. I've even learned painting and violin. If there's a chance, I'll show you. Chen Ji looked at the long lines before the entrance and felt happy. He entered the resting hall to see the visitors' progress. Currently, Coffin Village had been cleared twice. The visitors had found the way to clear this scenario. The maximum number of visitors for a 3-star scenario was 15 visitors, so they would find all 15 people before entering. Then they used the fastest time to find the wedding dress and carried it out in turn. Once a visitor was scared until they fainted by the lingering spirit inside the dress, the people next to them would pick up the dress and continue the marathon. The abandoned member would be given up, and by the power of cooperation, the wedding dress would be sent out of the scenario. With suitable background music, the scene looked rather inspiring. Since the visitors have found a method, the difficulty of the scenario has been greatly lowered, and the number of people who have cleared the scenario will only increase. Fortunately, Chen Ji was not worried. When the visitors were combing their mind to clear the other 2 3-star scenarios, Chen Ji already started to plot for the 3.5-star and 4-star scenarios. I cannot wait for the day that the visitors enter the 4-star scenario. The popularity of my haunted house will probably witness another rise. The haunted house closed at 6 p.m., and the last batch of visitors was sent away at 6:30 p.m. After cleaning the place, Chen Ji waited until Xiao Gu and Su Wan left before returning to the staff break room. With the earlier nap, I don't feel that tired. Chen Ji took out the paper from his pocket. It's time to go fetch this new employee. The chance of winning this is smaller than Yan Danian, so it should be a red specter. Taking out his phone, Chen Ji studied the number many times before calling it. It was 7 p.m. All the workers at the park had returned home, so the place was quiet. The dial tone echoed in his ears. The number was still in use, but no one answered it. Nowadays, not many people use landline anymore. What is the hidden meaning of this number? When it rang for the 14th time, the call was finally connected. Chen Ji held his breath. He did not say anything, but focused on listening. There was a strange sound coming from the phone. It sounded like something was burning. Chapter 556, My Name 2 in 1. Combustion from alcohol and gas would have a quiet flame. Only when the fuel was of wooden material that it would have this crackling and popping sound. Hello, how can I help you? 10 seconds later, Chen Ji realized that there was still no one speaking, so he tossed out this question as a probe. A bottle fell to the ground, and it sounded like its contents splashed out and caused the fire to burn even stronger. Hello, is anyone there? The phone was answered, so this meant that someone had to be near the phone. Is this a fire? Are you okay? Please tell me your location immediately. Chen Ji was getting nervous, and he screamed loudly. The fire was still burning, and then a different voice cut through the roaring flame. Can I talk to you for a moment? The man's voice was nice but rather hoarse. Sure, since I have nothing to do at the moment anyway. Chen Ji had been afraid that the other party would refuse to communicate. As long as there was communication, he could get useful information. Then what do you want to talk about? After a long time, his reply came, I don't know. The person spoke slowly like he was constantly thinking. Chen Ji could hear the tremor in the person's voice. He was unstable. Chen Ji did not dare to randomly run his mouth lest he provoked the man. Shall we talk about something happy? There are many happy things. Everyone is happy, and I know I should be happy, but for some reason I am unable to be happy. Just relax, then how about we share some of our best memories? Memories? The man went silent again, but the sound of fire burning became clearer and clearer. When I was young, my parents kept arguing for the sake of living. When he heard that, Chen Ji knew that something was wrong. This was not a happy memory. He wanted to interrupt the man, but the man on the other end of the phone did not appear like he was going to stop. My mother was very strict with me because she wanted the best for her son. I've always been an obedient child, a bit shy and didn't like to talk. When I was at primary school, I was quite good at my studies, but unfortunately, throughout the 6 years, I only got 3 good student award. During secondary school, my English was very bad and my result was average. During the 3rd year, my mother found me an English tutor for one-on-one tuition. I had to attend classes after school until 9:30 p.m. When I reached home, it would be around 10 p.m. The tutor was a very good teacher. I got 95 marks on my English, but I did not get similarly good results for math and Chinese, the subjects that I was supposed to be good at. However, overall my result was still at the front of the class. If I remember correctly, the total mark was about 560 marks or so. With that result, I could apply for all the high school other than CE High. Actually, I really don't understand why we need to label children. CE High was the best high school, and I was missing the mark by 20+ marks. If I wanted to enter CE High, I had to fork out tuition, which was 18,000 RMB. The monthly salary of my parents was 4,000 RMB. To give me a better head start, they scrounged up this money to send me to CE High. Should I be thankful? I don't know. Perhaps it was the sense of guilt, but I worked so hard for the first 3 months I entered the school. I was afraid of being exposed, afraid of other people finding out that I didn't get in there with my own results, but because of money. Actually, other people might not even have cared about that, but perhaps I'm just someone who is naturally prideful, or perhaps I don't want to be the same as them. For the first exam, my results were higher than average, and I was happy. I worked even harder, but for my middle year exam, my results slid down to lower average. I couldn't find the reason. Perhaps it was my method of studying, or perhaps I just wasn't putting in enough effort. What else could I do but push forward? When the result for the last exam came out, my result dropped even further to the bottom of the class. A good student became the worst student. The identity had changed, but the mind needed a time to get used to the situation. When my mind also adapted to this change, then I'd change from a normal student to a bad student. I'm a strange fella, the type that has a strong sense of pride and arrogance. When we were called to pick the stream that we wanted to focus on, I had a crush. It was something that is difficult to explain, but I felt happy whenever I saw her. She was the good student type and also very hardworking. She would show up for class early in the morning. The key to our classroom was with the monitor, so I woke up early every morning just so I could arrive at school before the monitor and jumped into the room through the classroom window to help her open the door. There were many similar things. When she went to the canteen to buy lunch in the afternoon, I would take my English textbook and study it while leaning against the corridor. I wanted to see her walk back from the canteen to the classroom. Actually, it's quite embarrassing because even though I studied the textbook for the whole semester in the English exam, I only scored in the 30s. The exam results became worse and worse. I was constantly one of the worst 10 students in the class. During the 3rd year, when all the students gave it their all and fought like there was no return, my interest was reading and writing. I read all type of books, not related to school, web novels, magazines, sci-fi novels, and thrillers both locally and overseas. After reading so much, a world would be constructed in my mind, a world that was my own. That was also the first time that I opened a writer's account for myself online and started to try to write some things. There was still over 100 days to the high school exam, but even the friends that stayed at the internet cafe started to retreat to focus on their study. However, all that I focused on was my story and my writing. During one of the school assemblies, the headmaster was standing on stage. I stared at him and thought about the books that I liked, the authors that I admired. I wanted to be like them, to construct a world that many people would appreciate. The exam was over, and there were 2 ways to understand this. One was exam was over, and the other was my life was over. I scored just enough for vocational school. Compared to those who wanted to give the exam another go, I decided to grasp this last chance to confess my love. But until today, I did not say it because that day I saw the girl whom I liked got together with the monitor. I went to cut my hair until I was bald. As the only student from CE High to go to a vocational school, I had to have my own style, walk my own path. I planned to cut myself off from my former classmates, probably because the greater the pride, the more one dislikes pity from others. Even if I was a bad student, I was a bad student with a dream. After I got to the school, writing became my life. I planned to write an epic that combined all the elements of the great writing that had come before me. I had read many books, so I knew a bit of everything. I put the manuscript that I wrote on the internet. That was when I received my first contract. My work was more than 300,000 words, but no one was reading it. Then, I tried to give them my other stories, but they were all rejected. During the latter half of the 3rd year, some of the students started to focus on moving to actual university or studying to become teachers. I went to someplace far away from home to start my internship. The factory where my father worked closed down. The old CEO was sent into jail for 10 years due to illegal activities, so only my mother's salary was keeping the family afloat. She earned less than 2,000 a month. For the internship, I chose the place furthest from home because the salary was the highest, and it was close to the ocean. About 33 people from our school chose to have their internship at this company. Since it was a frontline worker and it was factory work, there was constant interaction with gas and copper sludge. 1 month later, only 16 people remained. Due to professional reasons, I was moved to another department. The work wasn't easy, but it was still acceptable. Slowly, I got used to the lifestyle. The leader thought that even though this child did not like to speak, he was honest and serious, so my internship ended sooner than others, and I became an official worker. I worked 8 hours daily with 1 day of rest every week. After I got used to this, I started to ask myself, am I going to work like this forever? How can I have no dreams for myself? I started to write again. After an 8-hour shift, I would write 4,000 words a night without any readers or any support. Even those comments mocking me wouldn't total up to 4,000 words. If I didn't write, nothing would change. Writing was tiring, but I liked to write. Perhaps the gods had mercy for the hardworking. There were few readers, but the crush I had from high school suddenly contacted me through internet. Way back when I was at university, I heard from another friend that she had broken up with the monitor. However, I had been too focused on writing to care about it. Then we started to reconnect. During the annual break, I went to visit her and her university. Vocational school and university were not that different, or at least I did not think it was that different. However, when she continued to study for her master's and doctorate, then I thought the difference was quite huge. I forgot what I said on the day of confession. I couldn't even remember the date, but the conclusion was that we were not compatible. I couldn't say that I was disappointed. I threw myself back into work and writing. Finally, the book was contracted. There were still no readers, and I got just over 600 for my writing every month. 600 of that was from constant writing instead of popularity. Then I searched for my book online and found it on many aggregator websites. I was so pissed. I begged and reported. I tried my best to find the people who stole my writing. The website had a forum for readers, and it was even more lively than the official forum. After I friended the person online, I told him to remove my book immediately, or I would have to resort to legal actions. He ignored me. I found other aggregator sites and realized that the uploader used the same account, so I tried to reason with him. He still ignored me. Finally, for the first time in my life, someone as prideful as I am begged him. I was the official writer, but I had to beg this aggregator. I told him that I didn't even demand that he remove the book. I just asked that he did not update the same time as I did. Could he please wait for 3 days after I uploaded the official version? If he could not do 3 days, could he give me 1 day? I was pleading with him. I even started a thread on the forum, telling them that I only earned 600 per month, and if people really liked the writing, I'd hope for them to support the real author. The replies said that I was manipulating their feeling, calling me names. A real author would not have cared about these things. No wonder I was not popular. The person who opened the aggregator did not reply to me, and I did not reply to the readers. I exited the web browser and started writing my 4,000 words for the day. Every day, 4,000 words, and I had to update daily to gain the reward money of 600. That 600 was all the reward that I got for my hard work. After a week when I was working, there was a malfunction at work. I broke the middle finger of my right hand. The bones snapped, and only 2 layers of skin were connecting the finger. The accident happened at 2 p.m., and I left the hospital at 8 p.m. I returned to bedroom. I opened the computer and continued typing with 9 fingers. Daily 4,000 words. Only by updating daily would I be able to earn 600 this month. Halfway through the chapter, with only 3,000 words written, I suddenly collapsed. I collapsed onto the keyboard and cried like a dog. What was I doing? Then holiday came. I returned home. The girl asked me out for dinner, and after dinner we went for a movie. The movie was a love story. The male character gave up his life for the female character, but the female character still ended up with the second male character. I seemed to see myself on screen, and I gave up everything. I placed the present that I had specially picked up for the night on the bridge, and I squatted by the road until midnight. The people who passed by must have thought that I was very weird. I got home. The next day, I flew to Zhuhai. Work writing, I cannot honestly tell you what was keeping me alive back then. I started to write a new book, and another half a year had passed. Like what I said earlier, God has mercy on the hardworking, and I had the best period of my life. I ran into a female reader who was 5 years younger than me. At the time, she was still studying while I was working, and the distance between us was half of China. When I went to meet her for the first time, a tornado came and the plane couldn't fly. Coincidentally, before this tornado left, another tornado was coming. I sincerely couldn't believe my luck. At the time, she told me if I couldn't make it that day, then it meant that we could not be together. And then, a miracle happened. There was a short period between the two tornadoes when the plane was allowed to fly. That was my first real romance. Everything that we did was my first. My first time holding someone's hand, first time going on a date, first time going to theme park, first time walking past a haunted house, first time taking the subway together, first time kissing. I did not worry her too much and hid my many weaknesses away from her like the finger that I had lost, my education background, and the book that was not as good as I made it out to be. I had many things that I wanted to tell her, and we matched each other. I was very happy when I was around her. Then I wrote a supernatural web novel, and it became surprisingly popular. Heaven was finally smiling at me. The days were glowing. The sweetness had arrived after years of bitterness. My dream was about to come true. I could see the bad student standing at the assembly looking at the people on stage. He walked out from the memory to thank me. Thank you for not giving up. Finally, you are standing alongside those authors that you admired. This was the happiest moment of my life, but the happiest moments are always the shortest. Every year, the website had a competition to pick the best newcomer. With my result, I thought my place was guaranteed, but I ran into a cheater. With a landslide victory, I won the award, but I had to spend around 400,000 RMB to win it. Around 100,000 RMB was from donations from fans, but the remaining came from my own wallet. I sold my own house for this. I figured everything out before I made that decision. If my book was reported, I would go find the cheater, kill him, and then light a fire and burn everything up, including myself. Thankfully, the book was not banned. However, after winning the award, I suddenly felt that my world had darkened. It was supposed to be a celebratory event, but I couldn't smile. Everyone was happy, so I tried my best to smile. My dream came true, but I felt like something was lacking. When I communicated with people, I would see their mouths widening, and I would fall into them like they were black holes. I stayed with people that I loved, but they would reject my concern and feelings. Something must be wrong. The sound of fire grew, and something like a dresser was knocked over. The man's voice went further away from the phone, and the last thing that Chenji heard was, "This fire sure is bright." Chapter 557, Nobita 2-in-1. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Hello, where are you now? I can help you. Chenji screamed into the phone, but his only answer was the sound of fire burning. Calm down, you have to calm down. He gripped the phone tightly and kicked the door open, rushing to the highest office building inside the park. He ran with all his might up to the roof. He stood at the highest part of the park and looked down over Jiujiang. There were lights from neon signs, from buildings, from street lights, and from cars, but he could not see any fire. However, on the other end of the phone, the flame was rising and engulfing everything, causing the sound of crackling to keep coming through. The fire was spreading. Hello, I don't know whether you can hear me or not. I just want to tell you that I can help you. There are people in this world who are willing to help you. The line was filled with static. It appeared as if the fire had burned the phone line. There was no reply, and the call ended. Hearing the busy tone on the other end, Chenji was feeling rather unsettled. The last declaration by the author had probably been his own imagination. His determination and perseverance did not lead to a reward. After the dream collapsed, his mental state probably collapsed as well. Holding the rail on the edge of the building, Chenji looked toward the horizon. Several minutes later, with some remnant of hope in his heart, he called that number again. He knew that the chance was not big, but at least he wanted to give it a try. The dial tone began beside his ears again, and Chenji had no idea how long it would go on. Chenji sighed to himself, and just as he was about to hang up, the call was suddenly connected. Hello, it was a completely different voice that came from the other end. Did I dial the wrong number? Chenji glanced subconsciously at the number. All the digits were correct, but the crackling fire had disappeared, and in its place was an eerie silence. The same number, but a different sound. Chenji started to calm down. He thought back to the introduction that the black phone had given this number. The police discovered that before they died, every victim called this number. There is more than one victim. After realizing that, Chenji swiftly adjusted his thoughts, changing his voice and tone. Hello, is there anything that I can help you with? Since he had no idea what the other person's experience was, that was the only thing that Chenji could say in the circumstances. You want to help me? That's not necessary, thank you. The voice on the other end sounded weak, like they were falling asleep. You don't sound that well. Chenji felt weirdly anxious. The person was too calm, and this reminded him of the author from before. Then, do you mind telling me where you are now? If you want to find someone to talk to, I can get over to you immediately. There's not enough time. The man spoke very slowly. If you really want to help me, can you tell my landlady that the payment for the utility bill is placed on top of my luggage? Landlady? Then how can I contact her? Chenji listened to the man, and it sounded like he was leaving behind his will. He understood that the landlady was the best opening, that he had to find the man's location. She lives at the residential area that is to the left of Fairytale Theme Park, the 6th building and 1st floor. The man sounded tired and weak, like even speech was something that was very exhausting for him. Fairytale Theme Park? The location of the park flashed across Chenji's mind. It was located at the southern part of Jiujiang. It was a theme park that catered specifically for children, but it had later been closed for some mysterious reason. Then, do you have her contact number? I'm afraid I'm unable to find her place. Chenji headed toward the exit of the building without wasting any time. He was ready to go to southern Jiujiang personally to take a look. A human life was on the line, so he did not hang up and tried to extend the conversation. Listening to your voice, I feel like you're very sleepy. Did you not sleep well last night? I've not had a good night's sleep in a very long time. The man laughed. I don't know why, but I can't seem to operate in the morning. However, at night, my mind starts to wander to strange places. I toss and turn in bed, unable to fall asleep. I understand your pain. I have trouble sleeping at night well. I often spend the time wandering all over the city at night. Chenji could share in his pain, and technically, he was telling the truth. The man seemed to have found a kindred spirit from Chenji's sincere words. Do you also suffer from insomnia? Yes, my parents disappeared about 6 months ago, and even now there have been 0 leads. I spend my daily life in pain and anxiety. I can only rely on others to find some semblance of comfort for my heart. At this point, Chenji's tone suddenly changed. But I will not give up. When I find them, I will loudly tell them the anger and worry that I have in my heart and then run forward into their arms. I hope that you reunite with them soon. The man's voice softened, but his condition sounded worse and worse, like he could collapse at any minute. Can you tell me your story? Just treat me as a stranger who is passing by. Chenji realized that it was about time, so he tried to ask this question. My life is quite boring. The man thought about it and replied with this answer. Life is boring and meaningless. The homework for everyone is to apply one's meaning to it so that life will not be so meaningless. Chenji already ran out of the office, and he was running toward the park entrance. Perhaps my birth was an accident. It was my father who raised me. He worked very hard and had a small salary. He was just like any random guy you see on the street, a very normal person. The man's voice dwindled, but the speed of his words did not change much. I was a weak child from the moment I was born, and for that I gave him plenty of trouble. It only got worse after I got into primary school. I was a stupid boy and couldn't do anything well. I was unable to focus in class, and no one wanted to be my friend. The man took in a deep breath before continuing. Initially, the teachers thought that I was just a silent boy, but in fact, I just don't like the company of people. However, one day, the teacher called my father to the school, and they suggested that he take me to see a doctor. See a doctor? Yes, the analysis result was that I suffer from Nobita Giant syndrome. It's an interesting name, and when I heard it for the first time, I thought it was quite amusing. The man laughed, but Chenji could not hear any joy from it. Chenji also heard this illness for the first time. Giant and Nobita were characters from a certain comic, were they not? What are the exact symptoms for this illness? Other countries call this illness ADHD, or Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. The Nobita represents attention deficit and is the symptom that I suffer from. At the time, I knew nothing of this illness. When I went back to school, the other students only knew that I was ill, but they did not really understand what kind of illness it was. Actually, when people want to isolate you, anything is a good enough reason, and having a mental illness was the perfect excuse for them. When the man said these things, he sounded so calm, like he was unrelated to the person that he was describing. After finishing high school, I stopped my education because I felt guilty toward my father. I found many jobs, but I always got fired due to my illness. I started to be afraid of people, and my sickness exacerbated. In the end, it escalated to serious depression, and I was sent to an asylum to seek treatment. At the time, I was just over 20. I was not only unable to help my poor father, but instead I was like a leech, sucking him alive. With the many circumstances, I thought about it for a long time and eventually decided to leave. I uploaded everything that I want to tell my father online and set it as a delayed post. The man took in a deep breath. If I had left behind everything that day, perhaps the tragedy later wouldn't have happened. Do not have that thought. You'll only have hope if you're alive. Chenji had already hopped into the taxi and told the driver to get to southern Jiujiang as fast as possible. I was saved, but during my coma, the words that I had set were released online. It was the first time that I received so much care and concern. I was overwhelmed. After I made my recovery, I went online to do some clarification. I apologized to everyone for creating the trouble. Many people comforted me, telling me that as long as I'm fine, they did not mind the trouble, but I also saw many private messages. Why are you still alive? Why are you still here? I was planning to light a joss stick for you, so please die. Suicide via sleeping pills is not a good method. Listen to me, if you're really serious, you should try rat poison. Couldn't you have died off silently? I was confused. I didn't know those people, so why did so many of them wish for me to die? Would my death bring them happiness? The man's voice came and went. Even Chenji felt disgusted listening to those comments. You shouldn't let them have the satisfaction. The more they wish for you to die, the more you have to live a happy life. Live your life with a smile and show them that they're wrong. The man on the other side laughed lightly. You're an interesting person. Honestly, I admit that I was conflicted for a period of time, but I saw the light after having a chat with my father. He did not care about my sickness and did not mind that I was slowing him down. He only wanted me to be alive, saying that I could always depend on him. At the time, I was 22. My father's words gave me the biggest encouragement. I wasn't useless. I could make it. I cooperated fully with the treatment, and 3 months later, I was discharged from the hospital. Father knew about my condition. He knew I would be nervous around people, so he went around to find me a job that I did not need to interact with people. He had me pretend to be a giant cartoon character at a children's theme park. On my first day of work, a theme park worker brought me to the warehouse and told me to pick from the mountain of cartoon costumes. The Doraemon 1 costume caught my attention immediately. It had a large head, and inside it was a small fan. The main reason was because I was diagnosed with Nobita Giant syndrome, and I felt like Doraemon could always bring good luck to Nobita. After some simple training, I was sent to work. Every day, my job was to put on the Doraemon costume and play with the children that came to the theme park. I even had candies and little presents hidden inside my pocket to share with the children. I liked that feeling. Seeing the smiles on children's faces, I would smile involuntarily. Hiding inside the costume, I gained a sense of security. I stopped being afraid of people and even actively went to approach the visitors. I thought that the job was custom-made for me. I told you, Doraemon would always bring Nobita good luck. I worked there for a long time. Occasionally, my father would silently come to visit me. Actually, I knew it every time, and whenever he was around, I would be extra serious because I didn't want him to feel like his son is a useless person. The man's voice was shaking. He yawned and yawned like he was very sleepy. When I was 25, my father came to me. He told me he was proud of me. I had not been beaten down by life, and I was already much better than many other people. He believed that I had the courage to continue this life, and then he told me that this meant that he felt good enough to leave me and work elsewhere. His friend had introduced him quite a lucrative job. At the time, I didn't question anything. Every week, I would talk to him on the phone, but gradually I realized that there were changes to his voice. One day, I asked for a day off from the theme park. I went to this place and found his friend. However, the man said that he did not introduce my father to any job and that my father was not there. Returning home, I looked for a long time and finally found him at an old rented apartment. The place reeked of Chinese medicine. He looked so thin and fragile. It was not until then that I knew he was suffering from leukemia. He had been silently fighting it. Since he had no money for treatment, he had to rely on traditional medicine. He found the excuse of going off to work because he did not want to worry me. My father eventually left. I felt like I was such a useless son. The sole reason that I powered on back then was to have my father enjoy a leisurely life, but I failed to do even that. There was no emotion to the man's voice, but Chenji's heart did not feel so good. I understood my father would have wanted me to carry on, so I tried my best to survive. However, there was something missing. When I was 27, the theme park had to close down due to various reasons. I tried my best to hold on to everything, but ultimately I was just a Nobita, not a Doraemon. Actually, the cartoon costume was very uncomfortable. It was very hot in the summer, and I had to wear another layer inside or else the fur would get stuck to the skin. However, once I had to take it off, I found myself missing it. Wearing it, I was Doraemon in the children's eyes. I had endless candies and presents in my multi-dimensional pocket, but after the costume was shed, I became nothing more than a Nobita. After so many years, I realized that I had not actually changed. Every day I was fighting with myself, but I never really won. This year I am 30, and I don't want to be so tired anymore. I just want to sleep peacefully. The man's voice became lower and lower, until Chenji could not hear it anymore. Hey, don't fall asleep yet. Chenji was worried that once the man fell asleep, he would not wake up anymore. The taxi drove on the highway. Chenji was still a distance away from the man. Please don't sleep. I'll be there in a minute. Chenji's voice grew, but the response from the other side dwindled. It felt like the man really had fallen asleep. Chenji did not dare hang up, and he urged the driver to drive faster. Half an hour later, he finally reached the place that the man had mentioned. Chenji ran into the building and knocked on the landlady's door. After some time, the door finally opened. Hello, I'm looking for a man around 30, is rather shy. Chenji gave all the information that he had managed to get from the phone. However, he was only halfway through when the expression of the woman who opened the door dropped. Why are you looking for him? Where is he now? His situation is very dangerous. Huh, the woman looked at Chenji strangely. The man is already dead. He found a cartoon costume and ran into the closed children's theme park alone. When the police found him, it was already too late. When was this? Chenji had not hung up. The phone was next to his ear. Several months ago, the man liked to be alone and had no friends. He left very suddenly. He didn't even pay his utility bill. The woman took a step back and started to close the door. Then I'll go to theme park to take a look. Chenji nodded, and he was reminded of something as he was about to turn. By the way, that utility bill, you can go and look through his luggage. It should be there. Luggage? The woman's eyes on Chenji became even weirder. Who are you? What is your relationship with him? I'm his friend. Chenji ran back out the corridor and toward the abandoned children's theme park. Chapter 558, Staircase to Heaven. The rusted door was tightly closed. Chenji removed the sign that announced the park as closed and entered the abandoned children's theme park. The rainbow door that was peeling, the fountain with no water, and the merry-go-round that could not turn anymore. No one had stepped into this place for a long time already. Chenji moved around and finally stopped at the entrance to the warehouse. Inside the room that smelled of mold and mildew was a Doraemon costume that was old and deserted. Hello, are you still there? Chenji had not hung up yet, but there had been no reply from the other end of the line. He walked into the warehouse and picked up the character costume. He held the costume's head in one arm. I'll look after the costume for you for now. Take a good rest. You deserve it. I will wake you up when the sun climbs over the horizon. Chenji found a large bag in the warehouse and placed the costume inside it. When he was folding the costume, he discovered that there was a photograph placed inside the costume's pocket. It seemed to have been taken at the hospital. A very young father was captured talking with the doctor, and there was a young boy as thin as a stick hiding behind the young father. After putting away the photograph, when Chenji turned back to check the phone, he realized that the call had already ended. Forgot to ask for his name. Chenji combed through his mind, and he realized that neither the article online nor the landlady had referred to the man by name. He appeared to exist only within the character costume. People only knew him as the Doraemon at the children's theme park who loved children a lot. Holding the phone, Chenji looked at the phone number. He had called the number twice, and he had been told 2 different life stories from 2 different victims. What is the meaning of this phone number? Why would the victims call this number before they died? How do I find this baleful specter that I've won from the wheel of misfortune? Chenji thought about it, but he found no answer. He decided to continue calling the number. He held the large bag with the character costume in one hand and used his other hand to call the mysterious number. From the perspective of probability, the baleful specter that I've won this time should be more powerful than all Joe and Uncle Yan. The dial tone rang for several seconds before the call was answered. With his previous 2 experiences in mind, Chenji directly asked, "Hello, how can I help you?" The other side of the phone was very busy, and Chenji could hear the sound of trains passing by the tracks. After the sound of the trains disappeared, the phone became quiet again, and in the background, it sounded like children were reciting something. Hello, Chenji held the bag as he exited the children's theme park. He called a taxi and told the driver to just leave the park for now. He would give him the exact address later. The sound of howling wind came through the phone. He did not urge the other person. He waited patiently. After who knew how long, there was suddenly the sound of serious coughing. Are you okay? Are you sick? Chenji's voice was soft and gentle, giving the listener some support and strength. Do you need any help from me? Thank you, but I'm fine. The man's voice that replied sounded like he had a lump of coal in his throat. The voice was very harsh, and he would cough every time that he spoke. You don't sound so great. I advise you go back home and don't stay outside anymore, or you can tell me your current location, and I'll bring you to the hospital. For the previous 2 calls, Chenji had arrived at the scene after the phone call was ended. This time, he prepared to find the person on the other side of the line before the call ended. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for me to go to the hospital. There is no cure for my sickness. The man regained his breath after coughing for a long time. He moved slowly forward and the wind picked up. It's already too late. Incurable illness. Yes, I've stayed at the hospital for a long time, but the illness is still the same. In fact, I feel like it's not a sickness but a part of my body. Chenji was confused by the words that the man said. Brother, do you mind telling me what kind of illness this is? Late-stage lung cancer. The man sounded like he was saying something ordinary, but Chenji's heart fell once he heard that. Then why are you outside alone? Where are your family members? I'll drive you home. It's very windy out there. It is indeed quite windy here. The man kept coughing. He sounded very weak and fragile, like he could collapse at any moment. I escaped without my family's knowledge. A patient with late-stage lung cancer running out without his family's knowledge, Chenji was reminded of the 2 characters from his previous phone calls, and a very bad feeling arose in his heart. What you're doing is very dangerous. Can you please tell me where you are now? I will not interfere with whatever decision you might make. I just want to accompany you and go on a walk together. How does that sound? It's all right, I can walk on my own. Actually, after I found out I have this lung cancer, I've been wanting to go to a certain location. What place is this? The place is built on a very high location. To get there, one has to climb many steps. You want to go to Jiujiang World Trade Center? Why do you want to go there? Chenji rarely visited the city, but even he knew that the World Trade Center was the tallest building in Jiujiang, and standing at the roof, one could look over the entire Jiujiang. Realizing that, Chenji immediately gave the driver the signal to tell him to drive to Jiujiang World Trade Center. The man did not answer Chenji's question. He just kept on coughing. Even through the phone, Chenji felt uncomfortable and pained for the man. Brother, why don't you just stay where you are? I will come help you. There's no need. After another series of coughs, the man became silent. Then he probably thought Chenji was a good person, so he added, You're very similar to my former attending physician, be it the way you speak or the way you do things. Or are you actually my attending doctor? Attending doctor? Chenji was serious, considering whether to pretend to be this character so that he could have an easier time to get information from the man. He was familiar with how problematic this number was because all the victims had called this number before they died. If Chenji gave it further thought, the last person that all the victims would interact with could be a doctor, so this number might belong to a doctor. I hope you won't get offended. I'm just making a casual guess. The man did not have much of a sense of humor. His laugh was awkward, but even so, Chenji could hear how much it pained him to even laugh. Brother, can you tell me your story? If you keep it to yourself for too long, it'll turn bad and fester within you. You'll feel better if you share it with someone. Southern Jiujiang was not that far from the World Trade Center, so Chenji had confidence that he would be able to make it this time. I don't have that much of a storied background. I was just a normal person, but probably due to my smoking habit, I found out that I had lung cancer last year. The man's voice was even. Other than the coughing, there was no change in his emotions. I went for 3 sessions at the cancer hospital and then went home to prepare to enjoy that period of time that I had happily. I wanted to enjoy it while it lasts. I'm not a coward, so I've tried my best to fight it, but it's a very hard battle. I gave it my all and used my happiest memories to try to defeat it, but it has been trying to use fear and pain to counter. This war that took place on my body was long and hard. I swore to never give up and never surrender, and it tried many different tactics to make me kneel before it. My breathing became difficult, and there was constant pain and aching all over my body. Other than that, there were also the fevers. My body weight kept dropping, and the ache eventually got so intense that I could barely move my limbs. Every cough felt like my whole body was shaking, but I resisted the urge to take a painkiller. I'm really not a coward. This was the second time the man had stressed that. Chenji did not ask why. He merely nodded and replied, I understand. The man seemed to sigh in relief. About 1 month later, there was a swelling around my neck. The lymph node was bulging. You could feel it with your fingers. At the time, I thought that I was unable to breathe. It was a labor just to drink water. After seeing the doctor, they said the constant bloody coughs caused the throat to expand, and that led to the swelling of lymph nodes. The consequence of that is that the intestine was affected. Before I could beat the previous enemy, a new adversary arrived. However, I still would not admit defeat. The man was a stubborn man, just like how he kept insisting to Chen Ji, who was a stranger, that he was not a coward. The wind grew to such a scale where the sound of children's recitation could not be heard anymore. The man was still moving. "Brother, can you please tell me where you are now? How about I come get you?" Chen Ji was honestly quite worried about the man. He hoped that if he rushed over at that moment, he would be able to change something, as insignificant as that change might be. "I'm climbing a long flight of stairs." The man wanted to say that with a laugh, but whenever he opened his lips, he could not stop the cough from happening. "You're on the stairs." Chen Ji heard the howling wind that was coming true, and he felt like something was wrong. Stairs that were on the outside of the building. Could he have gone up to the roof? Was he at the top of the World Trade Building? Chen Ji had been to Jiujiang World Trade Building before. The place did not have an exterior staircase. It was then that he realized that he might not be heading to the right place. "I'm stepping on the stairs, going toward my destination with one step after another. I should be able to reach the place soon." When the man spoke, the sensation of pain was obvious, and every cough was a torment for the man. Chen Ji told the rather impatient driver to stop and park the taxi by the sidewalk. He held his phone and started to study the man's words, start from the beginning. "Stairs, the destination is at somewhere high." In the man's voice, Chen Ji could hear the pain, both conspicuous and inconspicuous. The man kept stressing that he was not a coward, and he did not avoid the horrendous fight with his illness. Why would someone like that escape from home without his family's knowledge? He is already so physically weak, so why does he insist on going somewhere high? Chen Ji listened closely. The man's body was failing him, but his steps were even and slow. It did not sound like he was climbing any steps. "A staircase that is built on the ground. Is there a place like that?" When Chen Ji was thinking, something flashed across his mind. When the call was first connected, he had caught the sound of a train. The train tracks. There were wooden boards at constant intervals on the train tracks, and in a way, that could be described as a staircase that was laid flat on the ground. If seen from this perspective, the man was not really heading to the World Trade Center. He was seeking death. The end of this staircase was death, the place where all his pain and misery would end. It was because he had given up that he kept insisting to Chen Ji, a veritable stranger, that he was not a coward. Realizing that, Chen Ji started to search online. Earlier, he had also heard the sound of children reciting poetry. There were 2 traditional Chinese schools in Jiujiang, and one of them was situated right next to a train track. Chen Ji told the driver to take him there. After doing all that, he tried his best to console the man, to try to buy as much time as he could. Chapter 559. Do you need a reason to save someone? Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Before illness, man will appear very small. That is something that I have come to understand recently. The man kept coughing. It seemed his body could not carry on any longer. Before this, I was an easily angered individual, but the illness has slowly worn my edges away. After my battle with it, I've realized how fragile humans are. Please stop walking. Why don't you stop and rest? I'll arrive at Jiujiang World Trade Center soon. If you have anything to share, why don't we do that in person? Chen Ji lied about his location. He signaled at the driver to tell him to drive faster. According to the internet search, the school that was next to the train track was close to southern Jiujiang, not far from where he was. I stopped moving a long time ago. It's time to continue moving forward. The man's voice was shaking. The pain from his cough was hard to describe. I know that you're only thinking about me, but I want to go and see other scenarios, and that is why I am heading to this very tall place. Chen Ji did not know how to comfort the man. After all, he was not a professional therapist. If you die, you'll lose everything. Calm down first. Think about the unfinished business that you have in your memory. Think about the people that care about you. They're still waiting for you. Every second that you've spent with them is an important, treasured memory for them. Chen Ji spoke fast. He was feeling the pressure and kept waving his hand at the driver. The driver was a clever person. He knew the severity of the situation from the words that came from Chen Ji's mouth, so he drove faster. They passed the entrance to the children's theme park and headed toward southern Jiujiang's countryside. Eastern Jiujiang was the largest district, and southern Jiujiang was the smallest, so it had a very good public transport system. The man's voice continued. He seemed to treat Chen Ji as his last listener and told Chen Ji many things about himself. The taxi raced on the road. The buildings on the side became smaller, and the number of pedestrians decreased. Sitting inside the car, Chen Ji talked to the man on the phone while he kept his eyes on the road and compared the map to look for the traditional Chinese school. The coughing of the man on the phone became more drastic, sounding very much like he was going to cough his lungs out. This was not an exaggeration. Just from the sound alone, Chen Ji could tell how much pain the man was in. "Hang in there, I'll be there in a minute." Chen Ji was agitated. The sound that came from the phone was so real that he believed that there was still a chance to salvage the situation. "It's okay, I'm used to it." The man said that after a long silence. His voice was mixed with a type of release, unwillingness, and freedom. He tried to explain himself clearly even though it would injure his swollen neck and throat. "I'm already very happy that you're willing to talk to me for so long. Go back home. I'm not where I told you I am. You don't need to come to see me. I can walk the rest of the distance on my own." The wind grew and Chen Ji held his breath. He was afraid of hearing the sound of the train. When the sound arrived, most likely, the man would have reached his destination. Several minutes later, the driver reached the place. There was a nicely preserved building at the end of the street. It was the old home for a scholar at Jiujiang, and the school was next to this building. The driver did not interrupt Chen Ji's conversation with the man. After he parked the car, he pointed outside the window and then at the meter. Chen Ji was in a hurry to find the man. He grabbed some random notes from his pocket and tossed them to the driver, following which he pushed the door open, grabbed his backpack, and jumped out. On the other end, the man's consciousness was flagging. He could barely finish a whole sentence, and his sense of logic was fraying. "You have not finished your story. Earlier you were telling me about how you met your wife. What happened then?" Chen Ji did not dare let the man stop talking and tried to make the man continue the conversation. Not far from the street were the train tracks. The tracks were shielded on both sides by rails. However, part of the rails had been taken down. Most likely, the local citizens had taken them down for the sake of convenience. "Where is the man?" This was the place that combined the sound of train and the sound of children recitation. The phone call was still ongoing, so Chen Ji did not dare make too much noise. He ran down the rails and the wind cut through his ears. In the dark, the train tracks were like a staircase that led to another world. They had no end, reaching into the dark. "This staircase will not lead you to heaven." He had no idea when the next train would arrive. The only thing that Chen Ji could do was find the man and then get him to safety. Chen Ji had no idea whether he was doing the right or wrong thing, but he wanted to try his best to make the man reconsider. With one hand on the phone and the other holding the bag, Chen Ji ran down the side of the tracks alone. "Calm down, you have to calm down." Chen Ji had been unable to rescue the previous two victims, but he was not going to fail this time. The coughing began anew. The man's physical condition seemed to have reached its limit. He stopped moving. "I'm about to reach that place already," the man's voice said. "If there's any regret, I should have spent more time with them." When the man spoke, Chen Ji's pupils narrowed. Using yin-yang vision, he saw a human shadow quite a distance away. The man was sitting in the middle of the train tracks, and before him extended the tracks that cut right into the darkness. "Is that him?" Chen Ji ran toward the man, and gradually there was light coming through the darkness. The wind picked up, and the man said, "I can already see the destination that I'm heading toward. It's bright, a light that is slowly approaching." "Quick, get away from there." Chen Ji knew what that light was. The train was coming. He dropped the bag and charged toward the shadow. Through the phone, the sound of the train grew as Chen Ji got closer and closer to the shadow. He ignored everything else. There was only one thought in his mind then, which was to pull the shadow away. Chen Ji saw the approaching train. He bit on his lips until they bled, but he forced himself to continue moving forward. If there was a third person, it would have looked like Chen Ji was actively running toward the incoming train. "Get out of the way." In the blink of an eye, Chen Ji had reached the black shadow. Before the train came, he reached out toward the shadow. His palm was touched by a chill. Before he could understand what that meant, Chen Ji grabbed the thing, and they both rolled away from the tracks. The train flew past them just a few seconds after they had been on the tracks. His whole body was soaked by cold sweat. Even when facing a red specter, Chen Ji had never been this afraid. The wheels of the train trundled over the tracks. The sound was heavy. Chen Ji only sighed in relief after the train left. "Are you okay?" He quickly looked toward the black shadow that he had grabbed earlier. When he lifted his head, he realized that the black shadow was standing on the other side of the tracks, keeping his distance from Chen Ji. "Why would you save me?" The voice made by the shadow was similar to the one on the phone. "Do you need a reason to save someone?" Chenji retorted. He ended the call and walked toward the shadow. As he approached, the facial features of the shadow became clearer. Blood soaked out from his skin to slowly dye his shirt red. Chapter 560, Suicide Prevention Hotline Operator. The atmosphere froze, and Chenji stopped where he was. The train tracks separated the man and the shadow into different sides. Facing normal lingering spirits or ghosts, Chenji was already not afraid, but there was still pressure when facing a red specter. To save the man, he had abandoned the bag with the Doraemon costume and his backpack. This meant that he was defenseless. Chenji was unsettled as his hand tried to grab something. The night was like a cover smothering the moonlight and stars. The changes to the black shadow were continuing. The weakened body slowly straightened itself. The lines on the edge of the eyes were smoothed out, and blood leaked out from the forehead. It painted a strange pattern on the face, which looked like a birthmark or a red tattoo. Chenji stood across from the man. He looked at the man and did not dare wander too close. A birthmark? This was the first time that Chenji had seen a ghost like this. The blood would form a pattern on the face. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the thing that looked like birthmarks seemed to be formed from innumerable human faces. They dominated half of the man's face. In other words, one half of the man's face was his own, and the other half kept shifting. This presence is even more powerful than Su Yin's. No wonder it's a red specter that's only weaker than Zhang Ya. Chenji swallowed and looked behind him. The backpack was dropped at quite a distance away. It would be too late for him to run for it. Standing there, Chenji told himself to calm down. As if he was unable to see the changes that were happening before him, he used a natural tone to ask, "Are you the one who has been on the phone with me tonight?" The man looked very smart. In fact, he could be described as pretty. His eyes were not big, but there was a wealth of knowledge inside it. They were like tide pools that could pull you in if you looked at them for too long. It was truly the first time that Chenji had come across such a red specter. The feeling that he got from the specter was very weird. There was no cruelty and viciousness that he sensed from a normal red specter. It was a feeling that he could not describe, like the silence and chill of a moon on a cold night. "I'm here to help you." Chenji did not know what to say. He had no idea how powerful the red specter was, so he did not dare act recklessly. The two looked at each other for a long time, and the strange man spoke for the first time. "These people's life and death have nothing to do with you. Why would you try so hard to save their lives? Why are you still hung up on that question? I'm not a saint, but if I happen across someone that needs my help, then naturally, I have to help them to the best of my ability," Chenji said sincerely. "Even if I know they will seek death after my intervention, at least I've tried to help them gain one chance to reconsider." It was unclear which of Chenji's words had touched the man. The blood on his face stopped flowing, and his expression softened. He looked down the train track that led into the darkness and sighed. "If I was half as clever as you are, perhaps he would not have died." "He who would not have died?" Chenji was confused. "What do you mean? I ran into these victims after calling a number. Have you called that number before, or is that your number?" The reward that he had gotten from the black phone was the phone number that is kissed by the dead. Every victim called this number before they died. Chenji was worried because he had called that number many times tonight. The man heard Chenji and he pulled his gaze back. He was on the thin side and his skin was pale. He looked gentle and weak, but half of his face was covered with a scary-looking blood tattoo, creating a strange contradiction. However, strangely enough, this contradiction felt fitting for the man. The man did not answer Chenji's question. He stood on the other side of the track and looked down a different direction. "Did you notice a similarity about these people?" Similarity? Chenji thought about it. Every one of them met something tragic when they were still alive. They could see no escape, so in the end, they chose to leave the world their own way. "Then do you know why they would call that number before they bade farewell to this world?" The man's voice was emotionless. It was unclear whether the man was naturally devoid of emotion or had lost all hope. Chenji had come up with a lot of different theories since he obtained this number, but he had vetoed them all. The purpose of this number was merely to communicate with the victims, to hear their story. It was not evil and did not mean the victims any harm. Shaking his head, Chenji had a guess in his heart, but he did not voice it. The man seemed to expect that. He stood beside the track and went down memory lane. His face twitched with pain and self-recrimination, but the most powerful emotion was confusion. "When I was still a student, I saw a classmate commit suicide. At the time, I was standing at the window, and he was standing at the roof of the opposite building. I waved at him and smiled, but he did not reply. He looked like he was possessed. I felt that something bad was about to happen, so I called his name loudly. Yet in the end, I failed to save him." That was my first encounter with death. It happened right before me, just less than 10 meters away. People say that those who study psychiatry either want to treat themselves or they're saints who want to treat other. I believe that I'm the former. Hearing that, Chenji blurted out, "So you're a psychiatrist?" He actually did not want to interrupt the man, but he had seen so many doctors lately, like Dr. Gao and Dr. Chen. Both of them were top doctors of their field, but they had failed to cure themselves, instead dropping deeper and deeper into the abyss. This explained Chenji's caution around this particular profession. "I am in the counseling field, but I'm not an actual doctor. Have you heard of an occupation called Suicide Prevention Hotline Operator?" Suicide Prevention Hotline Operator. Can you tell me the actual job scope? The man was a Red Spectre, but he could communicate freely with Chenji. This type of Red Spectre was often exceptionally brilliant but physically weak, like Men Nan. Chenji had more experience dealing with such Red Spectre. He needed to communicate with them using reason and empathy. Chenji called Zhang Ye's name silently. In front of an unknown Red Spectre, he did not dare act too confidently. If the situation changed, then he would adopt a different strategy. Chapter 561, 4th. Zhang Ye. Silently calling her name, Chenji was slightly unsettled because he got no response. He turned to look behind him. The night was so dark that he could not see his own shadow. "What are you doing?" The man noticed Chenji's strange action, and he commented in a low voice, "You don't look so good." "This is the first time I've heard about a suicide prevention hotline operator. What do you do daily?" Chenji did not lose his footing. He immediately adjusted his emotions and led the topic away. "There are more than 1 million people who die from suicide annually. This number far exceeds homicide, but this topic is seldom brought up due to taboo and shame. Actually, we should tackle it head-on. When someone shows any suicidal tendencies, we should help and cure them, not isolate and blame them simply because we cannot understand them. No one is dumb enough to make light of their own life. When one is really pushed to that state, only they can understand the pain that they're experiencing." The man seemed to be reminded of something and looked into the horizon. "I was a suicide prevention hotline operator. Every day I reached out toward those who were walking into the abyss. My wish was to tell them that there are people who are willing to help them in the world. I could not pull them back from the abyss, but the least I could do was to share with them the beauty of this world." "That number is for a suicide prevention hotline," Chenji nodded. "No wonder the tone of the people who talked to me was so weird." "They're not weird. If you experience the same thing as them, then perhaps you might be similar to them." The man turned around to look at Chenji. "Actually, those who have the firm desire to die will not call our number. Those who would call it have a love for this world buried deep in their heart. Their difference, their uniqueness, is actually a manifestation of them asking for help." "Asking for help?" "Yes, suicide is not a spur-of-the-moment thing. The reason will be buried in their heart since a long time ago. Then suddenly one day, due to a certain trigger in that instant, the person will be overwhelmed by negative emotions. Many suicides are premeditated, but people around them rarely notice it. If they paid a little bit more attention and made some changes, so many lives could be changed." The blood on the man's shirt was slowly fading. Even the tattoo on his face was lightening. This was the first time that Chenji had happened across something like that. The Red Spectres that he had met before, no matter what happened, the blood on their appearance would barely change. The Red Spectre before him seemed to be very different. The man did not mind Chenji's eyes on him. He probably just wanted to find someone to talk to. "I've heard many reasons for suicide. A factory owner owed too much money after he tried to keep his factory running. At the last moment of his life, he did not have the courage to go home to face his family. When I accepted the call, the man who was around 50 kept on crying. His only wish was to see his children, but he couldn't do that. There were many similar situations. Whenever it was midnight, humanity would become incredibly fragile. Midnight to 3 a.m. is the time when we would be the busiest. That is also when I failed to save someone for the first time." With the track between them, Chenji and the man had not moved from their positions. "Do you still remember the first number that you called?" "Yes. The author once called me when he was still alive. I could hear the madness in his voice, but I had underestimated his resolution. I thought that he just wanted to share his story with someone because he sounded so calm, and I could not hear anything strange during our conversation. He just sounded a little bit down." When the man spoke, the blood tattoo on his face slowly shifted to become the face of another person. "I remember it clearly. That was my first failed intervention. Even now I can recite word for word our conversation that night." The man's voice was pained. "I read about him the next morning in the newspaper. I was swamped by regret. He had handed me his last hope, but I had ignored him. I was responsible for creating that tragedy. From then on, I would be extra careful when I talked to people, but the situation did not turn for the better. 1 month after that, I failed again. It was the man's 30th birthday. He purposely chose that day and wore his work outfit to bid farewell to the world at the place that was most meaningful to him. The man should be talking about the patient with knob-ite-a-giant syndrome. A living man's life disappeared before my eyes, and I didn't stop it. The blood tattoo changed again. Chenji realized that whenever he talked about someone, the tattoo on his face would change. From his experience dealing with specters, the lingering spirits of those who had committed suicide had probably entered the man's body. In other words, the man was shouldering the pressure of all the lingering spirits alone. My third failure happened the next day. I was planning to personally visit the previous victim. For the first time, the man's tone changed. He was really a very kind person. I once asked him what his wish was. The answer that he gave me was that he was worried that the landlady might not be able to rent the place if he died there, so he purposely sought someplace else. He had left the utility fee on his luggage, but he had no friends, so he hoped that I would help him inform the landlady and pass the money to her. I had a long chat with him that night until he fell asleep. I should have called the police, but I had no idea where he was. Before this incident ended, I had another caller. He suffered from cancer and was ravaged by illness. Different from other callers, he called me in the morning. He had planned this for a long time. The man turned to look at Chenji. My job is to pull one from the depths of despair, but that day, I did not do something like that. Perhaps it was the pressure, or maybe it was the multiple failures, but that day, I did not talk him away from suicide, but chose to respect his choice. Whenever the man mentioned the victim, the blood tattoo on his face would change. I didn't do the job that I was supposed to, but have I done something wrong? The man's emotions were running wild. All the calls that we received at the center were recorded, and it was no different for that call. I have no idea what happened later, but not long after his incident, the last conversation that he had with me on the phone was revealed to the public. Chapter 562, Unique Red Spectre. After that, the first person who found me was my teacher. It was 5 a.m., and I was resting in the break room with my jacket wrapped around me. I heard the door open, but I was too drowsy to care. When I opened my eyes at noon, I saw my teacher sitting at the table inside the room. He was reading Menninger's Man Against Himself, a book with a focus on suicide psychology. Sun filtered into the room. At the time, I had no idea what happened outside. I just thought that my teacher was acting strangely. He was the most experienced counselor at our office. He was the one who taught me everything, so even though I was no longer under his tutelage, I still referred to him as my teacher. From the man's voice, Chenji realized that he respected his teacher a lot. Your teacher told you everything? What were his thoughts? Chenji was curious. He even wanted to become friends with the Red Spectre, and for that, he needed to understand his personality and his wishes. Only then would the man willingly work for him. He didn't tell me anything related to the news. He only asked me one question. The man looked at the darkened night. If one day he was standing at the edge of the building, what would I do to talk him off the ledge? I'd never considered that question before. In my eyes, my teacher was a very powerful person in terms of his faith. This scenario would never happen in my mind, but I still shared my real thoughts with him. If that day really did happen, I would use everything that he had taught me on him and try my best to save him. If I failed, then I would choose to respect his decision. I had never thought how saintly my job was. I just knew how important it was. It was no different from the doctors in an emergency room. I give it my all to save the patients, but similarly, I would respect their wishes. As the man spoke, his voice lowered. After he heard me say that, he smiled satisfactorily. Just like an old friend, he sat next to me and told me one thing. He said that I was a good student, the student he was most proud of, in fact, but I was not a qualified suicide prevention hotline operator. My teacher saw the imbalance in my emotions, so he told me to go for a walk to clear my mind. A suicide prevention hotline operator is a very unique job. Aside from the prank calls, everyone would receive around 20 mildly dangerous calls and 1 to 5 emergency calls every night. With the continuous calls, the operator themselves would be affected. They would cry on the phone with the callers. Whenever that happened, you had to tell yourself to calm down and try to detach yourself from the situation and help them from an outsider's perspective. A person's body is like a balloon filled with water. Good and bad emotions fill up the balloon. If one can't make the adjustments when the balloon bursts, that is when a person faces a mental breakdown. As a suicide prevention hotline operator, the brain is soaked in tears and pain every night. Most leave the job after a certain period of time, so initially, I didn't get what my teacher was trying to say. When I tried to ask for clarification, my teacher patted my shoulders and left, but he left behind the book that he was reading. Later, after I found out that my phone conversation had been released online and became the first operator that convinced my caller to kill themselves, many people came at me with horrible words. However, at the time, I was very calm. No matter what others said, it had nothing to do with me. I only cared about right or wrong. From a certain perspective, I was a very dumb person. I would cry due to the caller's stories and would talk to these strangers until dawn. I would cry with them and even laugh with them. I understood their pain. I never saw myself as a savior. I merely treated them as my friends. The man's eyes were clouded when he said those things, but soon they were replaced by red, and blood leaked out from his skin. Before that ended, something else happened. When you stop a person hellbent on dying, even if you're successful one time, they might use a more drastic method next time. To prevent that from happening, we occasionally allow them to try it within an acceptable range. For example, if there was an ambulance, safety cushion, and a relatively small building, we would not forcibly pull one away from the edge. I know this might be hard to stomach, but think of it from a different perspective. Empathy is a hard-to-practice effort. Even biological parents have a hard time doing that. Prevention that is too harsh will only lead to a negative effect. That is something that shows that you do not understand the person's pain. Allowing them to try is a type of respect, a respect that they can feel for real. Hearing that, Chenji had a bad feeling. Have you really done that before? During one of our missions, I did something similar. Actually, it is not as scary as you think. We are merely allowing it within a controlled situation. To give you another example, one of my callers wanted to die from a sleeping pills overdose. His emotions were very unstable, and we were unable to communicate. At the time, I tried to negotiate with the police and found sleeping pills with a very low dosage for him to try. After experiencing death once, he had a big change and started to love life again. I have many successful results, but these methods appear like it has violated our responsibility. After the recording was exposed, these methods attracted a lot of criticism. I was trying my best to save people, but people pinned me as a murderer. I started to think. My teacher came to talk to me, and many friends consoled me. However, the key was not me, but whether it was right or wrong. The man did not look much older than Chenji, but he sounded far more worldly than Chenji. He looked at the dark night and was silent for a long time. The expression on his face turned ugly, but it slowly returned to normal before he smiled a faithless smile. Perhaps I am not a qualified suicide prevention hotline operator, but those that I once helped really did treat me as the last friend that they could trust at the end of their lives. The man's shirt was completely dyed red, and the tattoo on his face kept changing. This is something I understood after my death. There was so much hope that was placed on me. Chapter 563, A Ghost with Shadow. A faded light cut through the night, but neither Chenji nor the man turned to look at it. They have placed their hope on you? Chenji could understand to a certain degree why the man turned into a red specter. His own resentment was not that strong, but he had interacted with many patients when he was alive, and the key part was that those dead patients had treated him as the sole person that they could talk to. All their negative emotions, all their sad past, all their regrets that could no longer be fulfilled, the patients poured all these things into the operator, and he kept them locked up in his heart. A qualified operator would know how to adjust the emotions in his heart. They would be able to keep their distance from the patients and would know how to siphon out the negative emotions that they got from their work. They would engage the callers when they were on the phone, but once the call ended, they would toss the case out of their mind. However, the man on the other side of the track was different. He had been deeply influenced by his callers. Like Chenji, he had placed himself in their shoes and tried his best to empathize with them, to connect with them. When he was standing at the edge of the abyss to help his patients, he had slowly been pulled into it with them. There was a limit to a person's ability to accept pressure. Even for professional counselors, they would have some inner problems after working at their post for too long. The man had failed to adjust his conditions after every case, and then a new case would arrive. He had reached out to grab those victims, but he did not realize that his own body was slowly being pulled down into the abyss with them. The man's teacher had noted the problem, so he had told the man to go for a rest, but in the end, the result proved that he had failed to follow his teacher's instructions. He had become one of his patients. A suicide prevention operator chose to commit suicide. Why would you do that? Death will not solve any problem. Chenji tried to console the man, but considering the man's job, he had a surreal feeling. I've considered everything that you've said before. After all, I'm the expert in this field. The man's body was covered with blood. He was different from other red specters. He turned to look at the light from the distance. He seemed to like brightness and light. There are several major reasons someone commits suicide. One is because the person's understanding of their environment and world has become twisted. They use a gray view to look at the world and believe life is a painful ordeal. My death is not this kind. Next is when someone feels overwhelmed by guilt due to a certain incident, and they cannot see themselves out of it. Obviously, my death is not this kind either. The third is for the sake of revenge. They want to use their death to make other people feel regret. This doesn't match my situation either. There are more than 10 reasons to the cause of suicide if we're being really detailed. However, I don't belong to any one of them. In a way, I'm a unique suicide victim. Actually, I tried to convince myself. I reminded myself that I've saved so many people, but when I was trying to save myself, I realized how weak language really is. The author, the worker at the park, the cancer patient, each of them represent a different personality, a different attitude toward life. I felt sorry for their loss, and I hated myself for how powerless I was. I really wished they had another chance to live. I tried my best to explain, to persuade myself, but after hearing what they had to say, I understood that they had their own reason to leave. Sometimes, I envy the doctors because they only need to prescribe medicine to save their patients. But it's different for us. Even though I know death is a type of release, a type of medicine, I can never prescribe them that. When the people on the internet attacked me, I explained my thoughts. It was a public execution, just without the blood. The man's eyes were calm. Many people said that I am sick, that I've lost my mind. I'm an executioner, and I've killed so many people, but in reality, I was just trying to help them. The light came closer and closer. The man stood next to the track and had no intention of evading. Those who have not witnessed death will never understand their pain. So, who gave them the right to point their fingers at us? Who allowed them to have the moral high ground? As the light got closer, the man spoke faster. Blood leaked out from his forehead to dye his uneven face red. When I stood up from the pool of blood, I understood. Those lives that were unlivable, lives that were nothing but despair, channeled into my body. I finally understood them, understood why they would make this ridiculous choice. The man's eyes were red. The calmness left his face, and his voice became more and more crazed. I tried everything to cure them. Perhaps I could find a way to make them feel love and make them give love and even accept love, but I could not change the love or the lack thereof in their surroundings. This is why many people continue to repeat the action after they are stopped for the first time. This is because their living environment has not changed. The bullet become easy targets, and the taboo makes them even more isolated. The group of people who really could save them did not include me, a meager hotline operator. It was the people around them. After you get to know most of them, you'll realize the real evil is the people around them. They use their power to decolorize the world of these people. They are the real murderers. Even when they died, those who killed them would never show a trace of sadness, but those who loved them would feel more pain. Is that fair? The man looked at the approaching train, and he slowly raised both of his arms. I understood these things after my death. Actually, many victims have regrets, but they have no chance to redo their lives. They could only channel their last wishes into me to ask me to seek justice for them. Justice, what do you plan to do? At that moment, Chenji felt intense, murderous intent from the man. After experiencing so many things, the man was completely corrupted. To punish those who would only demand love but would never give love. I need to clean up the trash so that kind people will not suffer pain anymore. The way the man said that made it sound like he was going after not one but many people. Compared to other red specters, this man's cruelty and madness was hidden deep inside his heart. Calm down first. I feel like there is a better way. Chenji took a step back and called Zhang Ye's name in his heart. This is not my decision alone, it's everyone's wish. The blood boiled and the train lit up the stretch of the tracks. When the light shone, Chenji could see the many black shadows that crowded up the space behind the man. Chapter 564. Live life with kindness, happiness, and honesty. Can you hear their voices? They are telling me their stories and pain. Even though their bodies have perished, their lingering spirits have remained. The man slowly opened his arms, and the changing side of his face slowly settled down to become his own face. He looked at Chenji. I once personally witnessed something like this. The girl was standing at the edge of the roof. The firemen tried their best to talk her back from the edge, but the passers-by who were gathered were cheering for her. They saw her death as a type of entertainment. I know it's not appropriate to say that, but that is the truth. They took out their phones to take pictures and urged her to jump. Then they would record everything. They might even share it online and couple it with an emotional response. These people are not an exception. It's because of their existence that so many people that should not have died were forced to the edge of despair. Chenji looked at the man on the opposite side of the track. He understood the man to a certain degree, but it did not mean that he agreed with him fully. Friend, I understand that there are many terrible things and people in the world. They are all around us. But other than them, there are still many more beautiful things in the world. The mix of good and bad forms the foundation of our lives. I think that your teacher has quite a good point. You are someone who sincerely placed himself in the shoes of your patients and are a good man, but you are not suitable to be a suicide prevention hotline operator. You said it yourself, you hope to change people into someone who can absorb and release love, but you did not realize that you have been subconsciously and slowly influenced by your callers. Your world was slowly corrupted by these terrible things, and all you can see are those ugly and disgusting things. Actually, the world hasn't changed. It has always been like that. The thing that has changed is you. The Red Spectre on the other side was a kind-hearted man. This was also the first time that Chenji had seen a pure and kind person become a Red Spectre after their death. This went against his previous experience with Red Spectres. They were normally formed from a collection of negative emotions, desperation, and despair. The man had become a Red Spectre not because of extreme hate or extreme love, and not because of negative emotions or resentment, but because of kindness. A normal person needed to shoulder the painful pasts of many suicide victims. That was impossible in Chenji's eyes, but the man before him had managed to do that. From a certain perspective, this Red Spectre might have greater potential than Zhang Ye, but the man did not seem to know how to utilize it. The man did not expect Chenji to counter his perspective. He looked at Chenji straight in his eyes. There was a unique type of emotion turning in his eyes. His calmness was shattered, and he appeared rather agitated. Do you know why I told you these things, why I chose to share them with you? Why? Chenji had not expected to convince the man with just a few words. He knew that a person's way of thinking was not going to be so easily changed. He simply thought that the man must be so tired of shouldering all that pain. Be it when he was alive or after death, perhaps he could try to find a different way of living. The phone number that you've saved in your phone, that was my operator number. The people that you've called and talked to, those are the victims that I failed to rescue. The man's tone and expression became weirder and weirder. His facial features slowly twisted. If he had given Chenji the impression that he was no different from a living person at the beginning, that sense of humanity had now completely disappeared. The callers were your test. If you did not help them, mocked their deaths, or ignored their plea for help, then you would have soon joined the Legion of Shadows behind me. The man had moved from one extreme to another. This type of thinking was very dangerous. Looks like I'm quite lucky. Does that mean I've passed the test? Chenji knew that it was not so easy to gain a Red Spectre. He had spent plenty of energy to convince normal Red Spectres like Yan Danian and Su Yin to join him. To get Zhang Ye, he had even sacrificed his happiness for the rest of his life. To gain the reward, one had to provide the same amount of effort. Everything provided by the black phone was an equal trade. There was no shortcut or bargain. You were supposed to communicate with 7 callers, but I did not expect you to pinpoint one of the callers' location just from environmental clues. That is something that I would not have been able to do. The man's expression was still scary and savage, but his eyes had softened by a lot. I also did not expect you to risk your life to save someone who is nothing but a stranger to you. In fact, you rushed to the track and jumped before a train before you could consider whether the person was a human or a ghost. Did you consider this? If you were a few seconds slower, then you would have lost your life too. Whether it's real or fake, I would have done the same thing because a human life is on the line. I could not hedge my bets, even if I was 99% certain that this was a trap. For the possibility that a human life could be saved, I am willing to be tricked. Chenji's voice was even but powerful. It sounded comforting to the listener. Then you're really an idiot. The man paused, and complicated emotions entered his eyes. So be it, perhaps I really am an idiot. I've done many similar things before. Many people have called me out on it, but I've gotten used to it myself. The atmosphere slowly softened, and Chenji asked probingly, now that I've passed your test, what are you going to tell me next? He looked at the Red Spectre across the tracks with anticipation. His eyes were glowing as he scanned the crowded black shadows behind the man. Being stared in that manner, the man frowned slightly. Indeed, this has never happened before. This number is merely a tool that I used to silence and appease the hatred of the suicide victims. I used it to sift out the creeps that dared to mock the dead and then take their lives away. You have passed the test, but that only means that you've earned the right to live. You've used this number to kill? Chenji's voice turned icy. He really did not expect that this number, which had once saved so many lives and represented hope for so many people, would end up becoming a tool to kill. The man treated the same number in a completely different manner prior to and after his death. This made Chenji feel a certain way. I know that you'll think that is weird, but doesn't that fit the wishes of certain people? A smile appeared on the man's strange face. After my death, this number that has saved so many lives was painted by these crazies to be a number that is cursed by the devil. Those who called the number would be cursed and become unlucky. They would get into accidents and die. They even wreathed a horror story around me. What I'm doing now is merely turning their stories into reality. There was no joy of revenge in the man's voice. It just sounded cold and detached. Chenji understood the man's thoughts. He had never wanted to hurt anyone, but he was the one who had ended up being hurt the most. Even after death, he could find no peace. If the man's personality did not change after experiencing all that, then something was really wrong. After giving it some thought, Chenji slowly spoke. Actually, we are rather similar. We are the type of idiot who will give up everything to place ourselves in the shoes of other people, but in the end, we end up losing ourselves. When the man heard Chenji, his frown relaxed. He was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Chenji. But we're also completely different. The road that I chose is different from yours. You chose to silently keep everything in your heart until eventually you couldn't fit anything in anymore and collapsed. Actually, you do not need to lead such a tired life. You cannot change everyone, but the person whom you can change is yourself. I'm not trying to get you to change who you are. I just hope you'll understand your own importance. Chenji used his own experience to try to persuade the man. I've met many horrible people in my life, and they all came from different walks of life. They came after other people's lives to either cure the illness in their heart or to fulfill a certain belief. They would stop at nothing and would destroy everything to get what they wanted. Of course, there are those who were born with a broken heart and sealed the love that they could not enjoy in the wall. I've seen many similar stories. Chenji kept his tone even and calm. He had really experienced many things in this short period of time. The man studied Chenji and believed that Chenji was not lying. If you've seen so much evil in the world, why would you risk your life to save a dead person? Did you realize that this was a trap from the very beginning, speculate about my intention, and then purposely do something like that? In the man's eyes, Chenji was a very clever person. He had managed to figure out the caller's location from the background noises on the phone. Now he started to form suspicions about Chenji, believing that this could be a trick. Yes, I've met many bad people, but I was not influenced by them. I have my own way of living, and I have my own principles. No matter what they said or did, I knew that I only had to make sure that I did one thing well. Chenji stood across from the Red Spectre. Their power was not on the same level, but in terms of presence, they were quite similar. The man had this similar concern before, and he asked Chenji without thinking about it, "What is it?" To be myself. Chenji was a normal-looking person, but he had a very bright smile. He was able to bring comfort to people around him no matter the time. Society is very cruel, but I made sure to maintain my own warmth. I do not care about the chaos in the world. I only hope that I can maintain my honesty and kindness and stay true to myself. That is more than enough. That is all. The man opened his lips to say something, but the train came through right then to separate him from Chenji. The ground shook, and what the man said later was swallowed up by the trundle of the train. Chenji could not hear him clearly. The train ran toward the horizon. The light slowly disappeared, and the surroundings were swallowed up by darkness once more. In the dark night, Chenji and Red Spectre stood on opposite sides of the track. Neither of them spoke. Chenji had no idea whether his persuasion had worked or not. He sincerely wanted to help the man. He really could use the man to save more people in eastern Jiujiang. He felt like he shared a same target with the man, so they should definitely work together. With his hands in his pocket and the night breeze in his hair, Chenji stated everything that was in his heart. Stop holding on to so much pain. There are so many things in this world that you have not experienced. There are so many people standing behind you, and they have placed their last hope on you. You should try to live the life that they were not given on their behalf. Become the person that they want to be with their hopes and dreams. I think that is the real thing that they want to see. Standing in the night, no one could see the crowded shadows behind the man. He stood where he was for a long time before walking over from the other side of the track. With every single step, the blood on his body disappeared. When he stopped before Chenji, the red shirt had returned to normal. He looked just like a normal guy. If he had not found out earlier, even Chenji could not have guessed that this was a special Red Spectre who shouldered the will of so many suicide victims. You shouldn't trap yourself inside that small circle. You are not alone. You should let them enjoy happiness and light. After all, that is the thing that they desire the most in their lives. Chenji saw the man nod in agreement, and he revealed a kind smile. The best life is one with spices. Why don't you follow me for now? I can introduce you to many new friends to regain that warmth and happiness. Follow you? The man's tone was confused. Normally, people would stay away from ghosts, but this young man did not appear all that normal. I'm already quite surprised that you're not scared by me. There's no need to force yourself. Nothing is forced. Chenji did not expect the man to consider him first at a time like this. He reminded himself not to be too eager, or he might scare the man away. Your issue is that you always put other people first. I've welcomed many homeless friends before, and I believe that they would be happy to have you join us. In a few days, Chenji planned to do something big in eastern Jiujiang, so he needed as many friends as he could find. Furthermore, the man could transform into a normal person. This was a very powerful ability. Other people would think that he was just a normal specter, but in reality, he was an extremely scary red specter. No matter what Chenji said, the man did not reply. He was different from other red specters. He had retained all of his memories from when he was alive. Unlike Zhang Ye and Su Yin, he had his own autonomy. I will go to your place to take a look, but not now. The man showed a rare smile. After I finish the will of all the spirits that depend on me, I will follow your instructions and try to start a new life. The wishes of all the suicide victims. Chenji thought about the mass of shadows following the man. If he completed the wish of every single of them, he probably would not meet the man until several years later. Chenji did not want to wait for years to use the red specter that he had won from the black phone. He thought about it and said, "Can you complete so many wishes on your own?" "That is my promise to them, so no matter what, I will do it." "You misunderstood me." Chenji waved his hands. "I'm actually asking, would you like me to help you complete their wishes? That will make things go faster. I'm sure you don't want the victims' souls to remain tormented in this world for too long, right?" "You want to help me?" This time the man was really touched. No one had ever treated him like Chenji. "Don't worry, I don't ask for anything else. I just want you to realize even if the whole world has abandoned you, there is someone who is always willing to stand by your side." Chenji extended his hand toward the man. "By the way, I have not asked you for your name. How should I refer to you?" The man was silent for a very long time before reaching out to shake Chenji's hand. "My name is Zhang Wenyu." Chapter 565, New Special Visitor. "Zhang Wenyu?" Feeling the cold from the palm, Chenji revealed a sincere smile. "I've remembered your name. I will help you complete the victim's wishes, so we will certainly interact more in the future." The man thought that Chenji was quite a good person. He took back his hand silently and suddenly did not know what to say. In all his life, he had not met anyone who could understand him, but he had found one after death. "Do you have any wishes that can be completed around Jiujiang? Let's start with those that are closer to us. We need more preparation before we can tackle things that are further away." Chenji had said that he would help the man, and he was not joking. The man did not answer. He was not sure whether he should do that or not. After all, he was the one who shouldered all the pain of the victims. "Don't worry, I don't have any hidden intentions and will not ask anything from you as compensation. I'm just helping you out of convenience. You have to understand that you'll have difficulty completing some of these wishes, but I'm different. I'm a living person. Just leave those things that are not that convenient for you to me." Chenji was telling the truth, and the man was slowly convinced. He had realized that he would face many problems on his journey due to his unique identity. "Okay, how about we do it like this?" The man looked at Chenji, and the red in his eyes completely disappeared. "If you help me complete the wishes of these victims in return, I will help you do some favors that are not in violation of my principle." "You'll help me?" "Yes, if you help me, then I'll help you. Isn't that fair?" Chenji did not expect the man to be so upright. At the man's insistence, Chenji was forced to agree. The author's wish is to shoot a horror movie that is beloved by many and has great ticket sales. The Doraemon costume's actor's wish is to make sure the landlady receives the utility bill that he left on his luggage. The wish of the cancer victim is to find someone to look after his family. After you complete these 3 wishes, I will tell you the wishes of other victims so that they can leave this world without regrets, the man said and walked away. "If you want to reach me, just call that number." "Okay, I've memorized the number." Chenji watched the man walk away. He walked down the track before disappearing into the darkness. "That went smoother than I thought. I should make some time to complete these wishes. In that case, if some danger comes to me in eastern Jiujiang, the man should come out to help me." Before the futuristic theme park opened for business, Chenji planned to deal with everything in eastern Jiujiang. He did not waste any time and found his backpack, leaving in the opposite direction from the man. Of the three wishes, the simplest is the theme park worker. The cancer patient's is not that difficult either. The most challenging is the author's. He wants to shoot a movie that is both popular and well-received by the critics. Chenji did not get why an author's last wish was to create a movie. A qualified haunted house worker is also a good actor, so I'll have no problem with casting, but the problem is, who will my viewers be? How can I guarantee both popularity and quality? Not knowing anything about movie making, Chenji fell into deep thought. Yan Danian's wish to become a best-selling comic artist has not even completed, and now I have to shoot a movie. I'm just a haunted house owner. Do I have to go attend some movie-making classes? It was really difficult to make a horror movie famous, and for the time being, Chenji did not plan to try that. I have enough actors, but I lack a professional director and budget. In the future, I should focus on talents like that. If the movie is famous, it can also serve as a good promotion for the haunted house. After taking a taxi back to the children's theme park, Chenji knocked on the landlady's door again. "Big sister, I'm still here for my friend. Have you found the money that he left on his luggage?" The door was opened, and the middle-aged woman looked at Chenji with extreme guardedness. "What's your goal here? The man left us so long ago, and now you're coming to ask me whether I've received his utility bill payment." "It's like this. Before my brother left, he didn't have much worry." "Wait, I'm not going to lie to you. I've dumped all of his luggage. You know it's a taboo." The landlady sounded impatient. "You've dumped it?" Chenji was startled, but he soon recovered. "Then how much was the bill that he owed you?" 280. Why, are you planning to pay me on his behalf?" The middle-aged woman looked at Chenji coldly. Then she saw Chenji take out 300 from his pocket. "He was worried about this before he left, so he purposely reminded me about this. Take this money. I hope you won't mind." No matter what choice he had made, he did not want to owe anyone. After paying the lady, Chenji took the cab back to New Century Park. Chenji opened the door to the staff break room. When he sat down on the chair, he finally relaxed, and his expression slowly changed. Chenji thought about what had happened that night, and there was one problem that confused him. "When I ran into the operator, I tried to call Zhang Ye, but there was no reply. Did she already know the man was not threatening, or has her injury worsened?" Zhang Ye had refused to leave his shadow, so Chenji had no idea how she was doing. He wanted to help but could not. "Is she hungry? Should I capture some ghosts to feed her?" Chenji thought he had to do something. "Xiao Bu told me that if I return to Liwan City, I will be in mortal danger, but I can go to other places at eastern Jiujiang. I should complete the 2-star missions given by the Black Phone first." With a plan made, he removed his jacket and lay down in bed to sleep. At 8 a.m., Chenji walked out from the haunted house. He pushed the gates open and looked at the rising sun. A new day has begun. Before he could immerse himself in the beginning of the new day, the Black Phone in his pocket vibrated. A message at a time like this. Taking out his phone, Chenji clicked open the unread message. "The special ability of the Midnight Ticket booth has been activated. A special visitor has arrived." Chenji was gobsmacked looking at the phone. "I'm not even open for business yet. Where does the special visitor come from? Is the phone broken?" Holding the phone, Chenji looked around. Suddenly, he noticed that the guard at the gate was in the middle of an argument with someone. Chapter 566, Father and Daughter. "Visitors so early in the morning?" Chenji walked toward the gate. The guard was a very cordial person. In fact, this was the first time that Chenji had seen him in an argument. "This is not an issue of tickets. The theme park is not yet open, and the employees aren't here yet to operate the attraction. Even if I allow you to enter the park, there's nothing you can do." Even from afar, Chenji could hear the old guard's voice. He jogged over and saw that next to the guardhouse was a little girl and a middle-aged man who looked rather blank in the mind. The man toyed with the money in his hands. His expression was off and his words came intermittently. His voice was strange, and saliva even dripped out from the corner of his mouth. "Play, my daughter wants play long time." "Brother, the park will open in another half an hour. You only need to wait for a while. If I let you in now and something happens to you, I won't be able to shoulder the responsibility." The guard had his points, but the man shook his head vehemently like he could not understand the guard. "Money, enough money, we want play." The man seemed to have difficulty controlling his tongue. It was a difficulty for him to even speak, and whenever he did, the muscles on his face shook. He did not seem to understand why the guard was stopping him. He gripped the money and shoved it to the guard. "How come you don't understand?" The guard held his head. Such a big problem so early in the morning, there sure have been many weird things happening around Jiujiang lately. What's happening? Are they visitors? Chenji walked out from the park and studied the two. The middle-aged man appeared mentally challenged, and the girl was reticent. Her facial features were slightly off, but her eyes were clear, hiding a faded trace of fear. The girl seemed to suffer from the same illness as the middle-aged man. These two insist on going into the park. I've explained to them that the park opens at 9 a.m. I just need them to wait a little while longer, but they refuse to listen to me and think that I'm discriminating against them. Am I someone who would do that? The guard was only doing his job. After hearing that, Chenji grasped the situation immediately. He stopped before the man and the girl. The man thought that Chenji was the owner of the park. He grumbled incoherently before pushing the money to Chenji. As if afraid that Chenji could not understand him, he kept pointing at the Ferris wheel in the park. Okay, I'll handle this. Chenji smiled at the guard. He accepted the money from the man. There were coins, but they totaled up to the price for 2 tickets. It was clear that it had not been easy for them to collect this amount of money. You have more than enough. The ticket price for children is only half here. Purposely treating people with disability differently was a great disrespect. The most respectful way was to treat them as he would anyone else. Chenji wanted to return the money to the man, but the man did not dare to accept it. He even became agitated. His throat made a loud noise, but no one could tell what he was trying to say. See, we can't even communicate with him. He thinks we're trying to harm him. The guard sighed helplessly. It's fine, I'll just give them a tour around the park. Chenji did not force it. He patted the man's shoulder lightly to get him to follow him. Most of the attractions will open at 9 p.m., but before that, we can walk around the park first. Zio-Chen, be careful. Since we've already accepted their money, they're visitors. Do not let them enter your haunted house. The guard was really concerned about the man and his girl. Chenji might appear trustworthy at times, but those who really knew him understood how unreliable he could be. Don't worry. Chenji waved his hand, and the three entered the park. Inside the empty park, a small part of the employees were performing maintenance on the attractions. Other than the man and the girl, there were no other visitors on the road. Ferris wheel and the merry-go-round only open at 9 a.m., and before the opening we have to inspect them first. My daughter, wants play, the man gestured. It was obvious that he did not understand Chenji's meaning. Your daughter? Chenji lowered his head to look at the little girl. She was very shy and hid behind the man. Walking next to the father and daughter, Chenji could see the old shirt that was hidden under their whitewashed jackets. They were from a poor family. Where are you from? Did you come to New Century Park just to play? Are there any attractions that you have to go on? I grew up here, so I'm very familiar with this place. Chenji talked slowly, and as he talked, he gestured with his hands. After a long time, the man finally understood his meaning. East, east, the man repeated the same word twice before apparently cursing. Damn. At the time, Chenji did not catch on to its significance. Is it Eastern Jiujiang? Chenji was slowly leading them to his haunted house. Currently, only the haunted house is open for business. This is my baby. If you want to enter it, I can accompany you. The special visitor that the black phone had detected seemed to be one of these two, but considering their physical condition, Chenji did not plan to have any ghost scares them. He just wanted to have them walk around the scenarios and see if he could trigger the mission on the special visitor. The middle-aged man stood where he was like he was trying to decipher what Chenji had said. However, his daughter walked out from behind him like she was very interested in the haunted house. Since I'm not yet officially open for business, I won't take any ticket money. Chenji touched the little girl's head, and for some reason he was reminded of Zio Bu. Pulling back the curtains, Chenji led the pair into the haunted house. I have many scenarios here. Before he finished his introduction, the girl ran up to the steel door that led to the underground scenarios. She squatted down and kept her eyes glued to the door. This girl, can she sense their presence? The man waddled to catch up to his daughter. Chenji thought about it and decided to test them out further. Do you want to go down there to play? Chenji thought that he sounded quite scary, but to his surprise, the girl raised her innocent face and then nodded seriously. This girl sure is unique. Chenji used both hands to push the door open, and cold air rushed out. Don't wander off and stay behind me. To take care of this pair, Chenji even turned on all the lights in the corridor. Entering the underground was like entering a different world. The middle-aged man was unsettled, and he gripped the girl's hand tightly while sticking close to Chenji. The girl's reaction, however, was different. Her clear eyes were filled with open curiosity. Chapter 567, Sister. Chenji had been watching the father and daughter closely, wanting to confirm who the special visitor was. The left leads to Muyang High School, a large haunted school. To the right is the third sick hall, a scenario based on a scary mental hospital. The road in front leads to Coffin Village. It's a scary scenario based on an isolated village that is unique to our country. The road behind us leads to the underground morgue. Its inspiration is one of the district's medical university. Chenji personally introduced the scenarios to the pair and stayed with them, afraid that they would run into an accident. Since theme park had not opened, he was not afraid of being seen by other visitors. After the man entered the underground scenario, his body kept shivering. This should be his first time visiting a place like the haunted house, and he looked suitably nervous. His daughter's reaction was comparatively stranger. Her eyes widened, and if not for the man holding her hand, she would have wandered away already. "Which scenario would you like to visit?" Chenji gave them the choice. This was a test as well. The man opened his lips and a woo-woo sound came out. It sounded like he was asking his daughter's opinion. After spending some time with them, Chenji noticed that the girl was actually quite cute, but in a way he could sense the regret. Due to genetics, the girl appeared mentally challenged as well. The girl did not know where to go, so she looked at Chenji shyly. "How about we visit them one by one? Since the park has not opened, I can be your personal tour guide." Chenji walked ahead and led them into Muyang High School. Eerie winds blew on the dark corridors. The empty test papers fluttered in the air, creating a scary sound like hands caressing one's heart. The classroom doors on the sides were left half open, and old tables and chairs were arranged within. Soon, they arrived at the door to the last classroom. Without any preparation, many human faces showed up at the door, and in the classroom, many people were seated. The man obviously did not handle that scare well. He staggered back, and due to the unevenness of his body, he fell. Chenji, who had been watching them, quickly reached out to help the man. He had underestimated the scariness of his haunted house, especially for those who had not been inside one before. "Be careful." The man's reaction told Chenji that he was probably not the special visitor, so he focused his attention on the girl. When the man was falling, the girl had escaped from his grasp. She stood at the window and looked at the mannequins. They looked into each other's eyes. After a while, she leaned against the window and reached out her hand to touch the mannequin's face through the window. The mannequin inside the window cooperated. It slowly leaned forward to push its face toward the window. Realizing that the mannequin could move on its own, the girl's eyes widened even more. There was fear in her eyes, but more than that, there was also curiosity. Standing to the side, Chenji caught this. He thought that the girl was similar to how Fan Yu was when he first came to the haunted house, but they were not completely the same. She should not be able to see the ghosts, and is not as clever as Fan Yu. After interacting with Fan Yu, Chenji had realized that the boy had a maturity that was way beyond his age. He knew many things, but mostly he kept it to himself. The girl's situation was different. She gave off a feeling of purity and innocence. She got close to the mannequin not because it was hiding a homeless soul, but because she was curious. Since the boss was standing there, the mannequins naturally would not scare the girl. They put away their scary expressions to reveal welcoming smiles. They appeared so harmless and obedient, different from how they were in front of other visitors. They moved deeper into the scenario. When they passed the Pen Spirit's room, Chenji stopped. "This is one of my haunted house's famous scare point, the Pen Spirit. Many people with questions come from other cities to ask the Pen Spirit, and the Spirit will sometimes answer." Chenji picked up the pen that was on the table. "Do you want to give it a try? This is the chance to ask the question deep inside your heart. The Pen Spirit might answer it." Squatting down, Chenji communicated with the Pen Spirit before handing the pen to the girl. The child accepted the pen, but it was unclear if she understood what Chenji had said. She mirrored Chenji and squatted down beside the chair, gripping the pen like how she would hold a knife. The tip of the pen fell on the paper. The girl's brows were furrowed and she looked cute. "Follow your heart and ask the question." Chenji sounded like a devil seducing a child. The girl thought for a long time before writing out the term Big Sister on the paper. The handwriting was awry. "Big Sister?" The girl did not ask the Pen Spirit any questions, and Chenji was sure whether it was not the Pen Spirit who had written it because the spirit, Chen Yalan, was currently floating behind the girl to braid her hair and not in contact with the pen. The girl wrote this herself. Is this the question she wants to ask the Pen Spirit? Or is this the answer she gave herself? If this was any other person, Chenji would not have cared, but this girl could be a special visitor. So, Chenji tried to read her every movement deeper. "The child has a big sister. Why didn't she come along to the park then?" Chenji turned to ask the man, but when he heard Chenji, he appeared to be greatly shocked. He stopped the tour and went forward to grab the girl, pulling her away. The girl was spooked, and like a startled pigeon, a shrill voice escaped from her lips. Before Chenji could stop him, the man already dragged the girl out of the girl's dormitory. "Don't rush. If you want to leave, I can escort you out at any time." Chenji believed that if they continued the tour, he might affect the pair's relationship, so he sent them out directly. The sun fell on them again, and the strange pair finally calmed down. "Drink some water, rest here for a while. The park will open officially after 30 minutes. Chenji just deposited the pair at the resting hall when he saw the guard rush over with a woman who looked about 30. "I'm sorry to give you so much trouble." The woman was in a pantsuit. She appeared to be a worker at some company, and she gave off the feeling of a powerful businesswoman. "You are?" "I'm his little sister." The woman pointed at the man rather embarrassedly. "He sneaked went out when I was working. I'll bring them back now." Chapter 568, Water Ghost. "Since you're here, then there's no need to hurry and leave. The tickets have already been paid for, so why don't you let them stay here to relax? I feel like they've been wanting to come to theme park to play." "The tickets have been paid for." The woman turned to the man. "Brother, where did you get the money?" "Sell rubbish, I collect them." The man stammered, and he looked scared of this woman. "Have I treated you badly before? I never brought you here because I'm afraid that you might get into an accident." The woman appeared embarrassed. Perhaps from her youth, her big brother had been the reason that she could not hold her head high. "Regardless, I'm about to be late for work. It'll be easy for you two to get into an accident if you stay here. Come on, let's quickly go home." The woman sounded stern. The middle-aged man hesitated, but when he saw his daughter's eyes, he persisted and shook his head. "Why don't you let them stay here? I'll stay with them and watch over them. I promise nothing will happen to them. After they've visited everything, I'll personally take them home." Chenji took the responsibility on. The service was flawless. Seeing how kind Chenji was, the woman started to hesitate as well. "Don't worry, every attraction at our park has passed the examination. If the attraction is dangerous and too much, even if they want to, I won't let them get on it." Chenji attempted to persuade her for a long time, but the woman still refused. She seemed to have some difficulty that she could not say. "It's not that I don't want them to stay, you don't understand." The woman waved at Chenji, and the two walked several meters away. After making sure that the father and daughter would not hear them, the woman finally revealed her worry. "My brother and Wen are a bit not right in the head. My brother is slightly better, but when Wen's condition has not stabilized, she could act up at any time." "What kind of illness is this?" The woman sighed softly. "It's a family illness. It's mental retardation. When she acts up, it'll be no different from epilepsy. It's very troublesome." "Have you brought them to the doctor? I mean, what did the doctor say? Is there a chance for them to be cured?" Chenji had a feeling that the girl should face more than just a family illness. To be chosen as a special visitor by the black phone, there had to be some secret surrounding her. The girl's father was mentally retarded and could not communicate normally, so this woman became Chenji's opening. "Their hereditary illness cannot be cured, it can only be improved." The woman turned to look at the man and the girl. "My family has a short life expectancy. Perhaps my ancestors have done something to offend the gods. When they're alive, they have to suffer the pain from the illness, but even for myself, who is normal, life is not easy either. I broke up with my boyfriend of many years because of them as well. I couldn't just ignore them, but my boyfriend refused to take them on." "You've been taking care of them. Where is your brother's wife?" "That woman was just there to cheat my family's money." The mention of this woman made her grit her teeth in anger. "If not for her, we would not have ended up in this state. Initially, I also thought that she would look after my brother, but she was just in it for the money. After giving birth to Wen, she abandoned them and ran. I also don't know how long I can hold on. I'm already 34 this year." Speaking of this sad part, the woman's tone rose and she caught herself after a while. "I'm sorry for losing myself." She turned to look at the pair with complicated emotions. "Fine, perhaps I should respect their decision. If they want to stay, then they should, but you have to guarantee their safety." "Don't worry, I'll be by their side." Chenji had not gone out last night, so he did not need to sleep. "By the way, there's something that you have to be careful about." The woman was suddenly reminded of something. "Do not let Wen go on any attractions with water. The best is to make sure she stays away from water, not even the fountain." "Stay away from the water?" This was the first time Chenji heard a request like that. He didn't think too much of it at first, but after a while, suddenly the mission about the twin water ghosts appeared in his mind. The girl and her father came from eastern Jiujiang, and her father once said the term Eastern Dam. Thinking about it, could the father have been referring to eastern Jiujiang's dam, the place where many drownings had happened? Was the girl related to the twin water ghosts' mission? Was the previously mentioned big sister actually dead? The woman saw how silent Chenji was, and she assumed wrongly that Chenji was wondering why she would say that. Don't ask me why, just make sure she stays away from the water. I need to go to work. I'll come back to fetch them after I'm off work. I'll depend on you in the meantime. Wait. I'm going to be late. One last question. The more Chenji thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. He took out the white paper that the girl had written on in the pen spirits room. The 2 words were still left on it. Do you only have 3 members in your family? Yes, what about it? The woman was impatient, seemingly very worried about being late. But how come I heard when say that she has a big sister? When he said that, the woman's expression froze and her eyes shuddered. She needed a long time before she calmed down. When is sick, that is her imagination. If there's nothing else, I need to go. I'll come back at 7:30 p.m. The woman's expression became very bad, and her tone was icy. She stopped talking to Chenji and rushed to leave New Century Park. She must know something. Boss, who is that woman? Su-wan walked over from the gate with breakfast. It's rude for you to keep looking at her like that. The 2 visitors over there have a hereditary illness, and she is their family. She's worried about them, so she hoped that I can look after them for her. Chenji took over the breakfast and started eating. Today, you and Xiaogu will have to work harder. I might get off work earlier to send them home. Personally sending them home? How come you're so good to them? Su-wan rolled her eyes. I'm always so kind. Also, let's go and do your makeup quick. Chenji helped Su-wan with her makeup. Like the day before, he summoned Al-Jo and Duan Yue. He gave them the same outfits as before and had them help at the haunted house. The park opened at 9 a.m. Chenji had delegated all the job at his haunted house. He accompanied the man and the girl as they experienced the park's many attractions. Seeing the smile on the girl's face, Chenji was greatly satisfied. This was the pure original purpose of a theme park, bringing people happiness. Chapter 569, Berry Seed 2 in 1. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Millman 97. Chenji accompanied the father and daughter and experienced all the theme park's attractions that interested them. The girl showed some signs of fatigue at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. She leaned against her father and sat at the resting hall outside of the haunted house to catch her breath. Her eyes were closed, and she hugged a bottle of water in her arms with a smile still hanging on her face. It appeared like that day had been a lot of fun. The father looked at his little girl with love in his eyes. His hand lightly touched the girl's head, and he suddenly realized that someone had added a little braid to the girl's hair. He did not know who had done that, but with this small braid, the girl looked more vibrant and lively. The father and daughter leaned against each other. Even though they were both physically impaired, Chenji had to admit that the picture that they formed was quite heartwarming. Why don't you 2 rest here for a while? Don't wander off on your own. I'll go talk to my workers at the haunted house, and then I'll come back to take you home. Chenji maintained his sense of rationality. One of the main reasons that he had agreed to accompany the father and daughter around theme park was because he could make use of this opportunity to get close to them and make them lower their guard. Of course, Chenji did not once think about harming them. He just wanted to get to the bottom of the truth. The girl leaned against her father, and she looked very sleepy, barely able to get her eyes open. There was still quite a period of time until that woman had promised to come. Chenji decided to personally take them home, because it gave him the perfect chance to take a look around their family and understand their family situation. He had a feeling that there had to be a relationship between this girl and that water ghost. Returning to the haunted house, Duan Yue and Al-Jo had completely gotten used to their new identities. Chenji told them some things that they needed to be careful about, and then he went searching for Su-wan. He told her to remember to close the door at 6 p.m. After arranging all that, Chenji found his backpack and slid the recorder and the comic inside it. Xiaogu was using the Skullcracker's hammer as a prop, so this time, Chenji did not carry it with him. Come on, I'll take you home. Chenji held the bag in one hand. It was hard to deny the sincerity in his eyes. The man scratched his head like he was in the middle of a deep hesitation. My sister no let other people home. Your little sister does like you bring strangers to your home. Chenji smiled. I can understand that. She is worried that other people might bring you harm, attracting burglars to the house, but I'm not a stranger, am I? We had so much fun playing together, right? After some more persuasion, the middle-aged man finally agreed. After sending the 2 out of New Century Park, Chenji called a taxi and got into the car with the father and daughter. The little girl fell asleep not long after she got into the car. To not disturb her, Chen Ji and the middle-aged man very cooperatively did not say anything. Based on the address given by the middle-aged man, the taxi arrived at a very old residential area at the edge of eastern Jiujiang. The place was filled with old apartments that were about 6 or 7 stories high, and the paint on the walls was peeling greatly. Chen Ji could hardly tell what the original color of the walls had been. From the looks of it, this place has been in existence for at least 2 or 3 decades already, right? After paying the cab fare, the group exited the car. Your family stays here, but didn't you tell me that you lived near eastern Jiujiang Dam? Chen Ji even purposely asked the taxi driver about it when they were coming over, and it seemed that this residential area was quite a distance away from eastern Jiujiang Dam. My house? The man then said a few terms that seemed to be connected in some mysterious logic. Chen Ji could not grasp fully what he was trying to express. Holding the sleeping little girls in his arms, the middle-aged man walked ahead. Since the man did not chase Chen Ji away, Chen Ji naturally followed behind the man. The middle-aged man might have been intellectually lacking, but he had enough common sense to survive. He walked past the many old buildings to head toward the building that was furthest away. The sun was setting, hanging low in the sky. The surroundings were completely silent. It was still daytime, but for some reason, Chen Ji felt that the area was rather dark. Perhaps it was just his imagination. The corridor had a very low ceiling. Chen Ji would bump his head against it if he jumped a little higher. The only sensation that Chen Ji felt once he entered the place was a sense of pressure. With the middle-aged man leading the man, they climbed up to the 3rd floor. The man reached his hand into his collar and searched for a long time before finding the key that was tied around his neck. Like a child, he took out the key and placed it before his eyes. He studied it for a very long time before opening the door. Do you mind if come in? The man did not say anything. He opened the door and then carried the girl into the room. He placed the little girl on the couch and then half-jogged into the bedroom as if he was in search of something. The place was very clean, different from a dirtiness that Chen Ji had been expecting. Even though the place was sparsely decorated and there was little furniture, everything was cleanly and neatly arranged. There are only 2 pairs of slippers, one big and one small. There are also only 2 toothbrushes in the bathroom. Looks like the man's sister does not live with him. Normally, it is this man who looks after this child. Someone with a mental problem looking after a child who also suffered from the same problem had managed to keep their living area so clean and neat. This came as quite a surprise to Chen Ji. He looked inside the bedroom. The man was kneeling on the ground. He opened the bedside table and took out a wool blanket. As if afraid that he might mess up the things inside the room, his every action was very careful and deliberate. After finding the blanket, he rearranged everything before exiting the bedroom. The middle-aged man seemed to only have the little girl in his eyes. He covered the girl with the blanket with as light a touch as he could. He then sat down on the other side of the couch and looked at the girl lovingly, completely ignoring Chen Ji, who was still standing in the room. No wonder your little sister does not allow you to bring strangers home. If you run into a bad person, even if he cleared out this place, you probably would not have realized it. As he wandered around the room, Chen Ji began to respect the man more and more. The place was not big. There was only 1 bedroom and 1 very small kitchen. It was simple, but it felt very warm and homely. The man suffers from this family's hereditary illness and was abandoned by his wife, but he is able to survive with such dignity and determination. That is quite impressive. Chen Ji walked into the bedroom. When his gaze scanned past the bedside table, he accidentally caught a framed picture that was sitting on it. He picked up the picture frame to take a closer look, and the picture inside the frame looked rather strange to him. On a bright and sunny grass field, the middle-aged man was smiling blankly while the little girl was running after a fluttering butterfly. There should have been someone who stood beside them, but the person had been cut off from the picture. There was a hole in the shape of a person. Could this be the child's mother? He wanted to look for more clues, so he opened the bedside table. Chen Ji found a notebook that was hidden under the stack of clothes. He flipped through it and realized that the notebook was completely empty. But then again, he noticed that many pages of the notebook had been torn out already. Whose notebook is this? Looking at the notebook, Chen Ji was reminded of a detail. Even though the girl suffered from the same hereditary illness as her father, meaning her intelligence was lower than normal, she knew how to write. Chen Ji had personally seen her write down the term Big Sister in the haunted house. Who taught her how to write? Was it her father or was it someone else? When the middle-aged man heard the words Big Sister, his reaction had been huge. Those 2 words seemed to be a taboo that could not be mentioned at the home, so the person who taught the little girl to write those words should not have been a family member. Closing the notebook, Chenji placed it back where he found it. He closed the drawer and was about to stand up and leave when he noticed that the middle-aged man had been standing at the bedroom door for who knew how long, watching him silently. Probably due to his natural limitation, his expression was unreadable, but there was a trace of uncertainty in his eyes as he looked at Chenji. The picture? Chenji did not know how to move the topic away, so he grabbed the thing that was closest, which was the picture frame. Before he could come up with a reason, the man walked into the bedroom. He did not seem to mind what Chenji was doing. He just moved past Chenji silently and picked up the pillow that was on the bed. During the whole process, he did not say a word to Chenji. After he grabbed the pillow, he walked out directly and placed the pillow under the girl's head. Chenji was scared for no reason. He continued to walk around the place, but he could not find anything valuable. Since you're already home safely, then I feel much better. If you want to come to New Century Park in the future, or if you need any help, you can call me at any time. Chenji found a pen and paper, jotted down his phone number, and placed it on the coffee table. The girl was sound asleep on the couch. Throughout the whole day, the black phone had not sent any message, so the mission that was attached to this special visitor had not been triggered by Chenji. However, Chenji was not that disappointed. He had already confirmed the girl's identity and address, so there would be plenty of chances in the future. After bidding the middle-aged man farewell, Chenji left their home. After closing the door and heading toward the stairs, he heard a sound coming from the corridor. Hey! Stopping his footsteps, Chenji looked around. He noticed that the door of the room right opposite from the middle-aged man's home was open a sliver, and the sound seemed to have come from inside it. Were you calling me? If you don't want any trouble, it's best if you stay away from that family. This time, Chenji heard it clearly. It was an old lady who was speaking behind the door, and she sounded very vehement. I'm not afraid of trouble. Their whole family is too pitiable. It's better if we can help them to the best of our ability. Chenji walked toward the old lady's room. Those who are pitiable must have something that is detestable. Listen to me, don't walk too close to them, or you might get unnecessary trouble. The old lady's words interested Chenji greatly. It seemed that the lady knew some things. Granny, they suffer from a hereditary illness. That is something that you are born with. I saw how kind-hearted you are, so I opened the door to remind you. What you want to do with the information is your own business. After saying that, the old lady was about to close the door, but Chenji jumped forward to grab the door. Granny, can you not just tell me half of the truth? You'll only make me even more curious. The old lady probably was touched by Chenji's acts of kindness, so after a few seconds of hesitation, she opened the door fully. Come in, and I'll tell you. Okay. With such a sudden turn of events, of course, Chenji would not let it go. After entering the old lady's home, Chenji realized that something was wrong. The old lady's home was fully covered with scary-looking Taoist paper charms. There were even various charms hanging on the door. This place was completely different from the middle-aged man's home. Granny, this place is... Don't be afraid. These talismans are to ward against evil spirits. They are harmless against living humans, the old lady said confidently, but Chenji shook his head. The ghosts that he carried had no reaction, not even fear to these things, so the old lady had definitely been tricked by someone. You've just interacted with that family, and you might be followed by those scary things. When you leave, I can give you a few of the talismans. Scary things? Are there really ghosts in this world? Chenji scratched his chin. Granny, have you personally seen them before? The old lady was silent to think before finally nodding. It was just inside this building. Whenever the clock strikes midnight, the sound of water dropping comes from the corridors. It sounds just like rain, and then you will hear a sound that is similar to someone mopping the ground. But think about it, who would come out to mop the corridor at midnight? Could there really be a ghost? Chenji cooperated fully with the old lady and revealed a shocked expression. There was this one time when it was so noisy that I could not sleep, so I leaned against the peephole on the door and looked out. What did you see? The lines on the old woman's face were creased together like she was reminded of something very scary. The expression on her face was serious. I'm not lying to you. At the time, I saw a woman who was completely drenched walk down from upstairs. She stopped at the door of the opposite room. Her skin was white from being soaked in the water for too long, not how a living human should look. There were also things like water grass and other weird objects curling around her body. Her long hair was dragging on the ground, and she was mumbling the name of the girl next door. Someone completely drenched and calling Wenwen's name. A thought flashed across Chenji's mind, and the words just tumbled out of his mouth. The big sister. The old lady was surprised that Chenji would say that, and her expression softened quite a lot. Looks like you also know about their family business. I do not know much. Chenji took out the paper that the girl had left at his haunted house from his pocket. I'm a worker at New Century Park. Our park saw how fragile they were and was afraid of their safety, so they ordered me to personally bring them home. I only knew about this big sister because that girl once wrote this down when she was visiting one of our theme park attractions. Looking at the words on the paper, the old lady's lips were pressed tightly. She waved for Chenji to move away from the door. The two walked into the living room, and then the old lady whispered, "In that case, I won't hide the facts from you anymore. Actually, many people in this old residential area know about this. Their family has been involved in something called berry seed, and this is karma coming to get them." Berry seed? Chenji was confused. It is what it means literally. Their family has a hereditary illness, but according to rumors, it only affects the males, not the females. However, their family wanted to have a healthy boy to continue the family legacy. They started to look for alternative methods, and someone recommended the method of burying seed. The method is quite cruel. First, you have to find a girl and bury her as a seed inside another child's body. I'm not quite sure about the actual procedure, but I know that their family has tried this before. However, it failed. The child that was born was not a boy, and even though a girl was born, she could not escape the fate of the family illness. But how is that related to the ghost that you saw? The seed that was used by that family was their first child, the big sister. They used their first child as the seed, and the child that was buried with the seed was Wen. What the old lady said made Chenji take in a cold breath. He could understand why the trial mission was called Twin Water Ghost. It was not because they were twins, but because it was a twin birth. Chapter 570, Talismans. Granny, what else do you know about berry seed? Have there been successful cases before? Who told the family about this method? Chenji needed to confirm his thoughts, and for that, he needed a greater understanding of the situation. Why are you asking all that? Knowing too much has no benefit to you. When it comes to certain things, once you get too close, you'll be dragged into it. The old lady only wanted what was best for Chenji. She walked into the bedroom and took out 2 yellowed paper talismans. These are for you, take them with you. They'll save you at key moments. Chenji did not reject the old lady's kindness and accepted the talismans. They were painted with a weird pattern. However, it was not painted with cinnabar, but just common red dye. Granny, are you sure these things are effective? Chenji's ghosts were not only not afraid of the talismans, and they even purposely came out to take a look due to curiosity. I have no idea whether they're effective or not, but ever since I covered my place with them, that thing stopped appearing near my place. She once appeared at your place before? Chenji was suspicious. Some ghosts were highly aggressive, and they would attack anything that stood in their way, regardless of their innocence. You keep trying to jinx me. If she had entered my home, do you think a bag of old bones like myself would have been able to survive? The old lady grumbled with dissatisfaction. She coughed twice at the door, but Chenji did not know the purpose of that. When I first saw the ghost, she was standing at my door with her head lowered. After I covered my home with the talismans, she finally went to the opposite door. Chenji understood that this was probably not the effect of the talisman. The ghost originally wanted to find the girl. There was probably another reason for why she stopped at the old lady's door, but Chenji could not ask about that openly. The old lady might have looked kind, but Chenji had a feeling that she had something to do with what had happened to the family. Granny, I'm not going to talk circles around you. The girl's situation is not so good. The ghost that you mentioned might be haunting her. If we ignore this, the child might be in mortal danger. Once Chenji said that, the old lady hesitated. No matter what their family has done in the past, the child is innocent. She shouldn't be made a sacrifice. Furthermore, we have not reached a point of no return yet. You've not seen it, that's why you'd say that. There are really ghosts in this world, and this one appears every midnight. Once you see it, you'll never say such things. This is what that family deserves. If you intervene, you'll be targeted by the ghost. The old lady wanted to stop Chenji, but he was determined. Since I've run into this, then I have to do something. Why are you so stubborn? After several seconds, the old lady said, Fine, if you insist on chasing death, then I won't stop you. I hope that you'll have a better luck. The old lady's tone changed. Originally, I didn't want to bring this up again. The person who suggested the method of berry seed was my husband. The old coot didn't mean any harm by it. He just tossed it out as a suggestion. We did not expect the family to really do it. The old man died not long after Wen's birth. When he left, he was wrought with guilt and regret. The person who buried the seed in Wen was your husband. What? No, my husband had only heard about it. He just meant well. The old lady walked into the room again to grab a few yellowed pages from the drawer. It looked like a prescription. This is the procedure for berry seed. I can't understand it. I hear it was obtained by the elders next door. My husband found it and hid it. He wanted to stop them, but by that time they had already lost their minds. Their family illness only affects the boys, not the girls. To continue the family line, to change their family legacy, they treated their first daughter as the seed. I'd seen that child. She was healthy and cute. The actual process of berry seed was only known to my husband and the opposite family's grandfather and grandmother. However, they died from sickness one after another, so no one really knows what they did to that first child. The old lady's face was covered with lines as she tried to think. I can only remember a few things. When the first child died, they started running all over eastern Jiujiang, apparently to find a suitable location. In the end, they chose eastern Jiujiang Dam. I don't know what happened later. Looks like I'll have to go to the dam to take a look. Chen Ji accepted the pages and scanned them. He could not understand the meaning either. They looked like Chinese characters, but he could not grasp their meaning. Granny, can I take these pages with me? I want to find an expert to read them to see what they really mean. No, definitely not. I won't allow these pages to leave this place. If not for the special order by the old coot at his deathbed, I would have burned them all already. Then do you know where they got these papers? Chen Ji asked casually, but he got a big surprise. Eastern Jiujiang, Liwan City. I heard that the elders next door got it from a building called the Ghost Apartment. Ghost Apartment? Chen Ji had heard this term when he was on the last bus for Route 104. Only by taking that bus did people have the chance to reach this ghost apartment. Could this berry seed be related to that culprit as well? Was this just a move he made in isolation, or is it connected to a bigger conspiracy? Chen Ji suspected that the culprit had harmed so many children in eastern Jiujiang for this berry seed. Berry seed only needs one child, but the number of children who have disappeared in eastern Jiujiang is high. The term ghost fetus flashed across Chen Ji's mind. Originally, he had thought that this was just a simple 2-star mission, but it looked like it might be related to the 4-star mission. Granny, can you give me a few more talismans? I plan to go to eastern Jiujiang Dam tonight to see the place myself. Perhaps I might find something. Go to eastern Jiujiang Dam? The day is ending. Why are you going there? The old lady thought that Chen Ji was acting strangely. Many people have drowned there. The place is not safe. You'd better think carefully. I'm afraid, but compared to that, I want to get to the bottom of the truth. Chen Ji took out the talismans given by the old lady earlier. Granny, please give me a few more. What if I run out at a key moment? If you're so scared, then don't force yourself. After she said that, she still walked back into the room to look for more talismans. While she was preoccupied, Chen Ji took out his phone to snap a few pictures of the yellowed pages. Chapter 571, Eastern Jiujiang Dam. The old lady walked out from the room, holding a black bag. These are the talismans that I have no use for. If you're going to find that ghost, then of course, you need as much help as you can get. The old lady shoved him the bag. I'll give them all to you. Looking at the bag of talisman, Chen Ji's lips twitched. Granny, how much have you spent to buy so many talismans? The price is not important. The important thing is that they're effective. Chen Ji had a good impression of the old lady, and he did not want to see her getting scammed anymore. Thus, he planned to help her. Granny, can you introduce me to the man who sold you these talismans? Of course, I'll bring you to see him when you come back. He is a powerful sensei, even though he might not look like it. Actually, those who are really gifted are often hated by the world. The more Chen Ji heard the old lady's story, the more he confirmed that she had been scammed. After getting the person's address, Chen Ji left with the bag. After leaving the residential area, Chen Ji took a look at the picture that he had snapped with his phone. The words on the pages were hard to read. Instead of saying that they were Chinese characters, they looked more like symbols. Who might be able to understand this? Chen Ji closed the album and called the theme park. It was already afternoon when he sent Wen home, and he was held off by some other incidents. Since he was not at the haunted house, Su Wan followed his orders and closed when the sun fell. All Zhou and Duan Yue performed perfectly. There were no accidents, and Chen Ji sighed in relief. I have to reward All Zhou and Duan Yue somehow. They say that they have no requests for anything, but I can see that All Zhou likes Duan Yue. Maybe I can help him pursue her. And about Duan Yue, all girls should have a dream of stardom. I can promise to make her the main character when I want to shoot the movie to fulfill the author's dream. After ending the call, Chen Ji put the old lady's stuff into his backpack and called a taxi to get to eastern Jiujiang Dam. The mission for the special visitor, Wen, was not triggered. Where was the problem? Is it because I didn't let Wen get close to any water-related attractions? The girl's aunt had warned Chenji about letting the girl go near water. Chenji would not have harmed the girl just for a mission, and that might be why the mission had not been triggered. When Chenji arrived at the dam, the sun was already falling. Opening the window, he could clearly see that this place was much colder than the city. The driver looked at Chenji and demanded, 25 RMB please. 25? So expensive. Do you think I haven't been here before? Chenji had been looking around when the driver asked for such an expensive fare. Based on the timer, it doesn't really cost that much, but no one is willing to come to Eastern Jiujiang Dam these days. There have been a series of accidents over the past month, so everyone raises the price whenever a passenger wants to come to Eastern Jiujiang at night. Furthermore, I brought you here alone, and I definitely won't get any passengers on my way back to the city. The driver was young and he leaned on the wheel impatiently. Hurry up! Night will fall soon and the roads will be even harder to navigate. This place is not that safe at night. You even know that? Chenji studied the driver. Looks like your company's safety lesson to its employees is still lacking. You don't seem to recognize me. The driver looked at Chenji with a frown. Who are you? If you don't want any accident to happen, then you'll charge me a fair price. You found the wrong person to scam today. Chenji leaned back on the chair. After all, I'm not in a hurry. I can waste my time here with you all day. However, you have to be careful. Eastern Jiujiang is really messy at night. Anything can happen. The driver was familiar with the city more than normal people. Cabbies traveled through the city daily and knew many things not common to others. Once Chenji said that, the driver's face dropped. He had run into a thug who was more shameless than he was, and to make matters worse, he knew that Chenji was right. Why would a man carrying a backpack go to a countryside dam at night? The more he studied Chenji, the more unsettled he was, but he did not back down. Everyone is raising their price, but fine, I'll just take 20 from you. I'll only give you the amount on the timer. This is for your own good because when you spend the money earned illegally, you'll run into ghosts. The two continued to argue for some time. The sky darkened. Chenji did not get out of the car. Instead, he pulled out a large amount of paper talismans from his bag and started to study them. He ignored the driver who tried to reason with him. In the driver's eyes, Chenji had transformed from a bad person to a mad person. Which normal person would carry so many talismans in his bag? Fine, consider me unlucky today. The driver relented. You're still young, fix your attitude a bit. You might run into me again if you continue to drive the night shift. After paying the fare, Chenji got out of the car. Chenji's last sentence echoed in the driver's mind, and a chill crawled up the driver's spine. He felt like he had just been cursed. He cursed under his breath like he was afraid of being overheard by Chenji and then drove away. Still young and rusty, probably not yet worn down by society, luckily he ran into someone like me who has a soft temperament. This is a good thing for him. Chenji grabbed his backpack and walked to the dam. Eastern Jiujiang Dam was a small dam and was close to Eastern Jiujiang, so people had been visiting this place to go swimming and fishing. However, starting from a certain period, the people had stopped visiting. Standing by the dam, Chenji took out his phone for the light. He realized that there was a flash of light not far from him. Chenji used his yin-yang vision to realize that there were two people fishing by the bank. One was sitting, and the other stood behind him. The one standing probably thought it was boring, so he slithered away. I just said that this place is deserted, but there are two fishers around. Chenji wanted to find out more about the dam, so these fishers should be a good opening. He jogged toward the fisher. The fisher was fully focused and did not even turn his head. He stared at the luminous fishing bobber on the water. The night slowly swallowed up the sky, and the small pin of light was conspicuous on the surface of the water. Minutes later, the luminous bobber submerged, and the immobile man revealed a smile. Finally, the fish has taken the bait. Chapter 572, Big Fish. The rim of the cap covered the man's face. He held the fishing pole and sounded excited. The man suddenly said that when Chenji got near, and this caused Chenji to become alert. He stopped and used yin-yang vision to study the man. After confirming that he was a normal person, he sighed in relief. It seemed that he was being too cautious. Chenji did not interrupt the man during the important moment when he was trying to reel in the fish. This is going to be a big one. The man used both hands to pull on the rod. The fishing line pulled taut, and he realized that he was unable to reel back the line. The man jumped up from his seat. He leaned backward and managed to slowly pull in the line. What have you caught? Chenji was curious as well. The dam was not big, so there should not have been a big fish there. Then again, there might be exception. Many rivers traveled through Jiujiang, and big fish from other rivers might have become trapped in the dam. Do you need help? Chenji walked to the man and spoke softly. The man was fully focused on landing the fish, and he did not reply Chenji. He used all of his energy, and his body slowly dragged backward. Chenji did not force his way through. He did not know anything about fishing, so he might ruin a good thing. How is such a big fish in eastern Jiujiang Dam? Chenji raised his phone to shine a light on the water surface. Just at the spot where the bobber submerged, he could see a shadow slowly surfacing. What is that? The shadow was about 1.5 meters long, lean, and seemingly moving up and down. The darkness of the night and the water meant that Chenji had a hard time recognizing it, even with his yin-yang vision. The man used every ounce of energy in his body. The fishing line was taut, and Chenji nudged to his side. Merely spectating for once, he was worried that the line might suddenly snap. The man and the fish fought greatly. This was the first time that Chenji had gotten involved in such an exciting fishing activity. The stalemate continued for about 10 seconds before the man started to run out of energy. He looked muscular, but he did not have the endurance. However, the man refused to give up on such a big catch. He could not land the fish, so he continued to fight with the catch. After a while, with a whir, the line seemed to be cut by something, and the man collapsed to the ground on his butt. It was quite a serious fall. The big catch slithered away, and the man cursed loudly, slamming the fishing rod against the ground. The fall earlier had pained him greatly. He was unable to get up for a long time, and in the end, it was Chenji who went to help him. "Brother, are you all right?" Compared to the man, Chenji was more interested in the big fish from before. "What were you fishing earlier? Do we have such a big fish here in our dam?" The man's expression softened. "That was the king fish. I've been following it for 3 months already." "Kingfish?" This seemed to be the man's secret, and he was unwilling to share it with Chenji. For a dam that has a long history like this one and larger lakes inland, kingfish are not uncommon. They can live for a long time, and they're much bigger compared to their brethren. "Our dam also has a kingfish?" Chenji thought that was quite interesting. Eastern Jiujiang Dam had been constructed a long time ago, but the dam was just slightly bigger than a small dam. "Didn't you see it earlier?" The man arranged his clothes and removed his cap. The man's lips were very thin, and he looked like the type who was stingy and hard to get close to. "Then how did you know our dam has a kingfish? Have you seen it before?" Chenji was more curious. "I was a member of Jiujiang Fishing Association. For us fishing aficionados, catching a kingfish is a pride that will last a long time, so I've been following relevant news." Speaking of his history with the kingfish, the man sounded quite proud. "I noticed the constant accidents around Eastern Jiujiang Dam, and around a certain time period the number of drownings tripled. This is very abnormal in my eyes. The dam itself hasn't changed, so it could only mean something else has entered this dam. I suspect that it could be a kingfish that has accidentally ended up here. Based on your explanation, those drowning victims should have signs of being attacked. The police aren't dumb. Drownings and being attacked by fish are two completely different causes of death. You've all been tricked by the kingfish. It is different from other fish, and it's very clever. Furthermore, the reason for its murder might not be to eat the people. It merely thought it was fun, or perhaps it was for revenge." The man seemed to be very familiar with fish. "I'll give you an example. You should have seen what happened earlier. In other words, the kingfish's existence is proven. But the police have scoured this dam many times to look for bodies, but never have they found the kingfish. Do you know why? There are caves inside the dam for it to hide in. Not only that, the big fish has gotten so clever that once a ship appears on the surface, it knows that it's time to hide." The man saw the disbelief on Chenji's face, and he coughed. He rubbed his waist and then continued. "If you want to catch a kingfish, you mustn't treat it as a normal fish. You have to put his intelligence on the same level as your own or see it as a very cunning human being." Chenji looked at the dam and nodded subconsciously. If there's a boat on the surface, it can detect it. Therefore, there are only 2 ways to catch it. One is to fish it up to the land or drain the entire dam. The government is not going to drain a whole dam for a fish. Even though the dam is not that big, the location is strategic. It's right between the up and down stream. The man pulled back the fishing line to check the cut. "It can cut such a thick line. I even tested its sturdiness earlier. He touched the cut. "How come it looks like this has been bitten? Could there be 2 kingfish in the dam?" Chenji walked over to get a look. He just suggested it, but it stunned the man. "Maybe one was baited and the other went to save it by biting off the fishing line. I'm just rambling. You'd better follow your own experience." "But that is a possibility." The man looked at Chenji. "Counting this time, I've managed to bait it 3 times, and every time I failed because the line snapped." Chapter 573, Fish Bait. Once or twice it might be a coincidence, but every time the fisher thought that something was amiss. But can you be sure that they are kingfishes? Is the dam enough to support 2 large fish? From Chen Ji's perspective, it was already the dam's limit to keep 1 large fish. The water system in Jiujiang is complicated, and upstream of this dam is connected to many large rivers. When they were building this dam, people even discovered an underground stream, so there shouldn't be a lack of food. The man hesitated before adding, "This place used to be a very famous mass grave. Those without money would send the dead down the river, so this place not only had many big fishes, but they were also feral, and records of injury were fairly often. They feed on people. That was a very long time ago, and things have improved a lot." The man picked up the fishing rod and silently closed the cover of the large red bucket that was next to it. "What's inside that?" "Fish bait, my own recipe. It's the reason that the kingfish take my bait." The man stood beside the bucket and shone the flashlight on the water surface. "The kingfish is very clever. After the scare today, it probably won't show up for several weeks. Such a shame." When the man spoke, Chen Ji kept staring at the water bucket. The man did not use store-bought bait, and it was radiating a very strange smell. Locking the bucket, the man picked up everything and started to walk toward a small hut next to the dam. "What are you doing?" Chen Ji followed behind him. He felt that he could get more valuable clues from this man. "You see those shiny dots on the water? The kingfish did not drag the luminous bobber down into the water, so I plan to haul them back. The bobbers are quite expensive." Knocking on the door after some time, an honest-looking man pulled the door open. This was the man who had been standing behind the fisher earlier. He was not tall, only 1.6 meters. His skin was dark, probably because he worked under the sun. "Going back already? You're so early today. Don't you normally fish until 2 or 3 a.m.? The man's name was written on his name tag, Zhang Dabo, a worker at the dam. The fisher took the opportunity to gloat, and he purposely lowered his voice and even gestured. "You're unlucky. Once you left, the kingfish took the bait. If you don't believe me, ask this young man. I almost caught the kingfish." "The kingfish took the bait." The man was surprised. "It did. I was also there." Chen Ji vouched for the fisher. "If it took the bait, why did you let it go?" Zhang Dabo looked at the fisher. "What was the problem this time?" "The fishing line was cut. Just now I discussed it with this young man, and we believed there's more than 1 big fish in the dam." "More than 1? I'll need to report this to my superior." Zhang Dabo was even more surprised. It was his job to look after the dam. If there was trash on the water, he would use his boat to fish it out, so when he first heard about the kingfish in the dam, he had been first worried about his personal safety. Eastern Jiujiang Dam was incredibly isolated, and he often would not even see another person's shadow for quite some time. He looked after this place alone, and it was normal for him to feel afraid. "What's the point of that? They won't drain the whole dam unless there's actual proof that the kingfish has killed someone." The fisher shrugged. "I'm not going to waste time talking. Lend me your boat, I want to get back my bobbers." "Why don't you wait until daylight? You just angered the kingfish, and if you go into the lake now, it will definitely come for you." Zhang Dabo looked at the dark water surface and felt like the kingfish was just waiting for them. "Wear the life jacket and prepare the fish spear. If the kingfish dares show up, we'll resolve this issue once and for all. I've fished it 3 times, but I've never once seen what it looks like. Then again, there are few species of fish that can grow so big in Jiujiang." "You sure you want to go?" "I've already told you the longer the life of a fish, the more it will value its life. It has probably sunk to the bottom of the water." The fisher narrowed his eyes at the key that was around Zhang Dabo's waist. "The kingfish is clever, but it is ultimately a fish. We cannot underestimate it, but there's no need to overestimate it either, or else what's the difference between us and the people from the past who prayed to the river god? I know you're familiar with kingfish, but there's no need to risk your life on a theory." Zhang Dabo was very afraid. "My luminous bobbers are custom-made. They're not cheap. They're also painted with bait that was used to attract the kingfish. If I wait until daylight, they will have disappeared already. Furthermore, they are just 8 meters away from the bank. It won't take more than several minutes. If you want to go, go on your own. I'm not going." Zhang Dabo removed the keys and handed them to the fisher. After getting the key, the fisher hesitated. His hesitation made Chen Ji suspicious. A bobber, no matter how expensive it was, would not be more expensive than a human life, right? Did the fisherman really not care about the kingfish's threat? Or was there some secret about that bobber? Was he worried that they would be hauled away by others the next day? The sky was darkening, and it would only get more dangerous. The fisher looked at the bobbers and decided to get them in the end. He walked to the back of the hut with the key alone and took out the paddle, fish spear, and rope. "This man sure has lost his mind." Zhang Dabo talked to himself. He prepared to stop the man. After all, if anything happened to the fisher on his watch, he would be responsible. Brother, I see that you two have quite a good relationship. Chenji reached out to grab Zhang Dabo's shoulders, but before he could finish, the man countered. Who has a good relationship with him? The man is hard to deal with. If the kingfish did not only take his bait, I wouldn't have cared about him. Then why would the kingfish only take his bait? What is so special about his bait? I know what you want to ask. Many fishers have come to ask me what kind of bait he's using, but I don't know. This man is very secretive, and he only comes to fish at night. Whenever he wants to use the bait, he hides it well. Until now, no one has been able to understand why, but now that you mention it, it's quite weird. The kingfish won't take other people's bait, only his. Then there should be something special about the bait. Chen Ji and Zhang Dabo walked to the fisher. When he saw them approach, he immediately grabbed the bucket and the other bunch of stuff. Why are you two doing here? How about you just let it go? It's too dangerous for you to go now, Zhang Dabo advised, but the fisher ignored him. He tied the rope to the front of the boat and then placed the bucket with the bait and the fishing spear into the worker's small boat. Chapter 574, Deep Water. The fisher was not dumb. To prevent an accident from happening, he tied the rope to the boat. If there was a problem, the people on the bank could pull the boat back. You two stay at the bank. If I raise a large light, start pulling the rope. He turned on the fishing light that he carried with him. With a deep breath, he jumped into the boat. The water was dark, and no one could see what was hiding underneath it. The body rocked with the boat. The fisher sat down slowly, placed the fishing spear within arm's reach, and held the light between his legs. Then he picked up the paddles. Are you sure you want to do this? Zhang Dabo watched over the rope, worried that this might be a one-way trip for the fisher. If the fisher ended up being fish food, that would truly be a sad ending. Some fish will become more active at night, and the kingfish only takes the bait at night, so it means that it is this type of fish. Dragging this out will only make the situation more dangerous. The fisher forced himself to calm down. He held the paddles with both hands and slowly edged away from the bank. This guy sure is seeking death. Chenji rarely had that comments for others. He was not good with water, so if it was him, he definitely would not have picked this time to get the bobber. He was not afraid of ghosts, but looking at the rippling water, he had an indescribable fear. This was an instinct. There was a voice in his mind reminding him that there was something hiding in the water and the dam was dangerous, so he had better stay away. The fisher drifted away from them, and unfortunately the bobber was carried away by the current deeper into the lake. Initially it was only 8 meters away from the bank, but now it was more than 10 meters away. The fisher sat facing away from them. He put down his concern and focused on paddling. The boat slowly moved to the bobber. The dam was eerily quiet. On the bank, Chen Ji and Zhang Dabo watched the fisher with bated breath. Both of them had seen the kingfish. They knew that there was a monster in the dam. Night had fallen, but there were no stars in the sky. The sky was covered up by clouds, and the water in the dam was equally dark. The sky and the water were like an open maw, and the fisher was slowly moving into said maw. Almost there. Sitting on the boat, the fisher kept his eyes on the luminous bobber. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to not look around. It should be fine. The kingfish was spooked, so it will avoid the boat. Before, when the police came to salvage the bodies, it avoided them. The fisher convinced himself internally as his hands moved faster. The surroundings were too quiet. The only sound was that of the paddles hitting the water, but that sound made the fisher strangely agitated. The bobber looks like it's still floating forward. This current is not beneficial to me, but thankfully the rope is long. I only need to collect it before the rope is pulled taut. The rope was tied to the rope on one end and the pier on the other. It was like a lifeline. Probably due to the current, the distance between the man and the bobber did not close. The boat moved further away, and slowly, Zhang Dabo realized that something was wrong. He's already more than 10 meters away from us, but the longest rope inside my storage is only 10 meters long. Did he tie several ropes together? Zhang Dabo pulled on the rope that was sinking into the water with confusion. He pulled on it, and there was not much resistance. Not good, he screamed while pulling. He realized that the end of the rope had been cut. Come back now, the rope has been bitten off. Zhang Dabo panicked and yelled at the fisher. Chenji did not expect this development. He looked like at the end of the rope. It was uneven, and it did not look like it had been cut by knife, but felt more like it was bitten off by something. To be able to bite through the rope in such a short amount of time, this kingfish is not weak. Chenji touched the edge of the rope. Probably because it was soaked in water, it gave off a weak fishy stench. He examined the cut closer and realized that there were many bite marks around the rope edges. This doesn't look like it was bitten off by one fish but by a school of fish. Chenji felt that the bite marks were weird, but he could not put his finger on it. Zhang Dabo was still calling for the fisher's attention, but the man did not seem to hear it. What's wrong with him? Just as Zhang Dabo was all flustered, the fisher finally reached the luminous bobber. 2 meters left. The fisher was facing away from them, and he did not turn back. In his mind, the rope connected his boat and the pier, so when the rope was pulled taut, it would stop the boat from moving forward. Since he could continue moving forward, it meant that he was less than 10 meters away from the bank. Come back. There was some noise coming from behind him, but the fisher ignored it. He kept his eyes on the bobber. 1 meter left. He leaned toward the front of the boat and raised the fishing light. The light shone on the water. It was then that he realized that the bobber was still moving forward, and the way that it was floating was different to the natural current. In fact, it felt like something was holding the bobber from below the surface and pulling it forward. The fisher looked at the bobber, and he had a strange thought in his mind. Was the bobber being used by the kingfish to bait him? The custom-made bobber was right before his eyes. The man did not hesitate and raised the fishing light. The light cut through the water, but there was nothing around the bobber. Just a fright for nothing. The man held the light in one hand and used his other to reach for the water. Just as he was about to reach the bobber, the water around the boat started to bubble and rock. Then, with the shine from the light, the man discovered a shadow right beneath the bobber charging up at an impossible speed. The kingfish. The fisher ignored the bobber and went to grab the fish spear, but when he got the spear, the shadow in the water disappeared again. Where did it go? Before he could catch his breath, the small boat shook like something was trying to topple the boat. It's under the boat. The fisher squatted down to lower his center of gravity. The light that had been left by the front of the boat tipped and slid into the water. F***CK. The man saw the light drop into the water. Without hesitation, he grabbed the luminous bobber from the water and turned back to the bank. Quick, pull me back. When he turned around, he realized that he had already floated a very long way from the bank. The bobber that he held in his hand was connected to the fishing line, and the line was tangled with black hair that was reeking with a horrible stench. Chapter 575, Too Much. Hair? Why would there be hair on the fishing line? The man had been fishing for decades, and this was the first time that he had come across something like this. At the time, his mind was blank. His eyes looked downward, wanting to work out if it was hair or just water grass. The fishing light slowly sank. The light caught a shadow moving upward in the water. He did not get a close look, but he could roughly make out its shadow. It had no fins or tail, but it appeared to have limbs. A person? When this thought filled up his mind, the boat was knocked into again, throwing the man into full panic mode. He took out his knife to cut the fishing line loose and started to paddle to the bank like crazy. Pull me back, quick! He paddled violently, but the boat did not budge. The black hair started to crawl onto the boat. What are these things? Not only did the boat not move toward the bank, it was slowly pulled toward the center of the bank. The fisher was panicking. He grabbed the bucket that was filled with his special bait and scattered the bait far away. In the end, he even tossed the bucket as far as he could. No one knew what the bait was, but strangely enough, after the bait was tossed out, the black hair on the boat slithered away, and the black shadow rushed toward the spot where the bait had dropped. I'm saved. The man grabbed the paddles and moved toward the bank. When he turned his head back, he saw something that he would never forget. Just breaking the surface, spools of water, grass-like objects rushed toward the bait that he had dropped. So many of them? His arms were cold and his body shivered. The man did not dare turn back again. He gripped the paddles tightly and rowed to the bank. Save me, save me. The thing under the water was distracted by the man's bait and temporarily ignoring him. Using this opening, the man managed to escape. He rushed to the bank and almost tripped as he tried to get off the boat. The fisher was covered in cold sweat. He sat far away from the bank and gasped greedily for air. You saw the kingfish? Zhang Dabo was shocked by the man's reaction and immediately ran to the fisher's side. The man waved his hands frantically. His quivering lips were pale, and he could barely finish a coherent sentence. What did you say? Didn't you say you were going to catch the kingfish with the spear earlier? Why didn't you do that? There's no kingfish. The thing under the boat was no fish. The fisher's voice came and went, interspersed with his breathing. Not a fish, then what is it? It's a person, the emotionally unstable fisher screamed. When he communicated with Zhang Dabo, Chenji turned on the flashlight on his phone and shone it at the small boat. The custom-made bobber was lying at the corner of the boat. The bobber was much larger than a normal bobber, and Chenji walked toward it curiously. He saw something blank and long like hair stuck to the side of the boat. Chenji was courageous. Something had just happened inside the dam, yet he still dared to stand by the water. Looking out into the water, no one knew what kind of creepy monster hid inside it. Chenji narrowed his eyes and reached into the cold water to grab the rope. He pulled the boat up the bank and fixed it to the pier. He noticed that the fisher was still in his frantic mode, and Zhang Dabo was not paying him any attention. "This is my chance." As he activated the recorder, Chenji jumped into the boat, rocking it. He quickly grabbed the bobber, which did not look much different from the ones on the market other than its size. It was much bigger. "The surface is very slippery, and there's a layer of oil on it. Wait, there's a line down the middle. This can be opened." Chenji squeezed the bobber and twisted it open. A stench drifted out. This he did not expect. There was a pinky stuck inside the bobber. The flesh had already decayed, and there was no corpse spot, so it was impossible to tell when the finger had been chopped off. The bobber is hiding a human finger. Then what is his bait actually made of? Why the kingfish would be interested in this man's bait was apparent to Chenji. Using the cloth on the boat, Chenji wiped his fingerprints off the bobber and put it back. Then he jumped back from the boat and walked toward the fisher with disgust on his face. When he moved, the expression on his face slowly changed. By the time Chenji reached the man, his expression had returned to normal. The fisher had been given the scare of his life. He held onto Zhang Dabo's shoulder and started to mumble, "Person," like seaweed floating to the surface in clumps. The fisher's reaction was similar to those visitors who visited his haunted house with malintent. Chenji gave this diagnosis after a glance. "Should we send him to the hospital? Perhaps something is wrong with his mind." "Okay," Zhang Dabo dragged the man from the ground, but the man pushed him away. "I'm not lying to you. That is not kingfish, it's a person." "The kingfish has transformed into a person," Zhang Dabo chuckled weakly. "Calm down, we'll go to the hospital first." "What hospital? I'm not sick." The man pushed Zhang Dabo away. He was suddenly reminded of something and rushed to the bank. With some hesitation, he jumped into the boat. "What are you doing now?" Zhang Dabo was worried about the man's safety, so he ran after him. When he arrived, the fisher had already gotten off the boat again. He placed that custom-made bobber in his pocket. "You're still worried about that bobber at a time like this. Is your life more important or that bobber?" The fisher ignored Zhang Dabo. After getting the bobber, he ran away from the dam. No matter how hard Zhang Dabo called, the man did not look back. Doesn't he want the fishing rod anymore? But surely this rod is even more expensive than that bobber. Perhaps there's some secret inside that bobber. Chenji nudged Zhang Dabo away from the water. "Brother, do you know that man's name and address?" "You want to go find him?" "I'm also a fishing aficionado. I wish to exchange some information with him, and I can also return the fishing rod." "His name is Yu Qingjia. A strange fella, that one. After the divorce with his wife, he's been living in eastern Jiujiang alone. I have no exact address, but I know that it's not far from the dam." After getting the valuable information, Chenji grabbed the rod and chased after the man. Zhang Dabo looked at Chenji, who had disappeared into the darkness, and he scratched his head. These people are all so weird. He's not just finding an excuse to steal the fishing rod, is he? Chenji had good stamina. He held the rod and tailed the man from a fixed distance. He suspected that the man was related to a murder. He needed to find out more, and other than that, he wanted to know what the man had seen in the dam. Chapter 576. I Need an Underwater Ghost 2-in-1. Since obtaining the black phone, Chenji had also developed many new skills that technically had nothing to do with operating a haunted house. Skills like tailing someone and surveillance. He held the fishing rod and followed the fisher from a distance. The fisher had been too shocked at the dam and jogged all the way home, not noticing Chenji that was following him. There were a few houses that were not far from the dam, and they looked rather old and decrepit. The fisher stopped at one of the houses. He looked around and took out a key. He acted extremely suspiciously before slipping through the door. He sure runs fast. Chenji waited until the man got into the house before walking over. He leaned against the door and looked into the place through the gap. The house was much bigger than he had expected, and it came with its own courtyard. Should I knock on the door to say I'm here to return his fishing rod, or should I just jump over the fence? When Chenji was still hesitating, there was a sound that came from inside the house. Chenji's pupils narrowed, and he continued to look through the gap. The fisher was kneeling before his own fridge. His hands were placed on the ground, and he kept mumbling something under his breath. It sounded like he was begging for forgiveness from someone. Did he suffer some kind of trauma at the dam? Why is he crying before the fridge? Is the victim stored inside the fridge? What happened next indirectly confirmed Chenji's speculation. The fisher confessed his guilt to the fridge. He bowed and knocked his forehead against the ground. The dust and tears dirtied his face. This continued for another 10 minutes before the man calmed down. He used the sleeves to wipe at his face and then got a shovel from inside the house. What is he planning to do? Chenji could see clearly even though he was outside the house. The fisher did not stop to take a break and started to dig a large hole in the courtyard. Digging a hole to hide the body. Once more, Chenji guessed correctly. The fisher opened the fridge and pulled out several large black bags from it. His arms were shaking, and then he knelt several times at the black plastic bags before tossing them into the hole. I will not fish any more in my life. From now on, every year I will burn paper money for all of you. No matter how much you need, I will burn it. The man mumbled strange words. He picked up the shovel and planned to cover up the hole that he had dug. Chenji knew that he could not wait any longer, or else he would later need to use his own hands to open up this hole that the man would have covered. Is someone there? Chenji knocked on the door. This sudden announcement spooked the fisher so much that he trembled and fell into the hole that he had dug. Cold sweat appeared on his face instantly. I'm the guy who was standing next to you at the dam earlier. You forgot to take your fishing rod, and the worker there asked me to bring it back to you. Chenji stared at the man through the gap in the door. Brother, are you okay? You look exhausted. Do you need me to call the emergency number for you? Once he heard that Chenji was about to call the emergency number, the man started to panic. He struggled to climb out from the hole. There's no need. You can just leave the fishing rod at the door. I'll get it later, okay? Brother, from your voice, you don't sound so well. Are you sure that everything is okay in there? I'm fine, I'm really fine. Just put down the fishing rod and leave. The man was so agitated that his face was covered with sweat. He screamed, and at the same time he pushed the mound of dirt into the hole madly. I cannot leave. You don't sound well. Why don't you open the door for me to take a look? If you are really fine, then I will go. Chenji refused to budge from the door, and the fisher felt like cursing him out already. Why am I so unlucky to run into someone like this? He hurriedly used the dirt to cover up the black plastic bags, and then he opened the door a sliver while he was still catching his breath. I'm fine. Now give me the fishing rod. But you don't look so well. Give me the fishing rod. Give it to me. The man was almost forced into a corner. He roared, and probably due to that violent action, when his body shook, the bobber in his pocket fell out. The custom-made luminous bobber toppled to the ground. When Chenji worked with it earlier, he did not twist it tight, so the small piece of finger tumbled out. The fisher acted much faster than Chenji. He used his body to block Chenji's sight. What was that? You saw my secret. It is just ham. That's my secret ingredient. The fisher fixed the bobber. He suddenly became incredibly calm. His earlier agitation disappeared completely, and he even turned to smile at Chenji. However, this was a forced smile, and combined with that pair of eyes that obviously was plotting something, it made Chenji feel slightly uncomfortable. My fishing rod is actually also custom-made, very expensive. Thank you for bringing it back to me. How about you come in and take a seat? The man was adjusting his breath, and his tone sounded quite weird. Okay. Chenji appeared honest and gullible. He looked like he would not harm anymore. Chenji silently pressed a button on the recorder inside his bag and walked into the house. The big hole in the courtyard had not been completely filled, and there was dirt everywhere. I planned to plant some vegetables here, so I was tilling the ground earlier. The man suddenly became so friendly. Why don't you come into the house and have a seat? I caught several river fish earlier in the day. Since you're here, you should stay to try my cooking. Chenji walked into the room without showing any guardedness. When he walked through the door, the man who followed behind him silently locked the door and then raised the shovel in his hands. The smile on his face disappeared completely, and his eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. He focused on the back of Chenji's head. He looked for the perfect opportunity to ambush Chenji from behind. However, before he found that chance, the man before him suddenly removed his backpack. Then, without warning and without reason, he used the backpack to swing at his face. This was too sudden, and his plan was completely interrupted. The backpack hit him right on the bridge of his nose. The man's sight was blocked. Before he had time to recover, there was an intense pain coming from his stomach. It felt like he had been kicked roughly. His body knocked into the door, and the shovel fell from his hands. Before he realized what was happening, pain started to radiate from all parts of his body. Someone was assaulting him. The truth flashed across his mind. He was confused, and for a moment he even felt wronged. Stop kicking me, what the F asterisk CK? He used his hands to shield his head. The shovel had been kicked away, and the man writhed on the ground. However, his attacker did not seem like he was going to stop any time soon. He was beaten up for several minutes. It was not until the man felt tired that the pain on his body disappeared. His body was covered in bruises. The fisher collapsed in the corner of the living room, and he looked at Chen Ji with fear and caution. "What's wrong with you? Why did you assault me?" "Because you wanted to kill me." Chen Ji picked up the shovel from the ground and sat on the sofa. "Which one of your eyes saw that I want to kill you?" "I can see that intention from your eyes." Chen Ji did not waste time to argue with the man. "I will ask you a few questions, and you'd better answer them honestly." "You followed me here just to ask me a few questions." "First, what did you see at the dam?" Chen Ji asked directly. He did not want to waste time. "There is no king fish in the water," the man answered after a moment's hesitation. "I saw a person." "A person?" "Yes, with 4 limbs and hair." The terror was overflowing out of the man's eyes. "There was more than one. When I dropped the bait into the water, there were many similar things underwater that were rushing to the surface." "Many of them?" Chen Ji nodded. "Second question, I already know what kind of bait you're using. Tell me, why would you use that as your bait, and how did you know that they like this kind of bait?" "I don't know what you are talking about." The fisher was still trying to deny it. "It's fine if you do not want to answer that question. The police will ask for more details than I do. Third question, have you been to Liwan City before, and did you take the last bus on Route 104? Berry seed was related to the ghost fetus, and the water ghost at Eastern Jiujiang Dam was related to berry seed, so Chen Ji wanted to see whether the fisher had gone fishing for a water ghost. Was it just a hobby, or did he have another motive? Liwan City? The man looked confused. It seemed genuine, so he was probably not related to the culprit at Linwan City. After asking a few more questions, Chen Ji directly called the police. "As for the rest of the story, I'll leave you to inform the police." 20 minutes later, the officers from Eastern Jiujiang Police Station who received the call rushed to the scene. "You should come back to the station with us." "There's no need for that trouble. I suggest that you learn a bit from the Western Jiujiang Station, and everything should be as simple as it can be. In the future, we will have a lot more opportunities to see each other." After providing a simple written statement, Chen Ji also found out the fisher's criminal process from the police. The body that was in his courtyard had come from Mingyang residence. This man's personality was a bit twisted. A few weeks ago, he had gotten into an altercation with a homeless person on his way home. He had accidentally injured the man, and the homeless person swore to take revenge to make his life as miserable as possible. After a few more conflicts, the fisher confirmed the homeless man's address after following him home. Then, he went to the abandoned Ming Yang residence to kill the man. When he tried to dump the body at night, the fisher noticed a shadow about 1 meter long surfacing in the water at the dam, and that was when he realized that there was a king fish in Eastern Jiujiang Dam. Chen Ji had already gotten the information he wanted, so he left the fisher's home and called a taxi to get back to New Century Park. The mission related to the girl on the black phone still has not been triggered, but at least I can confirm that it is related to the water ghost. Her sister is most likely one of the king fishes in the dam. This 2-star mission was harder than Chen Ji imagined. The water ghost was hiding inside the dam. If he was not careful, he might be dragged down into the depth, and this was completely different from a fight on the ground. I wonder if Su Yin's power will be affected when he is submerged underwater. Chen Ji carried the backpack and stopped at the water attraction at the park before activating the recorder. A light smell of blood suffused the night breeze. In his red shirt, Su Yin materialized next to Chen Ji. "Still haven't found your heart." Chen Ji could always see a flash of sadness on Su Yin's face. Until now, he had not figured what Su Yin was looking for. All he could do was hope that Su Yin would even find his happiness. He ordered Su Yin to get into the pool, and after the water flowed over his body, Chen Ji realized that his connection to Su Yin drastically weakened. Su Yin's power was also affected to a certain degree. Since something like this happens in a normal pool, if we really jump into the dam, the problem will be much bigger. I have to keep Su Yin around, so now I desperately need a ghost who can submerge into the water. Entering the haunted house, Chen Ji took out his comic to consider the ghosts that were available to him. Yandanian, the boy with the stench, by Keolin. After going through the list of ghosts, Chen Ji suddenly realized that he had a ghost that had very little presence. He grabbed his bag and rushed into the Coffin Village scenario and pushed open the door to an old house. There were 2 parasol trees growing slanted in the courtyard. Next to one of the trees was a large water vat. I already have a ghost living in water in my haunted house. Chenji walked up to the water vat, and he could see something ball-like floating in the water. When Chenji got closer, the ball slowly submerged into the water, and a trail of bubbles remained on the surface. This was a ghost that Chenji had brought out from Coffin Village. It seemed to be called Vat Ghost, and it had been hiding inside the vat. Normally, it would bring plenty of screams to the visitors as well. The haunted house has been really kind to you, and today it is time for you to repay your benefactor. Chenji and Su Yin stood on opposite sides of the vat. They looked at the ghost who was hiding at the bottom of the vat. The ghost was hugging his knees and blowing out bubbles, shaking his head. You're going to face an extremely terrifying water ghost. You can't be so cowardly. Chenji had Su Yin haul the ghost out from the water and summoned other ghosts to give the vat ghost intensive training. I don't ask that you need to be able to kill everyone, but you have to be able to escape quickly at least. After finishing the investigation, come and bring me the news. Chapter 577, Water Bottle 2-in-1. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. The training for the Vat Ghost mainly focused on evasion, endurance, and speed. Chenji did not need the Vat Ghost to have a high attack power. He only wished that the ghost would be able to return with its life intact after it got the necessary information. I'll depend on all of you to teach it the right things. Chenji closed the door that headed to the underground scenario and returned to the staff break room to take a much-deserved rest. He looked at his phone and discovered that he had several unread messages. Most of them came from Wen's aunt, and a few of them came from Su Wan. Most of the messages were asking Chenji for his location. When Wen's aunt came to the New Century Park after her working hour, she had found that the father and daughter had been taken away by Chenji already. One could understand that she was a little bit worried. The woman did not call me after the string of messages. This probably means that she was able to confirm the pair of father and daughter's safety. After thinking about it for a while, Chenji felt that it was better if he sent the woman a reply. Probably because it was already so late, the woman did not respond. Nothing happened to her, right? Chenji shook his head and felt like he had been a bit too sensitive lately. If anyone that talked to him would be caught in some accidents, then his world would be a very chaotic place. He placed his phone on the bedside table and then took out the black phone to look at the list of daily mission. Repair, promote, and expand. The mission with normal difficulty does not mean much to me. If there is a nightmare mission, I might consider it. Lying down, Chenji picked up Xiaoxiao and the white cat and snuggled in bed with them. He pulled up the cover and decided to have an early sleep that night. Hopefully by tomorrow morning, the Vat Ghost will be able to give me a surprise. Chenji did not plan to drag it on any longer. The following night, he planned to finish the Twin Water Ghost mission. An underwater scary scenario. Probably even those horror house designers from overseas would not dare attempt something this daring. This should be a first for any haunted house operator. Hugging the white cat's fuzzy head, Chenji slowly drifted to sleep. At around 5 a.m., before the sun even came up from the horizon, Chenji woke up. His limbs were stone cold, but the man did not feel any semblance of discomfort. My body temperature is still dropping, but it is not as obvious as before. He did not sleep for that long, but Chenji felt re-energized and refreshed. The later it is, the more energized I become. My need for sleep is also slowly dropping. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Chenji was not a singular entity anymore. If he collapsed, then the ghosts at his haunted house would lose their home as well. I cannot abandon these poor souls. They will have nowhere else to go. Then again, there is nothing else I can do for now. I hope the tragedy that happened to the old lady in Coffin Village will not replicate itself here. Putting on his clothes, Chenji entered the underground scenario. When he entered the Coffin Village, what he saw surprised him. The Vat Ghost was using a speed that did not fit his appearance to evade the combined attacks from Su Yin and Bai Qiulin. He always managed to evade the attacks from the two with an impossible twist of his body before the attacks were able to connect. The man seems to possess an agility that is higher than we expected since he spent a long time living in water. He is like a slippery eel that is very hard to catch. All Zhou and Duan Yue stood to the side. They watched the scene while giving their comments. Further away was a group of mannequins in student outfits who were there just to enjoy the show. That is an interesting comparison, but it looks like the special training has been very successful. This Vat Ghost is one with great potential. Chenji summoned back Su Yin and Bai Qiulin. He led the Vat Ghost out of the haunted house and placed it in Theme Park's water attraction. Once his body gained contact with the water The vat ghost's speed increased once more. His speed was very fast, but the expression on his face was like before. It seemed like he was reminiscing about the days when he was just a ghost hiding at the bottom of the vat, and his only responsibility was to blow bubbles. When this trial mission is over, you don't need to squeeze yourself inside that small vat anymore. I will find you a large pond. Chenji was very satisfied with the transformation of the vat ghost. He was worried that the sun might injure the ghost, so after a brief observation, he sent the vat ghost into the comic. Now I have another trump card. At 8:20 a.m., Director Luo and Uncle Sue arrived at the theme park earlier than usual. There were 2 men in suits following them. Zio Chen, let me make some introductions. This is my former business partner. We used to go to the same university. He is CEO Bai from the Keohai organization. The update to our theme park's facilities will be a joint project with their company. Director Luo sounded bright, but Chenji noticed that when he introduced the man, his eyes were very calm, and there was not one ripple of happiness. If anything, there was a very well-hidden trace of caution. Old friend, this is the mastermind behind our theme park's haunted house, Chenji. Director Luo then managed the introduction to CEO Bai. You are that Chenji? CEO Bai looked Chenji up and down and then nodded kindly. To be able to keep such a large haunted house running alone and then come up with so many detailed scary scenarios, that's amazing. I'm really impressed. He extended his hand toward Chenji. If there is an opportunity, perhaps we can consider a cooperation between us as well. Chenji looked at the man's face and thought that he looked very familiar. He thought about it for a long time, and then it hit him. He had once seen a picture on the engineer's phone from the futuristic park. It was the picture of a meeting, and one of the people in the picture was CEO Bai. Why would someone who had dealings with the futuristic theme park come to work together with the New Century Park? With confusion in his eyes, Chenji silently moved his eyes to look at Director Luo. The latter understood the meaning in his eyes. He lowered his palm and then pointed at himself. He was telling Chenji that he knew about these things and he would be able to handle everything. Director Luo was a successful businessman. Chenji decided to leave such matters to the businessmen and did not say anything. He knew that Director Luo had his own plan. He probably wanted to earn benefits from the man and at the same time stop the man's wicked plan from succeeding. Hopefully, everything can be pulled off successfully. After sending them away, Chenji could sense some desperation from Director Luo. If not for the pressure from the futuristic theme park, he probably would not have taken such a risky step. Looks like I have to increase my speed. I should focus on completing the few missions in Eastern Jiujiang first. If there is any party that dares stand in our way, I'll just feed them to Zhang Ye or Bai Qiulin. After 2 days of relaxation, Chenji felt like he had to do something already. At 9 a.m. the theme park opened, and a new day began. Inside the corridor of a particular building in Eastern Jiujiang, Wenwen's hands were tightly gripping the room door, and she cried loudly. Her large eyes were filled with tears, and the scene looked rather sad. I've fulfilled my part of the promise to let you go to theme park, and now it is your time to fulfill your part of the promise and go to school like an obedient girl. The woman in the office clothing squatted next to Wenwen. She tried to pry Wenwen away from the door, but the girl gripped the door and was unwilling to let go. Even though Wenwen's father suffered from a mental illness and his intelligence was much lower than normal, for a father that cared deeply about his daughter, this was more like the instinct of an animal. He fidgeted in his seat and wanted to stop Wenwen's aunt. Brother, I also love Wenwen, but if you do not want her to turn out like you in the future, you have to let her go to school. The woman's words were sharp, and they plunged right into the man's heart. The biggest worry for this father was that his daughter would end up like him when she grew up. He stopped moving, no longer debating saving the little girl. I'm only doing this for your sake. There will come a day when I am old. Wenwen, if you have no power to take care of yourself, then what will happen to the two of you when I'm old? Wenwen's aunt picked up the little girl, grabbed the school bag that was on the ground, and forcibly dragged her downstairs. When you're at school, you have to listen to the teacher's words, and do not get into any arguments or altercations with the other students. The woman led Wenwen to the bus. The girl seemed to have given up on her resistance. She hugged her bag and kept her head lowered like she was very sad. Half an hour later, the woman dropped Wenwen off at a private rehabilitative school. There were many students like Wenwen at this school, including children who suffered from hyperactivity or other illnesses. Teacher Wen, I'll leave the child with you. The woman actually did care about Wenwen. Before she left, she told Teacher Wen many times that she was worried that the girl would be bullied at school. Will you be the one fetch her after school? The one who spoke was a female teacher. She was rather rotund, and she had a pair of glasses on. Her hair was cut short, and she looked around 40. Her voice was gentle and soft. Yes, thank you for your help. The woman walked 3 steps and turned back to look at Wen. In the end, she got onto the bus. After all, she still needed to get to work. Wen never once raised her head to look at the woman, obviously unhappy. Let's go in. The woman placed her hand on Wen's shoulder and slowly nudged her forward. After crossing the front door, they entered a very unique school. The school was not big, and it was mainly separated into 2 parts, indoors and outdoors. Currently, on the small outdoor field, there was a male teacher who was leading a few children to do some exercises. The actions were very simple, but the patterns made by the children were completely different and weird in their own ways. However, this scene was not at all funny. If anything, it would make one's heart tighten. Wen seemed to hate this strange environment a lot. She pushed the woman's hand from her shoulder and took out a water bottle from her bag. She did not drink the water. Instead, she opened the lid so that she could look at the surface of the water directly. Teacher Wen had seen Wen's strange action before, so she did not stop her as she led Wen into the building. A row of plastic tables whose edges were covered tightly was placed in the middle of the room. There was a female teacher who was telling the students something in the classroom. Zhao Zhu, do you mind arranging a seat for her? I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave her with you. Okay, the female teacher saw Wen. When she saw the little girl, her brows creased slightly, but she soon returned to normal. She arranged for the girl to sit at the back of the class. Both parties treated each other as invisible. In a way, this was the best arrangement. Sitting at the back, the girl leaned on the table. She did not take out her textbook from her bag. She just sat there and looked at the water inside the bottle. She mumbled to herself, but it looked like she was conversing with the water bottle. Her voice was low, and since the classroom was quite noisy, no one really paid her any attention. It was not until the female teacher started to use the projector to teach the class about animals that the class started to quiet down. The teacher called out students to answer her questions. Most of the students piped up, but Wen continued to converse with the water bottle on her own. When the teacher heard her voice, she was quite angry. Liu Wen, come and tell us what this animal is. When the girl heard someone call her name, she lifted her head in confusion. When she noticed that everyone was looking at her, she was conspicuously unsettled. Don't you know, then what about this one? The female teacher changed another picture, and a picture of a frog appeared on the board. Wen still did not say anything. She did not know what to do, and her palms became covered in sweat. I have already told you many times this is a frog. How come you still cannot remember it? The female teacher walked down from the podium. The more she looked at the girl, the angrier she became. You keep hugging this bottle of water, but you never drink from it. If anyone else tries to drink you water, you will even scratch their faces. I really wonder about the doctor's diagnosis for you. The female teacher really did not like Wen. She pointed at the picture on the board. I will tell you again, this is a frog. Can you remember it this time? The girl still did not answer. She stared at the water bottle on the table. You still won't speak? The female teacher grabbed Wen's shoulders and pulled her to stand at the aisle that was between 2 rows of tables. Come, repeat the action that is on the picture. Wen still did not react. In the end, with the multiple signals and warnings from the female teacher, the girl seemed to finally grasp her meaning. She mimicked the frog in the picture and squatted on the ground. Her hands were placed on the ground, and she used her 4 limbs to hold up her body. Remember this pose, this is a frog. I will ask you again during the next lesson. The female teacher had Wen return to her seat, and she continued with the class. Patting away the dust on her hands, Wen stood up and leaned against her table again. She stared at the water bottle. No one touched the bottle, but the water inside started to ripple on its own as a string of black hair that was on the bottom of the water floated to the surface. The class in the morning soon ended. After lunch, it was time for the students to have an afternoon nap. Wen was still arranged to have her place at the corner. She did not protest or make any noise. She hugged her school bag and her water bottle as she very obediently walked to her bed. She dropped the bag by her feet and then placed the water bottle beside her pillow. After about half an hour, when the children started to fall asleep, the teacher who was responsible for patrolling the room entered. When she stopped beside Wen, she noticed there was an unclosed water bottle next to her. Why is there a black hair in the water? The female teacher picked up the bottle and poured the water down the toilet. Then, she replaced the water bottle on the counter next to the bed. At 2 p.m., the children were slowly roused from their sleep. The first thing that Wen did once she opened her eyes was turn to look at the water bottle next to her pillow, but she was unable to find it. The panicked girl started to look around. She eventually found the water bottle on the counter, but the water inside had been poured away. Wen hurled the plastic bottle on the ground hard enough for it to break. Yet, she still could not find the hair inside the bottle and started to cry loudly. At the time, the female teacher by the name of Xiao Zhu was conversing with the male physical education teacher. Their bodies were slowly leaning closer to each other, and they were laughing and chatting. They were happily chatting when they heard Wen's crying. The female teacher complained with impatience. "It is her again. I really wonder if this girl was not born with mental retardation but is actually a nut job." Opening the door, the woman walked to the girl. She had no idea what had happened to Wen because the girl refused to communicate. She bent down to pick up the pieces of the bottle, and when she saw that Wen was still crying, Xiao Zhu grabbed the girl and dragged her out of the room, locking her in another room. "Stop disturbing the other children. I will give you time to calm down first. When you're done crying, I will come back to get you." Chapter 578, Have You Found Me? 2-in-1. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Wen's crying sound came from the single room. The female teacher stood outside to listen for a while. She prepared to re-enter the room when the girl's crying receded, but Wen only cried harder and louder. There has to be something wrong with this girl's brain. She was the one who broke the water bottle, so why is she acting so crazy in the middle of the day? The female teacher still had other students in her charge, so she decided to leave Wen alone to calm down. She walked away from the door and returned to the classroom. After all the children were ready for the afternoon class, the female teacher returned to the door of the isolated room. Half an hour had already passed, and Wen finally stopped crying. Looks like giving them a timeout is not bad. Of course, we cannot pamper them too much simply because they're retarded. The female teacher was glad because she had finally found the method to deal with Wen. She pushed the door open. In the room that could not be considered as big, there was a dampness in the air, and it felt eerie and dark. There was a pool of water on the ground, and the little girl stood in the corner with her head lowered, her small, slender arms dangling weakly by her side. Her pale skin was conspicuous against her black hair. The curtain of hair fell on her face and blocked her eyes. She did not make any noise, as if she had transformed into some furniture in the room. "Finally stopped crying?" The female teacher sensed the change in the little girl. For some strange reason, she shivered. After she entered this small room, her breathing became more difficult, like the room was filled with water, and if she stayed too long in this room, she might drown and die. The sound of a wind chime and the children singing came from outside the room. Those were the usual sounds at their school, but standing inside that single room, listening to these familiar sounds that drifted through the wind felt completely different. It did not sound like children who were born unlucky and with sickness, but it sounded like the painful wailing of small, tormented souls. "Come here." The female teacher suddenly felt afraid of stepping further into the room. She extended her hands toward the girl and hoped that the girl would walk out from the room on her own. However, Wen did not seem to hear her. She stood there in her strange posture. Her arms were slightly bent, and her body was leaning forward. Her lips, the only feature that was not blocked by her hair, were pulled upward into a smile. "Can't you hear me? I told you to come here." The female teacher looked at the child, and a strange emotion appeared in her heart, fear. Why would I be afraid of a mere child? It was broad daylight, and the sun was shining brightly. The female teacher steeled her heart and walked into the room. She grabbed the curtain and prepared to yank it open. However, just as she was about to pull back the curtain, she felt a chill on her wrist like something had just grabbed her. "Ah!" With a scream, the female teacher turned to look. Her wrist was gripped by Wen. This little girl seemed to have morphed into a different person. Her eyes had become very weird, like a bottomless pond, and there were bodies floating on top of it. "What is happening?" The teacher's hand that held onto the curtain slowly lost its power. She could not move her hand, much less pull the curtain open. "Isn't it time for class?" Wen uttered the question clearly. There was no stuttering or shivering like usual. Every single word was very clear. This was different from how the girl was normally. "Oh, okay." The female teacher did not dare waste time and immediately raced out of the room with Wen in tow. Walking down the corridor, the oppressive feeling finally started to dissipate. The female teacher did not dare turn around to look at Wen. She felt like her wrist had been bitten by something. It was cold and numb, and she had started to lose the feeling in her arm. Walking into the classroom, Wen let go of her hand actively. Without waiting for the teacher to say anything, Wen walked to the back of the class. Today sure is a strange day. Even though Wen was not holding her wrist anymore, the female teacher still felt chilliness radiating from the spot where Wen held her. She had the students open all the curtains in the classroom. Then she began the class. She tried her best not to look in Wen's direction, and soon, the events that happened that afternoon were slowly removed from her mind. At 3 p.m., Chenji's haunted house ran into a small problem. That CEO Bai, who was Director Luo's guest, suddenly wanted to personally experience Chenji's haunted house. Since he was not privy to the man's background, Chenji planned to give CEO Bai the best VIP service. He planned to have CEO Bai enter the haunted house alone, and then arrange a few ghosts to be his other visitors to accompany him. The actors were ghosts, the other visitors were ghosts, and everywhere that he looked, there would be ghosts. That would definitely leave a valuable memory for CEO Bai, and perhaps he might even use this opportunity to grab some valuable information. That was the plan, but CEO Bai suddenly changed his mind at the last minute. He bowed out from the experience and ordered the secretary that followed him to experience the haunted house on his behalf. Chenji did not think it was worth it to go after a mere secretary, so he had the idea to go easy on the man. He lowered the difficulty of the 3-star mission, and he allowed the secretary to almost clear the 3rd sick hall. The man probably felt disappointed because he had overestimated Chenji's haunted house. Chenji's plan was for them to lower their guard. If they returned in the future, Chenji planned to enter the fray personally and even release the lingering spirits of all the mental patients. He would show them the real terror of the Ghost Stories Society. CEO Bai and Director Luo's negotiation went very smoothly, maybe too smoothly. After sending CEO Bai off, there was no smile on Director Luo's face. Things had been too successful, and that made Director Luo feel quite unsettled. Chenji was not familiar with these things, so he could not intervene even if he wanted to. With full confidence in Director Luo, he did not ask for more details. The haunted house closed at night. After cleaning up the place, Chenji entered the underground scenario alone. He planned to finish the Twin Water Ghost mission that night. Taking out the comic, he grabbed all the ghosts. Chenji put it inside the backpack with Dr. Skullcracker's hammer. After completing the Water Ghost mission, the variety of employees at the haunted house will greatly improve, and the first underwater scary scenario will be unlocked. I just wonder what kind of form it will take. With a stomach filled with anticipation, Chenji left New Century Park. When he planned to call a taxi to get to the dam, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Wen's aunt. "Hello, how are you? Did Wen go to your place? Boss Chen, have you seen Wen? Wen's aunt's urgent voice came from the other end of the line. Wen, but why would she be with me? Calm down and tell me what happened. Chenji had a very bad feeling. Wen has gone missing. When I went to the rehabilitative school to pick her up at night, I discovered that she was not at the school. The school teachers have no idea where she is, and the surveillance footage showed that she was indeed waiting for me at the school gate after school. However, after a while, she disappeared from the footage, and now, no one knows where she is." Wen's aunt sounded desperate. "The girl likes your theme park a lot, and she even told me that she felt very comfortable inside your haunted house. The girl, who has always been a bit reserved and pessimistic, started to smile after she visited your theme park, so I think that she might have gone to your theme park if she ran away from school." "I don't think so. You live in eastern Jiujiang, and the theme park is in western Jiujiang. The distance between us is very big. I'm just telling you. If you see that child, please call me back, okay? Thank you." "Okay, no problem, but I feel like there is a big chance that Wen is still at her school. Can you tell me the address of her school?" After Wen's aunt gave him the location, Chenji hung up. He quickly ran to the guard's booth. He told the elder the situation and told him to keep an eye out for the little girl. After sharing the news, Chenji headed directly to the girl's school. From his experience, the girl should not have wandered far from her school. She did not have any money on her, so she should still be around her school compound. The girl's big sister is a water ghost. Could her sudden disappearance be related to her big sister? Is it because I went to the dam yesterday and it has attracted the attention of the other water ghosts? There was still time, so Chenji called a cab to get to Wen's rehabilitative school. What? She is really such a troublesome little child. If she is mentally retarded, then she should not be able to come up with all these schemes. The female teacher by the name of Zhao Zhu stood in the corridor and complained. The male teacher standing next to her was the one responsible for physical education. "You should not have said that. If any outsiders hear it, it will greatly ruin the reputation of our school," the male teacher advised her patiently. Even though he also had a trace of impatience and unhappiness on his face, he did not voice his dissatisfaction openly. "Ah Cheng, if this child did not decide to act up, we would have been shopping and then going for a movie." The female teacher did not hide her real emotion when she was with the male teacher. "Shush, you'd better keep it quiet. Headmistress Wen does not approve of relationships between teachers. Since we're still at school, we'd better be more careful about things like that." He walked away. "Let's find that girl first." "Why are we wasting time? It's for the best if the girl goes missing. I became tired of dealing with her a long time ago," the woman groused. The two turned to walk into a different corridor, but the lights in the corridor were not turned on. When the male teacher wanted to reach out for the light switch, his arm was suddenly covered with softness. He turned around to look and noticed that his arm was being hugged by the female teacher. "Why aren't you paying me any attention?" The woman put on a coquettish expression. The man looked around and confirmed that no one was there before leaned in to give the woman a peck on her lips. "We should focus on the official business first. If the girl really goes missing, it will greatly affect the reputation of our school. By the way, I heard from the students that the girl was crying for no reason this afternoon. Do you know the actual reason why?" "If I have to guess, it was her illness acting up. I've already told you the child is not normal. She often hugs a water bottle in class and talks to the water inside the bottle. Sometimes, she even calls the water bottle her big sister." The woman seemed to get excited talking about Wen behind her back. "She is unable to interact with other students. I once tried to have a child who was the least retarded sit next to her. But in the end, just because the boy tried to have a look at her water bottle, she scratched the boy's face until he bled. She is so aggressive. But when she entered the school, the doctor did not say anything like that on her diagnosis report. Really knows? In any case, I have already completely given up on her. As long as I can earn my paycheck. You also know about our situation here. There is a quota. If around 60% of the children have a positive improvement and the remaining 40%'s condition does not worsen, it is already acceptable." The woman hugged the man by the name of Ah Cheng. How she reacted and talked when she was with the man and when she was with her students were completely different. The man did not push her away and allowed Xiao Zhu to hang onto his arm. He even leaned in closer to her. "No matter what, we still need to find that girl. If the police and welfare services arrive and realize that you trapped the girl inside the room for the whole afternoon and allowed her to cry her heart out, the headmistress will definitely punish you." His voice was full of affection. The man stuck close to Xiao Zhu, and the two entered the corridor. When the man tried to turn the light on, Xiao Zhu, who hugged the man's arm, suddenly saw a small shadow that was reflected on the wall at the end of the corridor. "There," she yelped, and the man quickly turned the corridor lights on. The small shadow disappeared as the lights came on. "What did you see?" "I saw a shadow earlier. It looked like it belonged to that girl." "She's still in the school?" The man held Xiao Zhu's hand as they ran to the end of the corridor. When they arrived, they discovered that it was not a shadow on the wall but a splash of water. Who would splash water here? Was it that girl? Who else would it be other than her? But what is her intention of doing this? Xiao Zhu was confused. Then again, I did notice that the girl likes to play with water. When Wen broke the water bottle and started to cry after she woke up from the afternoon nap, then could something have happened during the afternoon nap? Ah Cheng was calmer. The teacher who was responsible for the patrol this afternoon was Teacher Wang. She is currently looking for clues with the headmistress. Let me call her to ask. The man made the call and Xiao Zhu looked rather miffed. Why would you have her phone number? When did you ask for her number? Teacher Wang, during the afternoon nap. Did you notice anything strange about Wen? I don't think so. I saw a hair floating in her water bottle, so I poured the dirty water away. Is that all? Yes. Then where did you pour the water? Did you pour it on her bed? What are you trying to insinuate? That this thing is my mistake? Teacher Wang fired back with impatience. I poured the water down the toilet. If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. The toilet? Come, let's go there and see. The man did not want to explain to Xiao Zhu about why he had Teacher Wang's number, so he quickly changed the topic. He led Xiao Zhu to run to the toilet that was at the end of the long corridor. He placed his palm on the handle and then quickly pulled his hand back. Why is the door handle wet? Has someone just used the toilet? He looked at the door and realized that the edge of the door was also wet. Other than that, it looked to be moldy. The mold released a light stench. Is the girl hiding inside the toilet? With curiosity, the man pushed the door open. The sound of rushing water came from the toilet. The faucet was not shut, and someone had used water to write down the following on the sink's mirror. Here I am. The water slid down the surface of the mirror. Those few words had just been written. Is this Wen Wen's handwriting? Ah Cheng turned to look at Xiao Zhu. Normally, Xiao Zhu had the most interaction with Wen Wen. Definitely not. The girl does not even recognize alphabet, so how could she have written this? Xiao Zhu looked at the sentence of the mirror and shivered. Then this means that someone else has sneaked into our school and probably kidnapped Wen Wen. The man crossed his arms before his chest and started to think. Xiao Zhu became more and more unsettled. The lights in the corridor flickered on and off. She looked at the faucet, and a question popped into her mind. The drain of the sink was not clogged, but the water level inside the sink kept rising. Seeing the rising water, the feeling of drowning returned like she was placed inside a pond as the water slowly rose to submerge her heart. The sound of a girl's mumbling and singing appeared beside her ears. Her body kept shivering, and from the cover of her eyes, she saw something floating out from the drain of the sink. She walked to the sink and placed her hand slowly into it. When she touched the thing and planned to pull it out, she realized that it was the hair of a woman. Xiao Zhu struggled greatly like she had touched something extremely disgusting. She wanted to call the male teacher next to her for help, but when she turned her head, she saw a girl who was completely bloated from being soaked in water standing inside the mirror. She wore a tattered shirt that was splattered with blood, and her hair crawled out from the sink. Her lips moved like she was saying, "Have you found me?" Chapter 579, Water and Mirror. Xiao Zhu's mind went completely blank, and the familiar chill crept up her arm. She felt the water flooding through her mouth and nose. Her lungs were filled with water, and she could not breathe. She moved both of her arms and legs. She wanted to ask for help, but there was no response. She could only stand there and watch the woman slowly lift her head upward to reveal her face that was difficult to put in words. If this was a normal situation, the woman in the mirror should have been considered a beautiful woman. But unfortunately, the woman's facial features had been completely destroyed from the bloating. The creepy thing was that the woman's face kept changing. The black hair parted, and after a while the face slowly became familiar to Xiao Zhu. She realized with terror that the face of the woman in the mirror slowly turned into a reflection of her own face. She waved her hands, but she could not control her body. The sound of water filled up her ears. Xiao Zhu felt like she was trapped inside the mirror, and her body was being swapped with the female inside the mirror. "Save me, save me, save!" She gasped for air, but no oxygen traveled into her lungs. Before Xiao Zhu died from asphyxiation, her face was gruesome, and her animalistic instinct kicked in. She titled her head and knocked into the mirror that was before her. Crack! The sound of shattering glass filled the room. The blood muddled her sight, but that feeling of drowning finally disappeared. Xiao Zhu, Ah Cheng's cries of concern appeared in her ears. The woman finally regained her consciousness. Her body swayed, and she started to lean backward. "What's wrong with you?" The man caught Xiao Zhu from behind. The blood poured out from the wound on her forehead, and it dyed the woman's eyes red. "Mirror, there was someone in the mirror." Xiao Zhu grabbed Ah Cheng's arm, and she screamed while pointing at the mirror. The mirror in the toilet cracked from the impact. Shards of bloodied mirror slid down and fell from the wall. Ah Cheng hugged Xiao Zhu and pulled out the glass shards from the woman's hair. He had also been given quite a fright from the woman's sudden action. "Don't be afraid. It's fine, I'm here. I'm here with you." Ah Cheng let the woman lean back in his embrace, and he noticed that there was some problem with the sink. The black hair in the drain danced around like seaweed, and the water level kept rising until it started to overflow from the sink. The water dripped onto the ground, and the atmosphere in the room became eerier. The water that was flowing quietly looked like the result of a suicide victim slitting their wrist. The thing that overflowed was not water, but looked more like blood. "We should leave this place first." Ah Cheng hugged Xiao Zhu and used his strength to haul her out of the toilet. "The faucet is not closed." Xiao Zhu's voice sounded weak and flimsy. "We can worry about that later. We'll find more people and come back. For now, let me take you to the hospital first." Initially, Ah Cheng was not that afraid, but after the woman's crazy action, even his heart immediately jumped to his throat. He was like a bird in the hunter's sight. When he turned back to look inside the bathroom, he suddenly noticed that the blood on the mirror pieces was moving. The droplets looked like little worms that lived at the bottom of the river. They slowly moved to form a full sentence. "I am inside the mirror. She is in your arms." When he saw the few words, Ah Cheng almost released his grasp of the woman in his arms. He noticed that this had gone way beyond the stage of a prank. There was really something strange happening at the rehabilitative school. The wound on the forehead was still oozing blood. Xiao Zhu was so different from her normal cute self. Without aid to her wound, she looked rather scary. The lights in the corridor started to flicker more intensely. To help with the children's recovery, the school pasted many pictures of cartoon characters and animals on the corridor. Under the flickering lights and the shift in brightness, the animal characters started to look weird, and the many smiling faces looked incredibly scary. More water leaked out from the overflowing sink. The water felt like it was alive. It flowed out of the toilet and trailed after Ah Cheng. Ah Cheng did not realize that. A normal person would not have realized that. His whole focus was on the cartoons on the wall. Only now have I realized how creepy these things look at night. We should tell the headmistress about this and request to have all of them removed. The words that had appeared on the mirror earlier kept surfacing in Ah Cheng's mind. He held Xiao Zhu, who had her head lowered. He could feel the softness and suppleness of the woman's skin, but he could not feel the temperature coming from her body. Xiao Zhu. He tried to call out to her. Xiao Zhu lifted her head, and the wound opened wide. The blood from her forehead trailed down her face, and she looked harsh. This was definitely not the best that she had ever looked. Ah Cheng, I feel so tired, and my head is spinning. The tone was draggy, and there was a thick nasally undertone like the woman's nostrils and throat were filled with water. The girlfriend that he once loved dearly now looked so unfamiliar. It was a very hard feeling to describe. Hold on a little bit longer. I'll bring you to see the doctor now. Ah Cheng bit on the edge of his tongue. His girlfriend was suffering deeply, and he had thought of abandoning her. What an unmanly thing to do. He picked up his pace, but as he walked down the corridor, he felt as if the corridor had grown longer. How long have I been walking down this hall? The negative feeling in his heart grew. He bit down on his teeth, hugged Xiao Zhu, and charged down the corridor. However, when he took his first step, he stepped on something slippery on the ground and toppled over. Both he and Xiao Zhu collapsed onto the ground. When he turned to look, he realized with a shock that the corridor was completely wet, and a trail of water had been following him closely like a living, venomous snake. He looked further down the corridor, and the room that was next to the toilet slowly creaked open. A small shadow appeared next to the door. She leaned against the door. The lights in the corridor were on, and the place was showered with light, but he had a hard time seeing her face clearly. All he could confirm was that the shirt that she was wearing was soaking wet. Wen, the room that the little girl exited, was the small room that the woman had trapped Wen in that afternoon. Ah Cheng was figuring out what to do next when his phone rang. He reached to answer the phone as if on instinct. Do you think it's possible for the child to return to school? The headmistress and myself have asked many nearby shops, and they said that they have not seen Wen. The girl is probably still at the school, but she is hiding somewhere. It was Teacher Wang who called. When he heard her voice, Ah Cheng seemed to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Wen is at school. Please come quickly. Xiao Zhu is injured. Injured? Okay, I'll be there immediately. The call was hurriedly ended. Ah Cheng actually still wanted to say a few more words. He put the phone away, but when he moved his eyes away from the screen, he realized that Xiao Zhu had been looking at him with her body twisted in a strange posture. Who were you talking on the phone with? That was Teacher Wang. She will bring people to come help us in a bit. Ah Cheng was a very careful person. After he noticed the strangeness about Xiao Zhu, he did not ask any more questions, and the shadow that he suspected to be Wen did not come any closer. The way he saw it, the most urgent thing that they needed to do then was leave the school. But I searched that room earlier. The little girl was not in there. Could it be that the girl has been playing hide-and-seek with us? Just what was on the girl's mind? How could a girl with mental retardation trick a whole group of adults like this? The more Ah Cheng thought about it, the more afraid he became. A scary movie that he had watched a long time ago appeared in his mind. The female main character was an innocent-looking child, but in reality, she was a strange person who had lived for a long time already. Every time that she was adopted, she would disturb the family's peace and even cause the family to be drenched in red. Could the child suffer from the same illness? He did not dare to think about it any longer. Ah Cheng dragged Xiao Zhu down the corridor. However, when he reached the door, he realized that the door that led outside had been locked. Where is the key? Ah Cheng looked all over the pockets on his body, but he could not find it. He tried his best to shake the door until the lights over his head suddenly went out. The shadow that was hiding inside the small room walked out. The hands were extended forward like they were stopping something. Don't come any closer. Seeing the shadow pick up speed in the corridor, Ah Cheng released his grasp on the woman in his arms. He prepared to abandon Xiao Zhu and jump through the window to find his escape. However, the strange thing was, even though he had released his grasp on the girl, Xiao Zhu's body remained stuck to his body. The woman's face appeared like it was sewn to Ah Cheng's chest. She lifted her head. Ah Cheng, don't you want me anymore? Blood spread on her face, and the sound of water dripping appeared beside his ears. Ah Cheng did not know what had happened. There was a feeling that the woman's face was slowly becoming unfamiliar as it morphed into the face of another woman. He used all his might to push the woman's face away. Ah Cheng's breathing became more hurried, and his heart was racing at maximum speed. "Stay here and wait for me, I'll go get help. I'll definitely come back for you." The sound of water dripping did not disappear. If anything, it only grew louder. The shadow down the corridor was approaching, and the woman on the ground crawled toward him. Her hair wrapped around his arm, and she used her hands to wrap Ah Cheng's legs tightly. "You are not going to leave me here alone." "What? Who locked the door? Have the two of them found Wen?" A woman who looked comparatively quieter stopped at the door to the classroom. "They won't answer my call, and we still have not found the girl. Don't tell me they have already escaped from the scene and run home." In the woman's tone, one could hear her dissatisfaction toward the other teachers. She used her key to open the door, only to find that the floor was wet with water. "What happened here?" The woman stopped for a while at the door and turned on the flashlight function on her phone. On the phone, Zhao Cheng said that Li Zuzhu was injured. How did she get injured if they were just searching for the girl at school? Is there a third person here? She reached out to turn the lights on in the corridor, but the lights would not come on. They seemed to be broken. She stole into the corridor, and the woman raised the phone. The light cut through the corridor. She saw that the door to the toilet was open, and a girl that was not tall was standing before the mirror. The girl stood on her tiptoes and reached into the sink like she was looking for something in the water. After a while, something that was even more surprising occurred. The girl pushed her own head into the sink, submerging herself underwater. Wen, the woman felt the girl look familiar, and she silently went closer to the toilet. "What are you up to?" Since there was water on the ground, as careful as she was going to make noise. When the woman reached the door of the toilet, she saw a bloated monster standing behind the girl in the shattered mirror. She wore a bloodied shirt, and she used her hands to press on the back of the girl's head. She wants to drown to girl at this crucial moment, her kindness won over terror. The woman charged into the toilet to try to save the girl. Seeing the girl run into the toilet, the monster in the mirror was surprised. At the spot where the woman was standing earlier, black hair expanded like seaweed. If the woman tried to turn and escape, she would run headfirst into the web that was knitted from black hair. Chapter 580, Do You Think I Will Let You Escape? Different from the expectation of the monster in the mirror, the woman rushed to the sink without hesitation. At that moment, she seemed to have forgotten fear. The skirt fluttered in the wind, and it was stained by the water. The woman reached the girl's side, and without stopping to consider anything else, she pulled the girl's head out from the sink. "Are you all right?" Water slid down the girl's face. Her face was white, and her purple lips were pulling into a smile. She had been pressed into the water and almost died from drowning, but the girl did not cry or make any noise. Instead, she revealed a strange smile, which made the woman feel very unsettled. She did not notice that the monster in the mirror was slowly becoming clear, and the face in the mirror was showing the same strange smile as the one on the girl's face. "Let's get out of here." The woman carried the girl in her arms and retreated out of the bathroom. The faucet was not closed, and the water that came out was darkening like it was not water but blood that was pouring out from the pipe. The sound of dripping water echoed from the small toilet. It sounded like something moving on the ground, creating a rustling sound. The woman did not dare turn her head around. She hugged the girl and ran down the corridor. The flashlight on the phone swung up and down the corridor. She could not see where she was stepping clearly. She only knew that there was something else on the flat surface, and her feet felt something soft when she stepped on it. She used several seconds to run down the corridor, but when she reached the door, she realized that it was locked. "Are there other people at the school?" The woman put the girl down. She turned to look back down the corridor. The water leaked out from the toilet, and there was something long that looked like seaweed floating in the water. "Did you see anyone else coming here?" The woman shielded the girl with both hands. She was worried when she saw how pale the girl's face was. "There should have been 2 teachers who were here. You should have seen them, right?" The girl stood next to the woman quietly. Her pupils narrowed and her purple lips slowly opened. She told the woman, Mother." "Mother, are you calling me that?" The woman's hands that held the girl subconsciously loosened. She noticed that everything in this space was different from the world that she knew. "You've got the wrong person, child. I'm not your mother." The girl did not correct herself and continued to call her mother. Then, she raised her hand to grab the woman's arm. "Wait a minute, you." It was not until then that fear started to consume the woman. The woman stood up, and her body leaned toward the exit. However, before she could get close to the door, the girl who stood where she was suddenly exclaimed with vehemence, "Do not go there." Bang! Before the girl could finish, the glass near the girl shattered and exploded. The stench of blood drifted into the room, and a large hammer that looked very scary was poking through the windowsill. Bang! With the woman and the girl watching, the hammerhead was yanked out from the window, and then it was swung again. This time, it shattered the window completely. "This thing sure is not sturdy." A backpack was tossed into the room from outside. Then a young man jumped onto the windowsill. The moon was shining on his back, so they could not see his face. However, they could clearly see the impossibly large hammer that he was holding. Without saying anything, without even an exchange of the eyes, the woman and the girl next to her took a step back involuntarily. The girl who had her pupils narrowed started to return to normal after she saw the young man. A low growl escaped from the toilet like the monster in the room could sense the thing that could threaten the girl's safety. She told the girl to run, but not go too far away from her. "Don't be scared, I'm here to save you." The young man also heard the growl from the end of the corridor. He jumped down from the windowsill and activated the recorder in his backpack. Then he touched the top of the girl's head kindly. "Wen, I'm Chenji, the haunted house boss that led you around the theme park yesterday." The woman was totally stumped. She had no idea why the worker at a theme park would show up in such a manner at a place like this. This was too much for her to handle. "Take the child out of this place." Chenji nudged the girl toward the woman and then stood in the middle of the corridor. "We can go now?" The woman still could not believe it. She hugged the girl and planned to hop out from the window, but to her surprise, the girl suddenly grabbed Chenji's leg and refused to let go. She looked much better and healthier, but her expression was worried. Her lips quivered, and she repeated the few words in her stutter, "Sis, big sister." "I know I will not harm her. I just think she deserves the chance at a better life." Chenji peeled the girl's hands gently off his body. "Please take her away." No matter what, Chenji was not going to let Wen's sister go that day. Based on all the information that he had gotten, he had confirmed that the strongest ghost in the mission, Twin Water Ghost, was Wen's sister. If she was hiding inside the dam, and he was unable to summon Zhangya, there was no chance that he would be able to enter the dam to deal with the girl, because no one had any idea how many water ghosts were trapped inside the dam. Before the mission even started, I've already killed the boss. This kind of mission experience is not so bad. Gripping the hammer, Chenji stood between Wen and the toilet. The monster in the toilet saw the girl being taken away, and she started to scream again. The black hair in the water rushed toward Chenji. "You both use hair as a weapon, but your hair is too weak compared to the one inside my shadow." The hair in the water was stepped on before they even had the chance to get close to Chenji. Su Yin seemed to see something hiding inside the room at the end of the corridor. His head was tilted to the side, and he asked the half-open door of the room softly, "Is it painful?" Without waiting for Chenji to say anything, the blood vessels tore open the black hair on the ground. Su Yin, who was almost fully red other than his heart, lashed out like an arrow. The black hair crawled out from the water to wrap around Su Yin's body, but they were unable to stop him. At most, they slowed him down. "Stop struggling. I will not make it too difficult for you on the account of your little sister." Chenji flipped through the comic and released Bai Qiulin. The man and ghost also charged forward. The monster in the toilet already had a hard time dealing with Su Yin. When she saw Bai Qiulin's heart, which was almost dyed red, she gave up the resistance immediately. The black hair was pulled back into the toilet. Chenji chased after her, but when he reached the toilet, the faucet was closed on its own, and the water stopped flowing. "Do you think I will let you go so easily?" Using both yin-yang vision and ghost ear at the same time, and the echoing sound appeared in Chenji's ears. The ghost was still inside the pipe, but she was slithering down the pipe at an incredible speed. Chapter 581, Blood Red City. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Here, his eyes focused on the pipe. Chenji raised the hammer and aimed it at a certain spot. Bang! The pipe cracked and the water splashed onto his shirt. His eyes narrowed, and Chenji saw the strand of black hair that slipped through. "No matter what, you're not running away tonight." He recalled Su Yin and Bai Qiulin before running out of the school. "Where is the main control panel for water and electricity?" Chenji jumped through the window. He grabbed the hammer and pressed on the woman's shoulder with his other hand. The woman whom he had saved earlier was standing in the middle of the field while hugging the girl, preparing to leave. She did not expect Chenji to come out so soon. She was flustered, and she did not know what to say. I said, where is the main control panel for water and electricity? There is none. We share the same circuit with the surrounding neighborhood, so the main control panel should be with them. The woman answered incrementally, but Chenji grasped the gist of it. The school shared the same circuit with the neighboring residential area, so only by shutting off the power source at the residential area would he be able to trap the water ghost inside the pipe between the residential area and the school. Of course, Chenji was not 100% confident that it would work. The water ghost could have escaped into any of the residents' house, and that was the thing that worried Chenji the most. Help me contact the manager of the residential area now and get him to temporarily turn off the control panel. Just say that the person who tried to kidnap the girl and injure your students and teachers is hiding inside the pipes. After giving that order, Chenji tossed the hammer inside his backpack. He tried to focus and removed all external noise, following the strange echoes inside the pipes. The sound traveled further away from him. The water system in Jiujiang was complicated. If he was unable to limit the monster soon, then she was definitely going to escape. The culprit has gone inside the pipe, but how did he manage to do that? The woman was stumped. Would anyone believe something like that? She was going to request further explanation from Chenji, but he had already charged out of the school. The pipe was buried underground, so Chenji could only rely on his ghost ear to listen to the sound that the water ghost made as she traveled through the pipe. He tailed her closely, and at one point, he even thought about closing his eyes to stop all other external stimuli. After 2 minutes, Chenji followed the sound to enter one of the residential areas that was behind the rehabilitative school. Once Chenji stepped into this area, he shivered. The temperature was much lower compared to outside. They were in the same area, but the difference in temperature was drastic. Strange, why is there a feeling that is similar to the one I got when I stepped into the underground morgue? Chenji's body temperature was already lower than normal, and even he could feel the chill, which meant that this place was really suspicious. The area was built somewhere that was not that vibrant in eastern Jiujiang. Unlike other residential areas, this area did not have a fence to close in the buildings, but instead, like a prison, it had a tall wall. The wall did not look pretty, and if anything, it gave off an oppressive feeling. There were 7 buildings inside the area. They were all around 10 floors. They looked like they had been refurbished plenty of times, but probably due to the lack of everyday care, they looked like they were old and uncared for. This was something common in eastern Jiujiang, and nothing really jumped out. However, once he stepped into the place, Chenji had a strange feeling in his heart. It felt like someone was watching him from behind one of the windows. That feeling made cold sweat appear on his forehead. Wen's sister would not have chosen this place for no reason. Chenji did not retreat. Unless this place was hiding a red specter, the other ghosts were not going to stop him. The buildings close to the residential area had some lights on, but this place was completely dark. The more he walked into the area, the more oppressive the darkness became. Chenji focused on the sound in the pipe under his feet, and he followed the monster to reach the building that was at the deepest part of the residential area. Even after completing so many trial missions, Chenji still hesitated before he entered this building. The building before him had signs of fire. Even though the walls had been repainted, once he got closer, he could smell that stench of burnt objects. Not only that, when Chenji looked closer, he realized that a huge fire had once ravaged this building. However, the building had not been abandoned. After some fixing and painting, it had been reopened to welcome new tenants. A building that was burned before. Chenji was reminded of the other trial mission on the black phone, the 3-star mission, Ghost Fire. It shouldn't be that coincidental. There are many buildings that have suffered from fires before. He took out the hammer from the backpack. The sound made by the water ghost weakened. She followed the pipe and entered the building before him. Why would she come into this building? Chenji muttered. The control panel shouldn't have been closed already. She has the chance to escape to other pipes, so why did she decide to trap herself in this place? If this water ghost was really Wen's big sister, her life had been ended by her biological parent, so her resentment after death must have been incredibly deep. This kind of ghost would be highly vengeful. I've ruined her plan, so she must hate me a lot. The reason she lured me here could be that there is a stronger presence here, and she wants to borrow that thing's hand to kill me. Chenji quickly understood the water ghost's intention, but he was not afraid. You want to borrow another person's hand to kill me. Tonight, I shall capture that pair of hands that you want to borrow as well. Entering the corridor, the walls of the corridor were decorated with painful scrawls. There were many messages, like "Return the life of my child." Walking down the corridor, the pipe kept making noise like there was something crawling inside it. Chen Ji summoned Su Yin and Bai Qiulin to chase after it, and the sound eventually stopped on the 13th floor. She wants to lure me here? Chen Ji was sensitive to everything, including the number 3. He looked at the 3 rooms on the 13th floor, but he could not confirm which room Wenwen's sister had escaped into. Try the rooms one by one, but it'll be so bad to disturb people. Holding the hammer in one hand, Chen Ji's eyes darted between the doors of the 3 rooms. What? The darkened sky was filled with blood vessels, and a pair of vengeful eyes was staring at the corner of the street. In this blood-red city, there was a man in a blood-red doctor's coat. He held the head of his lover in one hand, and whenever he took one step, blood would ooze out of his coat. That was the reddest red that had ever been. Good versus evil and sin versus punishment, there is a dichotomy to everything in this world. The man held up the head in his palm. Then what is the opposite of human? Shadows slipped up and down the red street, and the man seemed to have gotten used to everything there. He looked at the burnt building at the end of the street, and his face was maddened. Should I hide there? After consuming more things, I should have the answer. Blood pooled silently underneath his feet, and the man's expression became more and more twisted. I'm so hungry. Chapter 582. That familiar smell, I want to eat him. So hungry, I want to eat him, eat everyone, to make them become the thing in my stomach, to make them into my nutrients. The man looked up at the sky, looking at the blood-red eyes that were hiding behind the shadow. You're also looking at me, aren't you? Stop hiding, I've already seen you. You are just around him observing my body. You want to eat me. You all want to eat me, so why aren't you doing that? What are you afraid of? Come, come and eat me, come. His voice grew and the man's scream filled the street. He was not afraid of anything, like he did not possess the emotion fear. On the red street, the red blood dripped on the red ground. In the alley that was growing with decaying flesh and moss, hiding in the underwater pipes that were glowing with red eyes, inside the shadow that could not be touched by the light, many strange objects with scary faces walked out. They could no longer be described by the simple terms scary or horrifying. They were not gory either. They had gone beyond murder or massacre. They were more than that. They were not humans and could not have been humans. They should be the creature native to the world behind the door. They were the residents of this nightmare. They consumed negative energy, and they survived on the negative emotions from living humans. They did not have a fixed shape and different from man. Their limbs could be twisted to impossible angles. If one really had to describe it, they were like bodies that were caught in a car accident and were dragged for miles by the tires. They could not be called humans, or rather, they had obtained the human shape because they had consumed too many negative emotions from living humans. They had gained a human consciousness and an appetite for the delicious object that was called human. You have been waiting me. You have prepared this for a long time. You're going to serve me on the dining table tonight and make me your main dish. I saw the utensils that you have prepared, and I saw the greed in your eyes. I saw how you swallowed your saliva, and I saw how excited your Adam apple was quivering. The man screamed loudly and madly. He did not evade or run and stood there to allow these things to surround him. Do you think I will be afraid? The man hugged the head of his lover, and for a moment his expression softened. I like this feeling. I love death, and I admire madness. A life gone wretched from screaming, yelling, and crying. When a person is alive, they are never brave enough to voice their true opinion, but here I can do anything that I want. There is no need to hide anymore. There is no need to hide anymore. I can play with the limbs of living humans. I can peel open my skull to look into my soul. I can gift my former self to myself. Many people think I have gone mad, but what is the difference between their madness and my madness exactly? I was once a doctor, but a doctor that can't even save himself, so what was the point of being a doctor? The head in his palm slowly lowered. The man's eyes were filled with blood. He looked at the monsters that approached him, and the smile on his face could not be hidden anymore. His lips peeled open, and the flesh on the edges of his lips parted to reveal an extremely scary smile. I am now a connoisseur of food. My greatest hobby is eating everything within my sight and sending every delicious meal into my stomach. The laugh that would make one's hair stand on end escaped from the man's throat. He was surrounded by all the monsters, but he did not panic like he was not the one being surrounded. It is my favorite time again. It is time for feeding. Yes, with my current situation, is it more appropriate to call it eating time or feeding time? Never mind, it is all the same. In the end, they will become a part of my body. The man's words were dripping with madness, but he had the right to say these things because his power had reached an incredibly scary level. When he rambled to himself, the blood kept leaking out of his blood-red coat. Many giant, thick chains that were made from many blood vessels slithered out from his back, like he was a monster with multiple tails. The blood froze, and he looked suspiciously similar to the monster that was carved on the toilet of Chen Ji's haunted house. There is an opposite to everything in the world, but humans are the only exception. I have been trying to figure out what the opposite of man is. Once, I thought the answer was ghosts, but after becoming a ghost myself, I realized the opposite of man is not ghost but God. God that rules everything. The large chains swept the length of the street. Once the monsters were touched by the chains, they exploded on the spot. The chains were like snakes that had their own thoughts, drilling into the bodies of their victims and slipping into their hearts to suck out the nutrients. Screams echoed up and down the street. The monsters' bodies were deflating at an incredible speed. The man laughed upon hearing the screams. He laughed, and his lips were torn open until they reached his ears. He laughed and laughed until he cried. But the man did not seem to notice it. He continued to laugh like all the pain, all the regret, could be released from the echoes of his maddened laughter. Not enough, it'll never be enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm so hungry, I need to consume everything. I need to eat everyone that wants to eat me. The laugh continued to echo out from his throat as blood trailed down his lips. No one knew what had happened to the man. No one knew what had led him to this state. However, there was one thing that was certain. He was still alive, and he was keeping himself alive with this highly maddening and highly disruptive method. Blood dyed his teeth red, and he dragged the innumerable monsters behind him. The chains pierced through the monsters' bodies. He dragged the monsters and ran down the street. At the corner of the street, there was a burnt building. The building was about 10 stories high. Looking through the broken window, there was a door in one of the rooms that was not blood red. Half of it was red, and the other half was a normal brown. In this blood-red city, other than black that represented decay, red that represented violence, and gray that represented despair, there were no other colors. Just behind that door I can smell a very familiar smell. It's so tasty. I need to eat him. I shall bite on his skull little by little, suck on his bone marrow, and chew on his bones. Yes, it shall be my best meal. The man dragged the monsters behind him and stopped at the burnt building. He looked up, and on the top floor of the building stood a man who was wrapped in red clothes. The man literally looked down at him and was also studying the man in the doctor's coat. Chapter 583, Two Sides of the Door. A red outfit, is he the owner of this building? Inside this blood-red city, the buildings were the most dangerous because no one knew what was hiding inside them. Each building was an unknown. The man in the doctor's coat was very strong, but even as strong as he was, he did not dare to step into these buildings willy-nilly. The most extreme red was still a red specter, but the man knew that hiding in a corner of this city was a presence greater than a red specter. He did not know how to describe it because he had not seen it before, but he could sense its presence. It was an overwhelming presence. Every vein in his body felt like exploding, and his hair stood on end. At that moment, he even forgot that he had become a ghost. Before such a presence, human, ghost, red specter, there was no difference. Go back from whence you came, this is not a place for you. The man who stood at the top floor of the building had his lips move. His voice echoed in the doctor's ears. The chains behind him dragged out the monsters from the shadow. The doctor did not heed the man's warning. He watched the building quietly. He was not afraid of the red specter at the top of the building, but the other unknown presence that might be inside the building. In the city, each building represented an enclosed world, a singular nightmare. Entering them was easy, but exiting them would be hard. I shouldn't enter the buildings, but I am so hungry, and I smelled that familiar taste. I can feel my soul shivering. I think I know the owner of this smell. Perhaps after consuming him, I can remember why I ended up in this state. The maddened speech slowed down. The doctor opened his red eyes to look at the man. Without any warning, more chains slithered out from his back. The chains that seemed to be made from innumerable blood vessels charged at the building. The doctor climbed up the stairs, and his target was clear. He wanted to enter the 13th floor and then consume the man that was on the other side of the door. This burnt building was the man with the red shirt's territory. The strange door on the 13th floor should be related to him, so the chance was high that he was the door pusher. The door pusher could release twice the amount of power in the world that he had constructed, so when he saw the doctor charge into the building, he did not retreat. The world behind the door was constructed via the door pusher's memory. Surrendering the nightmare meant betraying one's past, handing over the memory to a stranger. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no door pusher would abandon their own world and escape. The doctor rushed toward the door on the 13th floor, and naturally, the man intended to stand in his way. He stood at the edge of the building and opened his arms. He leaped forward, and his body fell toward the doctor like a bullet. As he fell, the edge of his shirt turned extremely sharp and frayed, which looked somewhat like knives but more like feathers. Underneath the red shirt, one could see scary scars. The man's body had been seriously burned. Just from those scars, one could imagine how painful his death had been. The resentment on the man was strong. His eyes were sharp, filled with destruction. He was similar to the doctor at the bottom of the building. They seemed to have slowly acclimatized to this blood-red city after being there for so long. They had lost themselves and become out of control and maddened. The man careened from above and aimed at the doctor. The edges of his lips tore open, but the doctor seemed to have expected this already. He saw the approaching man, and he not only did not panic, he even revealed a scary smile to the man. "Are you so desperate to be my food? Are you so keen to be a part of my body? Okay, I shall fulfill your wish." The doctor pulled open his coat to reveal the clot of red chains underneath. The scary man had been hiding his real ability. Around half of his energy had been used to resist himself. This was a completely insane person. Blood oozed out of his body, and it formed snakes that seemed like they could never be satisfied. The snakes wrapped around the doctor's body like they wanted to consume him as well. As the man fell from above, the doctor released a maddened laugh. He removed the limitation that had been holding him back. Endless red chains swamped out of his back. There were so many of them that they could not be counted. Looking from afar, it seemed like a giant red man-eating tree had grown up by the side of the building. Its roots were moving rapidly like they were trying to consume the entire building. The fight that was anticipated did not happen. The man was soon entangled by the many chains, and then he was dragged to the doctor's back. The two men stood with their backs to each other, and the doctor could clearly hear the man's cries of desperation and despair. Torn apart by the red chains, the man's body was slowly digested. Like nutrients, he was absorbed into the doctor's body. Throughout the process, the man kept resisting, but he was no match for the thick curls of red chains. When the man's voice slowly disappeared, the doctor bit on his finger. With the blood, he drew a slash across his arm. "That's the fourth one. Soon, I can already feel something coming out from my body. That should be the new me, but before welcoming this new life, I still wish to find and understand my past." The doctor touched the head in his embrace. "Why do tears come whenever I look at her? What is this emotion? How did she die? Who killed me? And who took her body away and left me with just her head? What should I do? Should I seek revenge or help her welcome a new life with me?" The doctor stopped at the 13th floor, and his gaze fell on that special door. His lips slowly returned to normal. He pulled back all the chains and stood by the door. "This familiar smell, the person I'm looking for is just on the other side." The man waved his arm, and the chains struck the door. He wanted to open the door, but he seemed to have angered the building. A horrible stench leaked out from every corner, and at the same time the blood on the door was spreading. In a few seconds, this door would turn completely red. "What?" Standing on the 13th floor of the building, Chen Ji held the hammer and looked at the three doors. The noise disappeared on this floor, so the water ghost should be hiding in one of these rooms. Should I break down all the doors to take a look? Before he decided what to do, the door on the leftmost side suddenly became colored with red veins. The normal-looking door slowly turned red. Chapter 584, I'll be waiting for you. A door? Chen Ji, who had merely trailed the water ghost, did not expect to run into a door inside the building. Before the red door and the blood vessels that were expanding, everything felt so familiar to Chen Ji. It's not yet midnight. Even if this is a door that has been pushed open before, it shouldn't have appeared now. Is this a trap? Is it something set up by the culprit at Eastern Jiujiang? Chen Ji was no longer the innocent toy designer. Ever since he obtained the black phone, he had become more sensitive to these problems. With a lack of insurance, Chen Ji did not dare get too close to the door. When Wen's sister was just a monster from a 2-star scenario, she was incomparable to the culprit at Eastern Jiujiang. Chen Ji summoned Su Yin and Bai Qiulin, which gave him a sense of security. Just as he hesitated over what to do, the door started to shake. The blood vessels on the door bulged forward like something was trying to crawl out from it. There's something behind the door. It wants to force its way out. This was the first time that Chen Ji had come across something like this. He also did not know what to do. The bulge on the door grew bigger, and the blood vessels started to move. It curled on the wooden board to form lines of thin chains. If one looked closer, one could see human faces with pained expressions on the chains. Each of the blood vessels represented someone's extremely despairing memory. How come these look so familiar? Chen Ji was reminded of his final battle with Dr. Gao at the underground morgue. The blood vessels wielded by the chairperson of the society had been similar to the ones before him at that moment. They were not merely red blood, they were carved with human faces. If he leaned closer, he could even hear the faces screaming for mercy. It was not yet midnight. There was a force in reality that suppressed the blood vessels on the door. It was not easy to break through the door at the time like that. The blood vessels kept snapping, but the monster behind the door appeared like it had gone mad. It would stop at nothing to get out. As the blood vessels disappeared, more came out to take their place. They entwined together to form a chain that slithered down the other side of the corridor like they were trying to force the door open from the outside. The monster inside the door could have waited until midnight to come out. Did it sense something that made it so desperate? A burnt smell lingered in the air, but there was nothing special about it. This is different from my previous experience. After I entered the building, I stopped at the door. Is this because the monster can sense my presence, or is it due to my title of Spectre's favored? Chenji narrowed his eyes. He felt like this was not the culprit's doing. The water ghost could not have known that he would appear that night. This was completely random. Burnt building, blood door. This building fits the introduction of the mission on the black phone, Ghost Fire, perfectly. Also, from what Dr. Chen said, my parents came here before they disappeared. Could it be that they have left too deep a scar on the monsters behind the door, and now that they sense the similarity in my blood and legacy, they have gone berserk? But that can't explain the similarity of the blood vessels on the door and the ones used by the Ghost Stories Society. Many questions appeared in Chen Ji's mind. His grip on the hammer tightened. He was courageous enough to slowly approach the door. When he got close, the monster behind the door completely lost it. Multiple chains pierced through the blood door, and they forced an opening in the closed blood door. Zarg! Chenji heard a desperate roar, and the thick stench of blood almost caused his sense of smell to go haywire. He forced his eyes open and looked through the opening. His eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Is that him? A face was squeezed against the door. Chenji could see the face clearly, but that pair of eyes that were different from normal gave Chenji a very familiar feeling. Fingers poked through the opening. The man could also see Chenji. The person before him gave him a deep sense of excitement and craving. He released a beast-like growl, like he wanted to tear Chenji into pieces and swallow him. 10 fingers reached through the door. The opening in the door grew bigger, and the resistance from reality also grew stronger. Once the blood vessels appeared on the door, they would snap and disappear, but the monster inside the door did not care. All he could see now was Chenji. Forcing his way through, the monster inside the door was under great pressure, but he did not care. All he wanted was to consume Chenji. His hands pushed through the door. His fingers were tapered and beautiful. If just focusing on this pair of hands, one might think that he was a pianist, but in reality, every single finger was covered in blood. Who knew how much flesh and blood that pair of hands had already torn apart? He's at least a top red specter like Zhang Ye. Chenji quickly determined the opponent's power level, and he made the best decision to retreat while he still could. However, as he prepared to turn, he felt a piercing chill around his waist. Then his legs turned numb like his body was locked inside a fridge. He slowly lost control of his limbs. What is happening? Su Yin is just next to me, who can attack me from this distance. He turned his head around and saw a strand of black hair landing on his shoulder. Someone was standing behind him, leaning on his back. Different from the fiery red inside the door, the corridor felt like it was frozen. It was so cold that Chenji's heart felt like it was encased in ice. The black hair silently reached out from Chenji's shadow. It evaded Chenji and pulled out all the chains that surrounded the blood door. Losing the chains, the monster inside the door was unable to fight against the invisible power in real life anymore. The blood vessels on the door disappeared at a drastic speed, but he did not give up. What he desired was just inches away, so he used all of his power to push his fingers outward. The black hair seemed to be waiting for this chance. After clearing away the chains, it started to gather power. When the monster behind the door was unable to keep the sliver of the door open, all the black hair rushed at the door. The door slammed shut instantly, cutting off 4 fingers from the monster's hand. When they fell to the ground, they morphed into globules of blood that were so red, they were practically glowing. Endless growls issued from behind the door. Black hair spread out from Chenji and swept all the blood globules away. The door slowly lost its color, and the sound behind the door became unclear. At this time, Chenji did something that no one expected. He rushed to the door and punched heavily on it. Then he yelled loudly, "I will be waiting for you in eastern Jiujiang, Liwan City." When the monster heard his voice, he seemed to be reminded of something and replied by saying someone's name. Alas, the connection between the worlds was so weak that Chenji was unable to hear him clearly. That gaze is too similar to Dr. Gao's, but the monster behind the door is so different from my impression of Dr. Gao. The temperature in the corridor returned to normal like everything earlier had just been his imagination. Chapter 585, Stop, Do Not Move. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. The world behind the door is weaved based on the memory of the door pusher. In a way, it could be understood as a nightmare that the door pusher cannot escape from. In the underground morgue, Dr. Gao suffered all the despair and negative emotions in the world alone, causing the underground morgue to implode upon itself in the end. After the morgue collapsed, I caught a glimpse of the outside world, a blood-red city. If this singular building was the nightmare of a single despairing soul, then that blood-red city could be the amalgamation of many nightmares. Accumulation caused transformation. After the sedimentation and festering of endless nightmares, what kind of monsters would be birthed from that sea of negative emotions? Chenji stood in the corridor, and he had never been so conscious before. The main opponents in one-star missions are living humans. Two-star missions have half-red specters like the middle-aged woman who kidnapped children on the hearse, or Wen-Wen's big sister. Three-star missions are like a threshold, because each three-star mission will contain one or more red specters. But more than that, every venue for a three-star mission will come with a door. Whether it is the third sick hall, coffin village, or the underground morgue, the existence of the door is the hallmark of a three-star mission. If that is how things are arranged, then what will a four-star mission be like? More than one door at a single mission location? Or will the world behind the door no longer be closed in but a connection of multiple buildings and thus multiple nightmares? Chenji personally thought that the chance of the second possibility was larger. The trial mission at Liwan City was marked as 3.5 stars. If the world behind the door is similar to the game world inside Zio Bu's game, then in a way, it could be a validation of my speculation. After the door goes out of control, the world behind it will no longer be limited within a singular building but will continue to spread. If one is not careful about it, perhaps it will eventually turn into a four-star scenario. The mastermind in eastern Jiujiang used to the hearse to continually feed negative emotions into Liwan City and used the despairing passengers to spread the despair like seeds. Chenji still remembered the conversations that he had with the passengers on the bus. There was a ghost building in Liwan City. To fulfill a wish, one had to sacrifice or bear something of equal value. The mastermind seemed to be using these people's determination to turn them into the carriers of fear and misfortune, to use them to create more despair to lure in more passengers. The core purpose behind his action was probably to turn Liwan City into a four-star scenario. To use these poor souls as chess pieces, this monster in eastern Jiujiang is worse than the ghost story society, Chenji muttered calmly. Eastern Jiujiang already has a four-star scenario, ghost fetus. Could the culprit have originated from this scenario? The more Chenji thought about it, the more convinced he became. After all, the mastermind had only appeared in the form of a shadow so far, but the scariest thing was that it was able to exchange blows with Zhang Ye in just a shadow form. A three-star scenario wouldn't contain this kind of monster. Zhang Ye was already the most threatening presence a three-star scenario could breed. In that case, that monster had to be related to a four-star scenario. Its physical form should be trapped somewhere, or its physical form is immobile, and this is the only way it can move. Standing in the corridor, Chenji was lost in thought until the door of the family on the rightmost side suddenly opened, and a fat middle-aged man stood at the door holding his phone. "Why are you screaming so late at night?" After the brief exchange, their eyes met. Through the open door, Chenji saw that the pipe in the house was not screwed shut, and strands of black hair were climbing up the water into the pipe. The man's gaze instead fell on Chenji's hand, attracted by the scary hammer that Chenji was holding. It was hard to imagine that one could come across such bloody and primal thing in modern society. The blood grooves, the skeleton-like handle, every detail of this hammer seemed to announce its difference from the tool hammer that was used by construction workers. "You move," Chenji ordered the man. Not harming the innocent was part of his creed. He dragged the hammer as he charged into the room and swung it at the pipe. Bang! A loud crash echoed from inside the room. The pipe burst and the water spurted several meters, falling on the man's face. He was stunned, speechless. His lips were wide open, and he was unable to close them for a long time. Su Yin, after dealing with the water ghost once, this time, Chenji had learned his lesson. He predicted the water ghost's movement and bent the pipe that she was going to escape from. He kicked the door of the bathroom open, and Chenji summoned both Bai Qiulin and Su Yin, having them block both ends of the pipe. "Let's see where you're going to run this time." Wet raven-black hair oozed out of the pipe and covered the entire bathroom. This was the water ghost's final struggle. The mirror cracked, and pipes burst. The sound of intense fighting came out from inside the bathroom. What is he doing inside? The man saw the water seep out from underneath the door, and after a long time he finally recovered and called the police on his phone. "Hello, is this the police? A madman just rushed into my home. You have to come help me." "Is he dangerous?" "Of course he is. He's extremely dangerous. He carries a long-ass hammer with him." "I don't know him. He just appeared at my door, rushed in, and started ruining my water pipes. I swear I didn't say anything. I just shared a look with him." "Okay, I understand. I will stop provoking him and will stay as far as I can, but you have to hurry." Wait. Half an hour later, Chenji finally gained control over the water ghost. The limited space made it difficult for him to fight. Both Bai Qiulin and Chenji blocked the water pipe and underground sewer. The main fighting force was still Su Yin. She's so hard to deal with even on the surface. If the fight really happened at the dam, it might have been me who lost. After fighting with the water ghost, Chenji noticed something. The girl's attack style would become extremely strange when she was near water, and her fighting power would almost triple. Thankfully, we cornered her on the ground, or else this mission would have been as difficult as a normal 3-star mission. Chenji placed the twisting black hair in Su Yin's grasp into a shampoo bottle. Behind the curtain of black hair hid a girl's faded shadow. She was wearing a blood-stained dress, and she looked just like Wen, probably slightly older than Wen. She is just a child and needs adult supervision. Chenji placed both the bottle and the recorder together inside the bag. Before the 2-star mission has even started, I've already captured the boss. After the water ghost assimilates into the family at the haunted house, I should go back to visit the dam. Perhaps I can recruit her underlings then. Satisfied, Chenji shoved the hammer into his backpack and opened the door. "Stop right there, do not move!" A scream came from outside the door and it startled Chenji. However, his expression soon turned curious because the voice was very familiar. With his hands in the air, Chenji slowly walked out from the bathroom. When they saw his face, both of the officers were equally shocked. "Officer Zyro Ching, I told you at the fishing aficionado's home that we would meet again soon." Chenji smiled embarrassedly. "I didn't lie, did I?" Chapter 586, Salvage. "That was 2 days ago, wasn't it, or was it yesterday?" Zyro Ching looked at the innocent-looking Chenji, who had his hands over his head, and he felt a headache coming. He did not know how to report this to the captain. "Was that yesterday? It doesn't matter, as you saw, I was investigating the culprit of the children kidnapping case." "That's why you trespassed into a civilian's home and broke all of the water pipes with your hammer. Mind telling me what the relationship between the two is?" Zyro Ching and the other officer relaxed after they saw Chenji. They knew that Chenji was not crazy. His way of thinking was certainly different from a normal person, but he was definitely on the side of justice. "That will be very hard to explain. If Captain Yan is here, he should be able to understand it." Chenji name-dropped Captain Yan to use as a shield, and he quickly changed his tone to become weak and apologetic. "But destroying someone's property is definitely bad. I will compensate everything at its original price." He flashed an apologetic smile at the middle-aged man, and that caused the latter to shiver. The man before him now and the man earlier were like two completely different people. The people present had no idea what Chenji was thinking. Trading several hundred RMB for a water ghost, this is such a good deal. After negotiating with the man, Chenji was led out of the building by the 2 officers. "You said earlier that you were investigating the child kidnapping case. What's that about?" Zyro Ching had made a big break in the previous case, but unfortunately, his captain had refused to allow him to follow the crime team and always set him up with the normal cases. The situation had really been grinding his gears. "That's right, there is a special ed school near this area that had a missing child. After my investigation, I realized that there were other people at the school other than the students and teachers. I followed the trail, but it went cold at this building." Chenji naturally would not tell the police about the water ghost. He came up with a believable story and pushed it onto the officers. "Was the child found?" "Yes, but the child suffers from a hereditary illness that causes her to be mentally different. Combined with the shock, you won't get any answers even if you question her." Chenji carried his backpack and walked between the 2 officers. "You seem to be very interested in this case." "Compared to the case, I'm more interested in you." Zyro Ching asked for Chenji's number. For some reason, he felt like if he followed Chenji, there would be big cases to uncover. After returning to the school, Chenji arrived to see the 2 teachers being carried away by the ambulance. They had been found inside the toilet cubicle. Their clothes were dripping wet, and their faces were frozen in fear like they had just lived their worst nightmare. The strangest thing was that the doctor discovered a large amount of water in their throats and lungs. No one knew what had happened to them after they fainted. Wenwen's aunt was there as well, and the headmistress and the teacher were apologizing to her. A bad guy had sneaked into the school. The administration had to bear some responsibility. The female teacher and the girl's aunt can prove that I'm a good person. Chenji very naturally stood next to them and placed himself in the ranks of the victim. After asking around, the bespectacled teacher vouched for Chenji. She said that there were indeed other people at the school, and it was Chenji who broke the window to save her and Wenwen. However, to everyone's surprise, when the police wanted to take Wenwen's aunt's statement, the woman was extremely uncooperative. She kept scratching her arm and the back of her hand like the minute pain was necessary to help her cope with fear, to help her calm down. "What are you afraid of? The revenge from the culprit? We're the police, and I can guarantee that we will eventually catch the culprit." Xiao Qing had no idea what was happening. After he consoled the aunt, he walked toward Wenwen. The girl was not crying or making any trouble. She was silent, standing alone in the shadow of the wall. No matter who went to hug her, she would attack that person like an animal. "Officers, thank you, but we don't want to pursue this case anymore." After a long time, Wenwen's aunt voluntarily gave up on the investigation. Her face was pale as she kept turning around to look into the school like there was a man-eating demon hiding in the shadows of the corridor. "You are going to let the culprit that harmed the child escape just like that?" Xiao Qing could not understand the aunt's logic. "If we don't capture the criminal, he might harm other children in the future. This is not only about you anymore. Please help us by cooperating with the investigation." "There's no need. There's really no need. Wenwen, let's go." The aunt reached to grab the girl's hand, but to everyone's surprise, the girl reacted like a spooked feral cat and waved her hands wildly, scratching her aunt's hands until they bled. She refused to let anyone near her as she curled up in the shadows. Her cute face turned savage as her eyes darted about, and her chest rose unevenly. She was desperately in need of security. "Wenwen, I'm your auntie." The woman wanted to try again, but was stopped by the police. "Is the child acting up? Do you have her medicine?" Xiao Qing felt that the case was not as simple as it seemed. "The medicine is at home. I'll take her home now." Wenwen's aunt wanted to grab the girl by force, but naturally the police would not allow that before getting to the bottom of the truth. Seeing as everyone was about to snap, Chenji removed his backpack. He walked around Xiao Qing and Wenwen's aunt as he took out a shampoo bottle. "What are you doing?" This strange action attracted the attention of the teacher and the other officer. Chenji ignored them and squatted down 1 meter away from the girl. He told the girl, "Your big sister is here. No one hurt her, and I know that she has her reasons for doing those things. She is as kind-hearted as you, and the two of you are the real victims here." Holding the bottle, Chenji slowly approached the girl. "You share the same body, so you should have some kind of special bond with her. Try to summon her, you should be able to get her to respond." The girl raised her hand in semi-disbelief and touched one end of the bottle. Chenji did not know whether the girl could sense her sister's presence or not, but at least she had somewhat calmed down. "No matter what happens, I will help you and stand by your side." Chenji slowly picked the girl up from the ground. "Everything is okay now." Wenwen slowly returned to normal. Her small hands grabbed the end of the bottle, and she buried her face into Chenji's chest like she was afraid of seeing other people. When Chenji picked up Wenwen, the black phone in his pocket vibrated. Chenji took it out and clicked open the message. "Different choices lead to different result. The special visitor has left, and you have made your choice. Congratulations for lowering the hostility of the Twin Water Ghost. 2-star trial mission Twin Water Ghost activated. Please arrive at Eastern Jiujiang Dam before midnight tonight. Mission requirement: alone, you have to salvage the elder sister's body." Chapter 587, Home. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Salvage her dead body. When Chenji saw the mission details on the black phone, his eyelids jumped slightly. This trial mission was different from what he thought. "Isn't it a bit difficult for the mission to request me to go to the dam alone to salvage the sister's body?" To salvage a dead body from a body of water would require a professional team, but Chenji only had 1 night to do it. Without the help of other people, without salvaging tools or a boat, he did not even know what the person that he was supposed to salvage looked like. Berry Seed happened before Wenwen was born, so how old could Wenwen's big sister have been at the time? Why was her body later abandoned in the Eastern Jiujiang Dam? Many questions floated up in his mind, and only Wen's aunt would be able to provide the answers. Wen's father suffered from the same hereditary illness, but it was clear that he loved his daughter a lot. Unfortunately, due to his mental impediment, he might not have been able to remember things that happened so long ago. Thus, Wen's aunt was the only person who had lived through the experience and could be communicated with normally. The woman appears to constantly avoid the event that transpired several years ago. Direct questioning will get me nowhere. I have to come up with another solution. The Twin Water Ghost mission had been activated, and based on Chen Ji's understanding of the black phone, if he failed the mission, the scenario would be locked away forever, and Chen Ji did not want to miss out on this unique underwater scary scenario. Silently putting the phone away, Chen Ji turned around while holding the girl, and he suddenly realized that everyone's eyes were on him. "Why are you all looking at me?" Xiao Qing coughed and reminded him out of kindness, "The bone in your backpack is poking out." Chen Ji quickly turned around and realized that the handle of Dr. Skullcracker's hammer was indeed poking through the opening. This hammer that had been given by the black phone had not been so big at the beginning. As it followed Chen Ji, and as the number of Ghost and Spectre that it came into contact with grew, it had probably absorbed nutrients from them and grown scarier, longer, and heavier. "Don't worry, this is just a prop from my haunted house. I often go out alone at night, and I carry this to ward off the bad guys." Chen Ji provided a clumsy excuse. "I really don't understand how a person like you is so liked by children." Xiao Qing did not go and inspect Chen Ji's backpack. He looked at Chen Ji's bright and kind expression. The innocence in his eyes, the angel-like Wen in his arms, and rest of the setting formed a great contrast to the hammer peeking out of the man's bag. "Actually, I am quite good with children. Many of them like to be around me." Chen Ji was reminded of Fan Yu, Xiao Bu, and Men Nan. All these children shared a good relationship with him. "If you say so," Xiao Qing and the other officer opened the police car's door. "The culprit sneaked into the school to kidnap the student, which is quite serious. I will need a few of you to come with us." At 10:10 p.m., Chen Ji hugged the girl as they walked out from the police station. When Wen grabbed the shampoo bottle, she still only let Chen Ji hug her and stuck close to him. Even Wen's aunt did not expect this. She followed Chen Ji closely, watching the two with complicated emotions. The three walked in a row, and those not in the know would think that they were a family. "When the police were doing the interrogation earlier, I tried my best to help cover for you." After they wandered to a more deserted corner, Chen Ji suddenly stopped. "Actually, it was Wen's elder sister who injured the teachers at her school. There was no child kidnapper, right?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "I've met Wen's sister. Her body is still submerged at the bottom of Eastern Jiujiang Dam. She died a horrible death and is coming back to seek." "Stop talking." Wen's aunt suddenly lost control and screamed shrilly, causing the passers-by around them to jump. "Avoiding is not going to solve the problem. Perhaps she hasn't harmed you now, but that doesn't mean that you're safe." He turned to look at the aunt. "What actually happened to the child? Perhaps I can help you." Standing by the bridge, the woman looked at the gently flowing river. After a long time, she said, "Do you know about berry seed? It was a cruel method to use a child's life in exchange for the healthy growth of another. I don't know about the exact details. I only know that when Wen was about to come into this world, my parents led Wen's sister away. They left at midnight and only returned at dawn. Wen's sister didn't come back with them." The woman shook her head. "My parents only came back with a small bowl of dirty water. They woke Wen's mother up and forced her to drink it." "A bowl or dirty water?" "Yes, very murky. There was even blood on the edge of the bowl." Wen's mother didn't resist. She allowed them to do that to her. Chen Ji suddenly realized that there were few things about Wen's mother at her home. Her mother was from the same village as I was. She was unfortunate enough to get into a car accident and lost a leg. My parents took her in with the condition that she helped give birth to a healthy child for my big brother. The woman paused. "It was my parents' decision to use Wen's sister as the seed. They didn't tell anyone. Wen's mother didn't even realize the bowl that she drank from was stained with her own daughter's blood." "So what happened later?" Chen Ji felt like halting the story already. He did not know how to evaluate this family. "Since Wen's sister didn't come home, my parents made up an excuse and said that the child had been sent to their old home to be taken care of. Several days later, when Wen came into this world. During the previous hospital visits, the doctor had told us that the child was a boy, so until the minute of birth, everyone was so happy." A sad smile appeared on the woman's face. But soon, karma came. The child came out a girl and had a slight deformation on her head, like there was another face growing on the back of her head. After the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that the child suffered from the same hereditary disease. My parents couldn't suffer the trauma and left home one rainy night. They didn't tell Wen's mother about her first daughter. My father's mind was not normal, and he had a temper despite his physical abnormality. My mother suffered from the same fate. They had been taking the ridicule and mockery from the society their whole lives, and they couldn't resist it anymore. Their life was difficult, and they did not want their next generation to go through the same thing. However, the results showed that they had been lied to. The so-called berry seed failed. I don't know where they went after that night. In any case, I never saw them again. Initially, the woman looked pained, but as she talked, the lines on her face smoothed out like she had become desensitized to it. My parents and Wen's big sister disappeared. Her husband is an idiot, and now so is her second daughter. Wen's mother couldn't withstand the pressure, so she stole all of the money that the family had and left. It was my 20th birthday that day. Chenji wanted to console her, but he did not know what to say. Now I'm almost 30 already. I don't need pity or help from others. I just wish for Wen to grow up healthily and safely. That's all I wish for. The woman walked to Chenji and extended her hands toward Wen. Give her to me. It's time for us to go home. Chapter 588, Using the City as a Womb. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. I can give you the child, but you have to be clear about this. If this issue is not fully resolved, this thing will happen again in the future, and it might not be me who is holding the child next time. Chenji put Wen down. The child was still holding the shampoo bottle. She liked to stick close to her sister. Without her sister, she felt so unsafe. There is no need for you to worry. I will look after Wen. The woman looked at Wen. The girl had already calmed down. She did not resist her aunt, but she did not leave with her either. Follow your aunt home. I will help fulfill her wish. Chenji pointed at the bottle. Trust me. After a long time, Wen finally let go off the bottle and silently went to grab her aunt's hand. Seeing Wen return to normal, the woman sighed in relief. You should go home now. Leave the rest to me. Chenji placed the water bottle inside his backpack as he stared at the dark surface of the lake. Sensing the incongruity in his tone, the woman pulled Wen behind her. What do you plan to do? We didn't ask for your help, and don't you be dumb enough to start any investigation. Based on that sentence, Chenji felt like Wen's aunt still had something that she was hiding from him due to certain reasons. You are both victims. The culprits are those who turned a sad event into a tragedy. If we do not stop them, more families will encounter the same pain as you did. Despair is contagious, and we must stop them before it is too late. Chenji held the railing of the bridge with both of his hands. He had no idea whether he had said those things to pull some useful information from the woman to help her complete the trial mission, or really intended to use his negligible amount of energy to help change this imperfect world. Then be careful, I still need to work tomorrow. I'm not going to stay to act crazy with you. The woman nudged Wen along, and after taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped and stood where she was for a few seconds. Then she turned to tell Chenji, the berry seed needs 3 things, the seed, the fetus, and the womb, to transfer a child's life into another child's body, that is berry seed. But if you transfer many lives into one singular body, and use the whole city as the womb, then what kind of monster will be birthed once the seed germinates and grows? Chenji was thinking about something else, and the sudden exposition from the woman made Chenji think that he had misheard her. The night that my parents left, I followed them sneakily to Liwan City and saw something. The woman seemed to be talking to herself, and when she was done, she led Wen away. Chenji stood by the bridge and watched the woman and the girl disappear into the distance. To use the whole city as the womb, Chenji gripped the railing tightly. He realized that things were far more serious than he had thought. Innumerable children's lives and despairing living humans as seeds, the city as the womb, then the fetus can only be the ghost fetus. Liwan City's difficulty is 3.5 stars, and ghost fetus is 4 stars. Could there be a relationship between the two? Chenji's mind was flooded with many questions. Wen's family might just be the first stage of the trial to confirm the effect of berry seed, and the real test will begin at Liwan City. Ziobu is most likely the fetus that was hand-picked by the culprit, but why did it insist on creating the ghost fetus? Could it be that it also wants to gain a new life like the well ghost in Coffin Village? Liwan City's door had gone out of control, and Chenji had no idea how powerful Ziobu was. However, she had to be a very special red specter to have been chosen by the culprit hiding at eastern Jiujiang. The upper limit of a 3-star scenario is a top red specter, but it is hard to say for a 3.5-star scenario. Thinking back to the woman's parting sentence, Chen-ji dissected it closely, and he noticed some details that he had missed earlier. If the culprit plans to turn the whole city into the womb and use living humans as seeds, then they must need some kind of medium to connect with everyone. The first time that I ran into the shadow was at Eastern Jiujiang Fresh Water Plant, and that place happens to be relatively close to Eastern Jiujiang Dam. The water plant is used to cleanse the water from the dam, and both of these locations are stops for the bus on Route 104. Could the culprit have been using the drinking water as its medium? The man from the fishing society told me that he saw many water ghosts at the dam. That shouldn't happen under normal circumstances. Could the dam be a part of the culprit's plan? Realizing the severity of the situation, Chen-ji hailed a cab and rushed to Eastern Jiujiang Dam. The dark surface of the dam occasionally rippled. When Chen-ji arrived, it was almost 11 p.m. "Is someone there?" He knocked lightly on the manager's door. 10 seconds later, the light inside came on. "Who is it?" With an alarmed voice, the man inside got out of bed but did not open the door. "Brother Zhang, we met each other earlier. There was someone fishing for the kingfish, yes. It was me who returned the man's fishing rod." "I think I remember you. Why did you come back so late at night?" Probably thinking that Chen-ji sounded familiar, his alertness went down. "I want to borrow a boat." Just as Chen-ji finished, the door opened. The manager was wearing a large coat and he looked shocked. "Borrow a boat?" "Yes, I have something to confirm and need to salvage something from the water." Chen-ji's eyes were firm and his tone unshakable. "I can't help it if you're on your personal mission, but I can't allow you to risk your life like that. There is a kingfish in the dam and you want to conduct a salvage around midnight. What if there's an accident?" Zhang Dabo shook his head. "Zhang, brother, when I went to return the rod, I found a dead body buried at the fisher's home. The police will probably come to find you soon." "They already came this morning." Zhang Dabo looked at Chen-ji with a bitter smile. "It gave me quite the shock. After all, I'd spent so long in the company of a murderer. Actually, I've been working with the police. You can go online and search for Western Jiujiang's haunted house boss. I've helped the police solve many big cases. I'm borrowing your boat this time to investigate some things." Chen-ji took out his phone and opened his phone record. In his small contact list, the names with inspector, officer, and captain took up half of it. After some more persuading, Zhang Dabo finally agreed. "I can borrow you the boat, but I don't think I'll be coming with you." "That's fine. By the way, what is it that you're trying to salvage?" Zhang Dabo was curious. "A dead body, a little girl's body to be precise." Zhang Dabo definitely did not anticipate that answer. He rubbed his hands and didn't know what to say. Opening the warehouse's door, Zhang Dabo pulled out the paddles, fish spear, and rope. "Wait here for a moment." He turned into the manager's room to take out a flashlight. "This might look old, but its light can penetrate far into the darkness. If there's any danger, wave it several times at the bank, and I will call the police for you." "Thank you." Chen-ji threw everything into the boat, then activated the recorder and jumped into the boat as well. "Several teams normally work together to salvage a body. Are you sure that you can do this alone?" Zhang Dabo thought that Chen-ji was messing with him. "Don't worry, I'm not working alone either." Finding his balance on the boat, Chen-ji opened the comic and released the vat ghost into the water. Chapter 589, Thick Fog. Just remember this piece of nautical advice. No matter what happens on the water, as long as the boat doesn't capsize, there is still hope. Zhang Dabo was a nice person. He saw that Chen-ji was ready to set out, and he went back into the room to retrieve a life jacket. "This is the only one we have at the dam. It was given to me by my boss. It has not been used before, but you should take it with you." "Thank you, you should go back inside. It's not safe staying by the bank." Chen-ji thanked the man, put on the vest, waved goodbye at Zhang Dabo, and rowed the boat away. Rowing a boat on the dam alone at midnight, that was certainly a unique experience. The sky and the water were both dark, and there was no light around. It was as if the world was made of darkness, and his body was slowly decomposing into it as well. Chen-ji did not head directly to the center of the dam. After moving away from the bank, he started to communicate with the vat ghost. The creature that came from Coffin Village did not retain his living memory, so most of the time it acted on instinct, and that made communication difficult. Looked from outside, Chen-ji was acting strangely. He kept waving his hands at the water like he was trying to talk to the water. "The girl's body is about this big. If you spot it, tell me the location, and I'll hand you the rope. You only need to tie the rope around her body." Chen-ji repeated that several times, but the vat ghost could not grasp such complicated order. He was curled up underwater, blowing bubbles out of his lips, looking at Chenji blankly. "Never mind, it's me who's demanding too much." Chenji did not blame the vat ghost. He opened his phone and searched for the picture of a child. "Go underwater to see if there's a child like this. Don't make too much noise, and if there's any danger that you can't handle, retreat immediately. Safety first." Chenji would often tell his workers to do various things, but he had a line inside his heart and would never sacrifice his workers to achieve his goal. Perhaps because of that, the ghosts that stayed at the haunted house due to various reasons would grow to become accomplished and efficient workers. After simplifying the order, the vat ghost appeared to have understood it. His body slowly submerged, disappearing out of Chenji's sight. "It's still not yet midnight. Hopefully everything will be done before then." Chenji looked at the shampoo bottle in his backpack. Actually, he had a more efficient method, which was to release Wenwen's sister and have her go look for her own body. "I should consider that if the vat ghost fails." He waited for 10 minutes on the boat before the vat ghost returned. He was frozen in fear, like he had experienced something horrifying. With his body submerged underwater, the vat ghost waved his hands that were disproportionate to his head, and his lips opened and closed. However, Chenji could not understand what he said. All he could see were the bubbles. "Slow down, or you're going to attract other people's attention." Chenji flipped through the comic to summon All-Joe. "Can you understand what he's saying?" He thought that communication might be easier between ghosts. All-Joe stared at the vat ghost's lips for a long time before saying, "There are many people underwater, and he's very afraid." "Ask him if he found a little girl's dead body." Chenji sighed in relief. He suddenly realized that All-Joe had the talent of being a translator. This was indeed a valuable talent. All-Joe's communication with the vat house was voiceless. Chenji used the power of ghost ear given by the black phone, and he only barely captured some murmuring. He didn't spot a girl's body, but there was a spot at the bottom where dead bodies were piled high, and the girl's body might be hidden there. After communicating with the vat ghost, All-Joe came to this conclusion. "There are many dead bodies under the water, and the one that you're looking for should be there as well, but he'll need time to find it." "We have the whole night. That should be enough. It's fine to take it slow." Chenji had the vat ghost lead the way. He was about to move the boat when a ray of light hit his body. Turning around, Chenji saw Zhang Dabo waving the flashlight by the bank. "What's wrong?" "I thought that I saw a second person on the boat with you." Zhang Dabo's palm that held the flashlight was slick with sweat. "There's still time to turn back now." "You're probably mistaken." Chenji signaled for All-Joe to return to the comic, but he got no reply. When he turned around, he realized that All-Joe had reacted faster than he did because when the light shot over, he had already disappeared. "Turn your flashlight off, or you might attract the kingfish." Chenji felt like he was the main character from a horror movie who refused to listen to advice and eventually ran into the ghost. Shaking his head, Chenji tossed this curious thought out of his mind and continued to row to the middle of the dam. Eastern Jiujiang Dam was neither big nor small. When he was at the center, Chenji felt like he had become part of the dam, dissolving into the darkness. Without light and with the bank far away, Chenji was not worried that All-Joe would be seen, so he released him again. "Tell the vat ghost to hold one end of the rope, tie it around the girl's body if he spots it, and I will personally pull her out." All-Joe communicated Chenji's order. He dropped the rope into the water, and the vat ghost dived again, holding the end of the rope. The water surface returned to its undisturbed peace. All-Joe and Chenji grabbed the other end of the rope, and they held the same position, waiting patiently like they were fishing. Time trickled by, and the vat ghost did not return even when midnight arrived. Did something happen? Even though Chenji had great expectations of the vat ghost, he was his worker, and Chenji treated him as family. The night seemed to thicken, and once midnight passed, a light fog rose from the water, sequestering the water from its surrounding. "Why is it suddenly so foggy?" The shampoo bottle in his backpack was shaking, and strands of black hair peeked out from the cap like they were giving Chenji warning. Even the recorder started to play static. Chenji smelled a faint scent of blood in the air. He did not summon Su Yin, but the latter materialized at the stern. "This is not right. Something seems to have changed this two-star scenario." Normally, it was already too much if there was a half-red specter at a two-star scenario. They posed no threat to Su Yin, but somehow Su Yin had shown up. The fog thickened. Chenji could see the flickering light by the bank, but a few minutes later, even that disappeared. Chenji was now at the middle of the dam, the boat being twirled around by the current. Slowly, he lost his sense of direction like he was cut off from the world. "Focus on the water." Chenji summoned Bai Qiulin as well, and had him and All Zhou watch the bow, and Su Yin guard the stern while he stayed in the middle. The fog was still thickening, and to Chenji's surprise, there was a voice coming from the fog. It was unclear whether it was from the surface of the water or from underwater, but the person was calling his name, and the voice was very familiar. Chapter 590, Second Way of Death 2 in 1. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. The thick fog isolated Chenji from the bank. The small boat turned lazily while being fixed to one spot, causing the passenger to slowly lose his sense of direction. Chenji, that familiar voice called next to his ears again. Chenji frowned, and he tried his best to think. However, there was no memory related to this voice in his mind. It was very familiar and friendly, like this voice had once accompanied him for a very long time. Could this be my parents' voice? But that shouldn't be. How could I not recognize my parents' voice? In the fog, Chenji felt his mind fading, and to stop that, he bit on his tongue harshly. This doesn't feel like something that should exist inside a 2-star trial mission. I'm probably being ambushed by something more dangerous. Chenji quickly calmed down. He knew clearly within his heart that since he had ruined the Eastern Jiujiang's culprit's plans so many times, the latter must have hated his guts. The shampoo bottle in his backpack shook even harder, and the strands of black hair crawled out through the small crack to wrap themselves around the bottle, making it look strange and scary. Are you trying to tell me something? From how Chenji saw it, when Wen's big sister was also a victim, so she would not help the culprit come and harm him. The hairs bound and entwined together to become something in the shape of an arrow, pointing a clear direction for Chenji to follow. She's giving you a sign. The body is right there, All Zhou explained. The situation has changed. We're no longer in a hurry to solve this mission. Without getting to the bottom of the truth regarding the voice in the fog, Chenji was not going to move around aimlessly. All Zhou, can you hear someone calling my name from inside the fog? Chenji sat in the middle of the boat. Listening to the voice from the fog, an indescribable sense of isolation was burgeoning in his heart, like someone was whispering him an ultimate truth. He was alone and was always alone and would continue to be alone. No, All Zhou shook his head. His tone and expression were no different from usual, and Chenji could not see any visible change to All Zhou's demeanor either, but in Chenji's eyes everything was wrong. He stared at All Zhou's face and took from it a sense of chilliness and ghastliness, like All Zhou was plotting something nasty, a wicked plot to take his life. Chenji, the murmuring of the voices was like his closest family, reminding him to stay away from these ghosts and monsters. It is good advice for normal people to stay away from ghosts, but the situation is unique for my family. Regardless of whether it was my parents or myself, our opinion and treatment of ghosts are different from normal people, especially considering the situation that I'm in. Without the aid of my spectral friends, I would not have been able to survive this long. Chenji knew the truth clearly. I treat these ghosts as my friends, so naturally, I do not believe that they would do anything dangerous to me. Furthermore, compared to human beings, ghosts are often more authentic and trustworthy. Looking at the surface of the water, Chenji kept his gaze sharp and determined. I do not know who you are, but you've gotten too far ahead of yourself. You want to turn me against my ghost friends, but you've failed. Even though his mental faculty was not completely all there, it did not alter Chenji's attitude toward ghosts. This was a viewpoint that had been cultivated in him since he was a wee babe. With the influence from his parents and the black phone, his understanding of ghosts was different from a normal person. Your voice sounds very familiar and even friendly, but the thing that you want me to do can only bring me harm. The real entity that wants to kill me is you. Stop relying on these tricks, come out and face me. Let me see who you really are. The fog consumed the dam. The small boat twirled, carried by the water current, and the memory in Chenji's brain slowly became as fuzzy as the fog around him. Chenji, the voice that called his name, was incredibly familiar, but this was the scariest thing. Because he did not know such a person in his memory, such a voice definitely did not exist. That sense of familiarity had nothing to do with memory, rather it felt like it was branded into his body. He had encountered a similar experience in the past. When he was doing the nightmare mission at the tunnel after taking the 44th step, there was also a similar voice calling him from deep inside the tunnel. It was the same cadence, same tone. Chenji gripped his fists tightly, seemingly having remembered something. After the voice appeared inside the tunnel, he had seen something extraordinary. He had been killed when he was very small. He would never forget that strange experience of watching himself die. His thoughts were pulled toward that particular incident, and he started to uncontrollably reminisce about it. I once entered the tunnel when I was very young, and the person who killed me was standing behind me. From the looks of it, I was very familiar with this person. The boat shook, and so did Chenji's body. When Chenji extricated himself from the heaviness of that memory, he realized with a start that other than himself, there was no one and nothing else on the boat. The backpack All Joe, Su Yin, and Wenwen's sister had all disappeared, and he was the only one left behind on the boat. Fog swallowed up everything, and Chenji felt like he had been abandoned by the world. An indescribable feeling of loneliness gushed out from his heart. The temperature continued to drop. A thin sheen of water was coating his exposed skin, and it felt cold to the touch, a big difference from what a normal living human being should feel like. What is happening? Is this the special power of a unique ghost that I've not faced before? He sat down on the boat and grabbed the paddle. Even at a time like this, he had not given up, and he was getting ready to fight. Chenji, the voice began anew, and this time, Chenji could hear clearly that the voice was getting close to him. This is a strange feeling. I once heard this voice inside the tunnel before. When I first got the black phone and did my first nightmare mission, this voice also came from inside the mirror. When Dr. Gao destroyed the underground morgue and connected it to the blood world outside, I also felt this sense of familiarity. In fact, the door at the haunted house's toilet also occasionally makes me feel like it's very familiar, like there is something behind the door that has been calling after me. His mind was filled with tons of different information. Chenji's head was heavy with the information overload. Have I forgotten something very important? Is it related to my parents' disappearance? Chenji, the voice started again, and it was just several meters away from Chenji. Taking a deep breath, he placed the paddle into the water and moved the boat. He decided to go take a look for himself. He rowed for 3 meters before Chenji saw a blurry shadow in the fog. The shadow was small, probably a child. The dead body of Wenwen's elder sister? He was still thinking about the Black Phone's mission, which had become sort of an instinct for him. The small boat continued to move forward. As the distance between them closed, the fog started to part to the sides, and the shape of the shadow became clearer and clearer. It was not Wenwen's sister's body, but a little boy. When he saw the boy's face, Chenji's hands that gripped the paddle tightened subconsciously as a chill ran up his spine. This child was the younger version of himself. The familiar face and the friendly voice, but the different thing was, the boy's neck was snapped, and his head was basically dangling off his shoulders. His facial features, twisted beyond belief, radiated a sharp pierce of venom and resentment that Chenji had not experienced before. Yes, it was my own voice. Chenji had thought that the voice was very familiar, but he only realized then that the voice that had been calling him was his very own voice. Why would I be calling after myself? Who exactly is this child? How come he looks exactly like me when I was young? His brain was about to explode, and Chenji massaged his temples with more force than one would feel comfortable with. Have I forgotten about something? Actually, since the door at the haunted house's toilet had shown up, Chenji had been suspicious about this. Only those in the depths of despair would be able to push open the door, and there was such a door at the haunted house. Then, the question was, who pushed open that door? Was it his parent or himself? When Chenji was trying to figure out an answer, the child in the fog lifted his head to look at Chenji on the boat. It was hard to describe the gaze of the boy. There was envy, resentment, and an undercurrent of a complicated emotion. This was a very lonely child. He was unable to communicate with anyone else. His body was cold, his face was ugly, and his mind was twisted. The desire to destroy made up every cell in his body. Chenji, save me? The familiar voice came out from the boy's lips. He stared at Chenji with both eyes. Then his feet slowly floated above the water, and a different person's shadow appeared behind him. From the size of his physique, it seemed to be an adult. He placed his arms on the young Chenji's shoulders and lifted the child up high before slamming him deep into the water. When the adult's shadow left, Chenji could hear a whisper of his voice. This time he should be completely dead. There is no way he will return again. The water rippled, and the adult's shadow disappeared. Chenji looked at this scene with shock. When he was doing the nightmare mission at the tunnel, Chenji had similarly seen the young version of himself being murdered by an adult, and now, when he was conducting the water ghost mission, he realized that he was bearing witness to another murder of his young self. What is really going on? He rowed the boat to the spot where the child had been pushed into the water, and he looked down. His eyes narrowed, and what he saw was quite cruel. The child with the twisted limbs and a bobble-like head was slowly sinking into the water. A face that reflected the features of Chenji's own looked at him through the water. His expression became more agitated as all the pain turned into resentment, like he was unwilling to just sink like that into the deep, dark water. His lips slowly opened, and his twisted arms waved upward. The frail body started to float upward, and that scary yet familiar face was approaching in Chen Ji's eyes. Chen Ji, his mind was a mess, and a strange thought suddenly appeared in Chen Ji's heart. It has returned. Unable to control its body, or rather, that unique voice, caused Chen Ji's thoughts to be influenced. The boy underwater extended his arms. No one knew what had happened to him when he was still alive. His arms were slightly longer than normal, like someone had forcibly disconnected his arms from their sockets. The pale and noodle-like arms floated up the water, and the face came closer and closer to Chen Ji. The purplish lips opened lightly, and he was calling Chen Ji's name underwater. The water surface was like the surface of a mirror, with the adult Chen Ji on one side and the Chen Ji warped by resentment on the other side. Through the water surface, these two completely different lives seemed like they were about to be woven back together. Chen Ji, I am you. He could not read any special emotion from the body, and his body dipped uncontrollably deeper toward the water surface like he was trying to take a closer look of his reflection in the mirror. The limbs reached out through the surface. The pale fingers touched Chen Ji's face. The touch was very light. Chen Ji could not tell whether the child wanted to pull him into the water or merely wanted to touch his face. Who are you, and why have you been calling my name? Chen Ji could sense a familiarity from the boy, a connection that went beyond blood ties. It was as if they were originally the same person. Who killed you? Who turned you into something like this? Chen Ji kept asking the questions that were in his heart, but the child in the water did not answer. His fingertips were about wrap around Chen Ji's head, but before it could close completely, another hand fell on Chen Ji's shoulder. The fingers were long, and the blood trails and cracks were like the exquisite work of a tattoo artist. The first impression that was given by the hand was, it was very beautiful. The fog around the boat suddenly dispersed, and an extremely cold and scary presence appeared behind Chen Ji. The blood-soaked black hair slid down Chen Ji's body, and it fell into the dark water like a rain of metallic needles. It was an attack without target, sinking into the water like it was trying to turn the entire dam upside down. Chen Ji could feel the hand on his shoulder gripping tighter, and his body that was tipping into the water being slowly pulled back. A shrill scream came from underwater, and the child who looked like the young Chen Ji morphed into a shadow and slipped away. After it disappeared, the spell on Chen Ji was broken. Like someone just pulled up from the water, his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and he sucked greedily for the fresh air. When he opened his eyes next, the fog above the water had already completely dispersed. Chen Ji saw Bai Qiulin and Al Zhou squeezing behind Su Yin, shivering. The usually reticent Su Yin also had an unnatural expression on his face. Did Zhang show up just now? He touched his shoulder. The hand that had landed there earlier was fresh in his memory. The pale skin was crisscrossed with cracks and blood. Has she still not recovered from her injury? The three ghosts on the boat did not dare answer. Like the woman inside Chen Ji's shadow was a taboo that they could not mention. Standing up, Chen Ji looked in the direction that the child had escaped. Using yin-yang vision, he saw someone standing at the bank and he was pushing an e-bike. The person was on high alert. When he felt Chen Ji's eyes on him, he quickly jumped on the bike and rode away. An e-bike? Chen Ji stared at the man's back, and another person's image appeared in his mind. He looked suspiciously like Huang Ling's husband. Xiao Gu had accidentally taken the last bus on Route 104 and saved Huang Ling. But later, Chen Ji had realized that the woman's husband actually died years ago, and the man sharing her bed now was someone else. Why would Huang Ling's husband be here? Is he the culprit in eastern Jiujiang? That doesn't seem likely. Chen Ji looked at the tail light of the e-bike and was reminded of something else. When he accompanied Captain Yan to go to Ming Yang residence to look for the broken body parts, parts of the body had been stolen away, and he remembered spotting someone drive into the residence on an e-bike. Was he the one who stole the body parts that night? Chen Ji had thought that Huang Ling's husband was just a small lackey, but from the looks of it, he was mistaken. He put the issue of the salvage aside for now and sent a message to Captain Yan and Li Zheng, asking for an update regarding Huang Ling and her husband. While he waited for the reply, Chen Ji turned to look at the water. He could not help but go through the things that had happened earlier. When I crossed paths with the shadow at the fresh water plant, it also changed into a young version of myself. Is this its special power, or is he really related to my childhood? Chapter 591, Underwater. Translator, Lonely Tree Editor, Milman 97. Chen Ji thought about it for a long time, but settled on no answer. I still know too little, but I did come away with a reward tonight. He narrowed his eyes at the bank. Huang Ling's husband was already gone. Previously, I thought that he was just a small fry, but it turns out he might be the biggest fish in the pond. Chenji did not like to do things in a roundabout way, so he decided to go straight to Huang Ling's home after finishing the Twin Water Ghost mission. The fog on the water dispersed, and it was dark all around. Chenji glanced at his watch. It was almost 1 a.m. How long have I stayed in the fog? When the boat rowed to the center of the dam, it had not yet been midnight, and now it was almost 1 hour later. Aljo, has the vat ghost returned? Chenji stood at the bow and looked down the rope. The dam was deeper than he thought. Even with the yin-yang vision, he could not see the bottom. Aljo was not there mentally. He had been spooked by Zhang Ye, and his demeanor had stopped being so natural around Chenji. Previously, he had always had the impression that his boss was a kind person, one who managed to gather a house of ghosts from his kindness and grace. But seeing Zhang Ye walking out from his shadow at such close distance, Aljo changed his mind. Was it possible for a normal person to spend every moment with such a scary red specter? To have their relationship so close that they were basically inseparable? He even started to wonder if his boss was actually being controlled by a red specter, being nothing more than a puppet. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chenji's concerned tone caused Aljo to shudder. He quickly snapped into it and waved his hands in quick succession. It's nothing. What were you asking earlier? Did the vat ghost return when I was out of it earlier? I don't think so. The rope hasn't moved. Aljo shook his head. Actually, I haven't been paying much attention. I was too focused on you. Focused on me? By the way, did you see a boy who looked just like me coming over from afar earlier? A boy? Aljo's confused look explained many things. The thing that had happened earlier was only visible to Chenji and Zhang Ye. Then did not notice anyone appearing at the bank. Chenji wanted to get more information on Huang Ling's husband. I'm not sure, but I think that was where the fog drifted from. Aljo's words confirmed Chenji's suspicion. There is something wrong with the fog. Aljo was very clever and quickly grasped what Chenji was hinting at. I have no idea what they're after, but it's not that simple to kill me. It's more like they want to show me something and lead me down a sinful path. Anyone who saw their young self being brutally murdered would be left with an emotional scare. But with the training given by the Black Phone, Chenji had cultivated a strong and resistant heart. But let's ignore that for now. The vat ghost has probably encountered some danger if he still hasn't returned. Can you help me to communicate with the female ghost inside the shampoo bottle? See if she is willing to help bring back the vat ghost. Chenji was worried about the vat ghost's safety. After all, he was sent in alone to deal with so many strange ghosts on water. Aljo relayed Chenji's words to Wenwen's sister. After a while, the shampoo was twisted open from the inside, and a weave of dirty, smelly hair crawled out from within. She seemed to want to crawl onto Chenji's body, but was afraid and hesitant. What is she doing? Chenji turned to Aljo, but the latter did not get it either. The hair was stuck together, and without closer inspection, it did look like water weed. They're both hair, but this is completely different from Zhang Ye's. Chenji squatted down and made a brave decision as he actively reached out toward the hair on the boat. How do you wish for me to help you? The hair curled around Chenji's finger. It was wet and slippery like he was holding a living fish. The hair knew its limit. She only dared to touch Chenji's finger. She did not even dare to approach his palm. With one end curled around Chenji's finger, the other end reached toward the water. You want to drag me into the water? Chenji did not think that the girl would be courageous enough to harm him after Zhang Ye's appearance and with Su Yin standing there. Or are you trying to lead the way? Just as they were tussling, the rope at the bow shuddered. Many bubbles followed, and the vat ghost's round head broke the surface. How come you've been down there for so long? Probably feeling the concern in Chenji's voice, the vat ghost did not appear that frightened anymore. His lips opened and closed as he waved his hands at Chenji. More bubbles floated to the surface. He found the body, but he could not get close to it. It seems that ghosts are unable to get close to it. Aljo took up the role of the translator seriously. He was very professional. Ghosts can't get close to it. Chenji felt the slickness around his finger. Is that why Wenwen's sister needs my help to get her body? Staring at the water, this mission turned out to be different from what he had expected. Wenwen's sister was a half-red specter, and even she could not get close to it, let alone less powerful ghosts. Zhang Ye was probably the only exception, but Chenji had no power over that one. Su Yin's connection to me will weaken once he's underwater, and he's still missing his heart. I doubt he'll be able to go through the barrier as well. Su Yin had implicit trust in Chenji, and because of that, Chenji did not send Su Yin to do things that he had no confidence in. Since ghosts can't get close to it, then a human has to do it. Chen-ji took out the black phone to confirm the mission detail. It said clearly that he had to be there alone to salvage the body. I was wondering why it purposely added a detail like that. Chen-ji thought about it for a long time before coming to a decision. There is nothing to hesitate about. When I first got the black phone, I was in a much worse condition, and I wasn't afraid then, so there is no reason for me to be afraid now. Fixing the rope to the boat, Chen-ji had all Zhou and Bai Qiulin look over the rope, and he took the flashlight given by Zhang Dabo, removed his shirt and pants, and jumped into the water. The water temperature was low, but Chen-ji did not feel cold. It was unclear whether that was because he was well-trained or because he had gotten used to the chill. His finger had Wen's sister's hair wrapped around it, and she had been pulling Chen-ji toward a direction inside the dam. He sucked in a deep breath and had the Vat Ghost and Su Yin guard beside him. He dived into the water. He turned the flashlight on, but the light was weak underwater. Even with his yin-yang vision, the range of his sight was very limited. Time seemed to have slowed down like Chen-ji had entered a different world. This place was very quiet, and it gave him a strange feeling, like an unborn child swimming in his mother's womb. His body sinking, Chen-ji gripped the flashlight in one hand and the rope in another. Water pressure came in from all sides, and the oxygen in his lungs slowly decreased. There was something that touched Chen-ji in the dark, and it did not feel like fish. Unable to speak, he was unable to communicate with the ghosts around him. In fact, Chen-ji could not even see them. He could only sense somewhat uncertainly that Su Yin and the Vat Ghost were next to him. Then again, it was them who gave him courage to go underwater to go searching for a body. Several seconds later, with the black hair leading the way, Chen-ji saw something that looked like a coffin underwater, and a thick copse of water weed grew around it. Chapter 592, Unlocked Underwater Scenario. The flashlight was barely able to pierce the darkness around him. With the tugging of the black hair, Chen-ji was slowly being pulled to the thing that looked like a coffin. Why is there such a thing in the dam? Who was it made by and who is it for? Before jumping into the dam, Chen-ji had no idea the dam would be so deep. He was running out of oxygen, and it showed with the lightness of his head. He moved the flashlight to shine around the coffin. The black water weed danced at the bottom of the dam. After diving another 2 meters, Chen-ji realized that it was not a plant but human hair. It was weaved together into braids, and Chen-ji's eyelids kept twitching as he observed them. Wen's sister wants me to swim through the jungle of hair. Just as this thought floated up in his mind, his body could not help but shiver. The black hair climbed onto Chen-ji's arm. As he parted the water weed away, it revealed a bloated and pale face. It's a woman. Her eyes were closed, and she was floating vertically in the water. There was something that was wrapped around her ankle, tying her to the coffin. With a quick glance around, Chen-ji noticed a hole at the bottom of the dam. The coffin was stuck inside the hole, and the bodies were floating above the hole. Their hair grew alongside the natural water weed, and they formed a large, blurry shadow in the water. To enter the hole, one had to pass through the water weed and dead people's hair. This was the first time that Chen-ji had come across such a creepy scene. Perhaps it was the nervousness that sped up the exhaustion of oxygen, because Chen-ji started to feel his lungs constrict. Reaching out to push the weed and hair away, Chen-ji swam past the human bodies. The hole was very deep, and the coffin was stuck close to the entrance. Once Chen-ji tried to swim toward the hole, the hair around his arm untangled. Wen's sister was unable to get close to the coffin. Unable to speak, Chen-ji could only gesture with his hands. Thankfully, Su Yin had worked with him many times in the past, and he soon understood what Chen-ji meant. A smear of red appeared in the water like someone had poured blood into it. Su Yin tried to follow Chen-ji into the hole, but once he approached the hole, a weird gurgle came inside the hole like the monster hiding inside it was slowly awakening. Su Yin wanted Chen-ji to retreat. He could sense the bad aura hiding inside the hole. Is Wen's sister's body deeper into the hole, or just inside the coffin? The water slipped into his ears and his nostrils. Chen-ji was running out of time, and he needed to come to a decision soon. Open the coffin. If her body is not inside it, then we'll retreat immediately. All of the ghosts refused to get close to the hole, so something seemed to be wrong with it. No matter what it was, this was not good news for Chen-ji, who did not have the support of any ghosts with him. He was used to interacting with ghosts, and the only thing able to apprehend a ghost was a scarier, crueler ghost. Chen-ji was not good at diving. With no other option, he pulled on the water weed and dead human hair as support to yank himself closer to the coffin. The flashlight given by Zhang Dabo was not made for underwater diving. The light flickered on and off like it could go out at any moment. With the threat of no light and dwindling oxygen, every second that he spent underwater would increase the chance of Chen Ji getting into an accident. With his hands on the water weed and dead bodies, Chen Ji finally nudged through the hole. At the same time, he noticed that all of the dead bodies' legs were shackled by rope, and all the ropes reached into the coffin. From the looks of it, it appeared like the dead bodies' owner was hiding inside the coffin, and it had the say of these dead bodies, life and death. After exhausting 2 seconds, Chen Ji finally gripped the coffin inside the hole. He adjusted his position and shone the flashlight deeper into the hole. The man from the fishing society said that he saw many water ghosts at this dam. But there are only 4 dead bodies around this hole. Could the rest be hiding deeper inside the hole? The ray of light was unable to penetrate into the darkness, so he was unable to tell. I have to tell the police about the dead bodies. I should leave the exploration of the hole to Captain Yan and his team. Chen Ji intended to suggest that Captain Yan drain the dam, but he knew that the chance of that were not high. Eastern Jiujiang Dam was located upstream, and it was connected to many different branches of big rivers. Unless they could stop the running water at its source, there would not come a day when Eastern Jiujiang Dam would be dry. Now's no time to plot. Due to the lack of oxygen, Chen Ji's mind was wavering. His palm pressed on the coffin, and something sticky touched his palm. It felt very uncomfortable, like he had stuck his hand into a vat of glue. What is slathered on the surface of the coffin? Chen Ji lifted his hand to see. His palm had turned blood red. It was unclear whether it was a kind of red algae or something else completely. Chen Ji watched closer, and he realized that the red thing on his palm was still moving like it was alive. OF*CK. Chen Ji swam to the bottom of the coffin, and due to his experience at the coffin village, he was familiar with the construction of a coffin and could lift one open easily. Using the buoyancy of water and his own weight, Chen Ji shook the lid loose, and several seconds later, the closed coffin lid eased open a sliver. The lid was nailed onto the coffin. This was an old tradition at Jiujiang City, a practice called coffin sealing. This tradition was not often practiced because only those who brought shame upon the family name would get such a treatment. Even with all his might, Chen Ji was unable to peel the lid off. When he was desperate, a thick smell of blood smothered his nostril. Su Yin had entered the hole and grabbed the other end of the lid. He purposely avoided the end of the coffin, like the thing inside made him uncomfortable or even afraid. With Su Yin's aid, Chen Ji slowly pulled the coffin open, and he shone the flashlight in. What he saw was something that he never would have imagined in his life. The coffin was filled with a collection of dolls. They did not look like the ones sold on the market, so they were probably handmade. That was confirmed also by the extremely rough handiwork and the lack of company label. However, each of them was marked with a name. What's going on? Chen Ji trained his full attention on the content inside the coffin. The Black Phone's mission was for me to salvage dead body. Could these dolls be the dead body it's referring to? With the dwindling of time, Chen Ji could not stop to think, so he reached into the coffin. However, as his hand landed on one of the dolls, the coffin shook, and the ropes that reached into the coffin were pulled taut. He looked up, and the 4 dead bodies anchored to the 4 edges of the coffin had all turned to look at him. 4 dead faces with the hair growing from their scalp weaving together to form something of a net. Chen Ji kept calm. At this point, there was no return. With a grit of his teeth, he yanked the doll out of the coffin. Weirdly enough, a string was pierced through each of the dolls' hearts, connecting them, and by taking one out, Chen Ji pulled the whole collection out with it. When he yanked out the dolls, Chen Ji felt his feet going numb like a school of fish just slithered past him. Considering where he was, he instantly felt unsettled. Turning the flashlight around, Chen Ji lowered his head to look, and a group of pale-faced children had gathered around his feet. When did you show up? Scanning them with yin-yang vision, Chen Ji soon realized that these kids barely counted as baleful specters. They were lingering spirits hanging onto this world by a thread, and they had possessed the dolls. Does each doll represent a living child? So many children have died from berry seed. The incident was more serious than he had thought. Chen Ji pulled the children out from the coffin and prepared to swim to the surface. Wait a minute. Without much hesitation, Chen Ji dislodged the coffin lid from the coffin. Since Su Yin did not dare to get close to the end of the coffin, there had to something more to the lid. Thus, he decided to carry it back with him for a closer inspection. The dead bodies that were tied to the coffin did not stop Chen Ji. If anything, this felt more like a ritual. The deeper secret would only be revealed by exploring deeper into the hole. This should be the handiwork of the mastermind as well. Instead of going into the unknown hole, it's safer for me to go and confront Huang Ling's husband in person. Chenji rarely did things that he had no confidence in. Under the protection of Su Yin and the vat ghost, Chenji grabbed the coffin lid and the rope that strung through the dolls and swam through the black hair and water weed. Breaking the surface, Chenji took a deep breath. He tossed the dolls and coffin lid onto the boat and used the last vestige of his strength to haul himself on it. A slight vibration came from a corner of the boat. Chenji moved the clothes aside, and he was greeted by the lit screen of the black phone. A new message had come through. Congratulations, Spectres favored, for completing the 2-star trial mission, Twin Water Ghost. You have successfully unlocked the underwater scary scenario. Chapter 593, The Shirt of the Drowned. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Even then, Chenji was still trying to get over the aftereffects of holding his breath for too long. His head was light, but even in that condition, he still grabbed onto the coffin lid and the rope that strung the dolls through their hearts tightly. After taking several deep breaths, Chenji finally felt well-adjusted enough to glance at the phone. The 2-star mission Twin Water Ghost has been completed. Completion rate, 100%. Unlock this mission's hidden item, the Shirt of the Drowned. The Shirt of the Drowned, Malice points. 17. There are things underwater that crawled into my clothes and they pulled me deep into the water. The mission has a completion rate of 100%. Looks like the hole in the dam is not counted by the black phone as part of the Twin Water Ghost mission. Chenji put the black phone away, and there were many questions left in his mind. Was the coffin purposely placed there to block the way into the hole? Earlier, Chenji had noted that Su Yin did not dare get close to the end part of the coffin, and he felt the secret to that would be hidden on the coffin lid. After putting on his clothes, Chenji laid the lid vertically down on the boat. It's impossible for me to physically carry this back home with me, but no taxi will allow me to put this inside their car. I'll need to come up with a solution. The coffin lid that Chenji had salvaged from the dam was much smaller than a normal coffin. It was decayed and was stained with patches of red. It was unclear whether those patches were dead bugs or a type of water plant that had dried up. After removing the thing that covered the surface, Chenji made a startling discovery. A specter was carved on the decayed wooden board. The monster was wrapped in chains and had 6 eyes, looking almost similar to the monster that the Ghost Stories Society had left on the door in the haunted house. The Ghost Stories Society committed many ritualistic murders and gouged out the victims' eyes to create something like this on the door in my haunted house. At the time, they wanted to dominate the door, so the carving of this ghost should possess the power of guarding a door. Chenji took out his own phone and snapped a picture of the carving. The coffin was stuck near the entrance of the hole, and the ghost was carved onto the lid. Could this be a device to guard the hole inside the dam, to prevent the thing inside from coming out? Only Chenji would come up with the idea of using a coffin to guard a hole. The black phone gave me the mission to come salvage dead bodies, so technically, it should include the possibility that I would carry the whole coffin away with me. Then this means that no matter what kind of scary presence is hiding inside the hole, it should pose no threat to me. Since he already had the coffin lid, going back underwater was impossible. Chenji was merely finding an excuse for himself. The coffin was probably placed here by the mastermind. Then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If it doesn't want the thing inside the hole to come out, then I should find a way to release it. Chenji was unsure what was inside the hole and had no idea where the hole led to. Honestly, at that moment, he was not at all interested. He just wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. What if something really did slip out and vented its anger from being trapped onto him? When Chenji prepared to row away, a blob of dark shadow floated onto the surface of the water. I'd almost forgotten about her. The shadow stuck to the side of the boat. Strands of black hair crawled up from the water, and they grew like vines on the side of the boat before slithering onto the boat and slipping into one of the dolls. Picking up the doll, Chenji noticed that it was different from others. She was wearing a little dress with blood spots, and the hair was real human hair. The name that was carved on the back was red in color. Zhao Xuenger, this doll is Wen Wen's big sister. The mission had been completed, but there were too many dolls on the boat. Every doll has a name carved on the back, so each of them represents a life. When he was underwater, Chenji could sense the anxiety and fear from the children. They were all still so young, and most of them had not even experienced life before. Too many things are involved in this case. I'm afraid I won't be able to handle this alone. I should inform Captain Yan about this. 90% of the Jiujiang's disappearances happened in eastern Jiujiang. If they were all due to the Shadow's plan, then the number of deaths would be astronomical. Chenji decided to hold onto the doll that Wen's sister possessed. There was another unique thing about this doll. Her clothes were always wet. Afraid that she might wet the comic, Chenji placed her in his pocket. Summoning all the ghosts, Chenji rowed the boat back to the bank. When Zhang Dabo saw Chenji return safely, he sighed in relief. He had really been concerned for the man. Who could blame him when Chenji came alone to the dam at night to come salvaging for dead bodies, and without any safety gear at that? Just watching it from the bank, he could not help but feel anxious, afraid that the king fish might show up to assault Chenji. "Brother, mind giving me a hand?" The boat moored, and Chenji lifted the coffin lid up. "What is this?" Zhang Dabo was an honest man. He gripped the other end of the coffin lid and started to pull. "This is a coffin lid. I found it at the bottom of the dam." "A coffin?" Hearing Chenji's answer, Zhang Dabo almost slipped and fell to the ground. "Didn't you go searching for dead bodies? Why did you come back with a coffin lid?" "There are 4 dead bodies in the dam. I couldn't handle all that alone. We should call the police and leave this to the professionals." Four bodies? Zhang Dabo could not imagine that the dam that he was tasked with guarding over would hide so many dead bodies. Chenji moved everything onto solid ground, and right then his phone rang. "Shall we call the police now?" Zhang Dabo looked at the coffin lid, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. "There's no need to rush. Let me answer this call first." It was Li Zheng who called Chenji. When Chenji saw Huang Ling's husband earlier, he had messaged Captain Yan and Li Zheng, but they did not reply immediately, probably because it was already too late. Accepting the call before Chenji could speak, Li Zheng's voice came through. "Chenji, are you telling me Huang Ling's husband is the murder suspect? How confident are you?" 100% confident. I suggest you detain him as soon as possible. The man is extremely dangerous. The longer you let him roam free, the more dangerous he'll be," Chenji said confidently. "Also, there's another thing. I found 4 female dead bodies in eastern Jiujiang Dam." "Eastern Jiujiang?" "Yes, they're underwater. When I was investigating the dam earlier, Huang Ling's husband was also around the area." Li Zheng did not question why Chenji would go to the dam searching for dead bodies in the middle of the night. He just answered Chenji instantly. "Wait there. Our people will be there in a minute." "Okay." After the call ended, Chenji looked at the dumbstruck Zhang Dabo. "Brother, the police will be coming soon. I might need to trouble you again later." "It's no trouble. Do say if you have any use for me." After all that had happened, the way Zhang Dabo looked at Chenji changed. At 3:10 a.m., the police from both Eastern Jiujiang's police station and the main police station arrived at the same time. As if on cue, Chenji also received the call from Li Zheng. "Chenji, something's wrong. I personally went to Huang Ling's home. Huang Ling is mentally unstable, completely out of it, and her husband is nowhere to be seen. Follow the surveillance around Eastern Jiujiang Dam. That should give you the lead to follow his trail. This man is very important and very dangerous. Be careful when you conduct the search." Chapter 594, Expanding Haunted House. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. For now, you should focus on helping the local team investigate the dead bodies underwater. Leave the rest to us. Whenever Li Zheng conversed with Chenji, he would have this strange feeling. Whether it was his tone or his way of thinking, the latter felt more like an experienced first-class police inspector. At times, Li Zheng even suspected that Chenji was a special agent that Captain Yan had requested to aid their group. In fact, Li Zheng did not think he would be surprised if one day in the future, Chenji came slapping his shoulders and said with a smile, "Sorry, but I'm actually also a police officer." Clever people turn their passion into their career, but in Chenji's case, his pursuit of justice was far beyond a mere passion for murder investigation. It was hard to imagine what kind of attitude he adopted to be able to unearth so many hidden cases all over the city without asking for any reward in return. "All right, I will lend them my full cooperation." The group that was responsible for overseeing the dam was from the Eastern Jiujiang Police Station and Investigation Team 2 from the main station. Chenji was not familiar with them, and after some basic questioning, the 2 parties got into a standstill on how to deal with the coffin lid. In the end, under the persuasion by the leader of the Team 2, Chenji agreed to hand over the coffin lid and the dolls inside the coffin to the police temporarily for the medical doctor and other professionals to examine, and then the police would personally send them back to the haunted house. Every doll here has a name carved on their back, and each name corresponds to a once-living child. I suggest you run an investigation on each of the names, and you might come to a surprising discovery. Eastern Jiujiang had been peaceful for so long, but this peace was faked. The current beneath the surface was rapid, and no one had any idea how dirty and how deep the water went. At 3:30 a.m., the management of the dam and the salvage team arrived. They worked together to retrieve the dead bodies and the coffin. During the process, one of the salvage members claimed that he heard strange noises coming from inside the hole, and someone else noticed flickering shadows underwater. It was probably the fish. The salvage operation went smoothly. After the bodies and coffin were taken away, there was nothing left for Chen Ji to do. After getting permission from the police, Chen Ji called a cab and left. He had never seen an underwater scenario being built before, and he was quite curious about this newly unlocked scenario. At 4 a.m., Chen Ji returned to his haunted house. He pushed open the gate and rushed underground. Walking down the darkened steps, Chen Ji noticed that a small path had opened up between Muyang High School and Coffin Village. It was large enough to allow 2 people to go through at once, and it went deeper underground. Walking down the path felt strange and oppressive. The light was dim and the air damp. Occasionally, Chen Ji could hear the sound of water dripping. At the end of the tunnel was a dark lake of water, and a small boat was floating on the surface of the water. The boat was made from wood, and it was just big enough to fit 2 passengers. "There's no paddle?" Chen Ji tossed the vat ghost into the water, and to his surprise, the water was surprisingly deep. Getting on the boat, Chen Ji slowly paddled using his hands to row himself forward. This design is rather insane. The visitors have to use their hands as paddles for the boat to move. If the monsters hiding in the water suddenly surface, just how much terror and despair will the people on the boat be trapped in? Due to safety considerations, Chen Ji planned to go to the props room to make a small wooden paddle for emergencies. Inching along the way, the boat continued to move forward. The scenario for Twin Water Ghost was only half the size of Muyang High School. But this is at the very least a 2-star scenario. It can't be this simple, can it? Chen Ji was seated inside the boat and looking around with his flashlight when the vat ghost suddenly surfaced. He waved his hands and then pointed at the water. "There's something underwater." Chen Ji thought about it and approved of that possibility. The lake was quite large, and the boat did not come with a paddle. The people on the boat had to use their hands to work the boat, and in that case, it was highly probable for them to be pulled overboard. No matter what, safety was the most important. To prevent accidents from happening, Chen Ji removed his clothes that were still damp and jumped into the water again. Using his yin-yang vision, Chen Ji discovered to his surprise the completely different world that was underwater. This scenario was built on the slope, and the deeper one swam, the more things one could see. The things near the top of the water were common everyday items like an old sofa, broken furniture, and lamps like actual rooms that had sunk. Are these the rooms that the drowned victims lived in before they died? Further down, the bed of the lake was littered with cut-up dolls. The faces were embedded into the silt, the broken eyes staring at the boat that skimmed across the surface. Moving forward, one would come into a graveyard of coffins. They were stacked in a complicated manner, turning the geography of the underwater lake into a maze. I don't think this scenario should be open to the public yet. Without the necessary equipment, it is too easy for accidents to happen. Running into scary things underwater was 10 times more terrifying than running into them on solid ground, but unfortunately, the risk was too high. Chen Ji was a haunted house operator, and he defined his own job as one in the service industry. The underwater scenario was a good direction for the haunted house to take, but it could only be tested after he had the necessary equipment. Then again, I suppose it's not completely useless. At least I have a home now for all the underwater ghosts that I encounter in the future. Chen Ji worked together with the vat ghost to move the boat back to the shore. Then he carried his clothes and retraced the path back. "You should stay here for now." Vat ghost was naturally faint-hearted. Give him a water vat, and he could stay in the cramped space without complaint for century. His personality was really a great contrast to how he looked. If you see any visitors wander in here, remember to warn them to stay back. If they fall into water, you have to save them, understand? After giving the vat ghost his orders, Chen Ji was still worried. He ran to the tool room to make a roadblock and placed it at the scenario entrance. Would have thought that my haunted house would one day have an underwater scenario. Chen Ji looked at his haunted house, and his heart was surfeited with pride. With his careful expansion, the haunted house now had a hospital, a school, a village, a residential area, and even a man-made lake. The haunted house just upgraded to a maze of terror. If I continue to unlock scenarios, will my haunted house eventually become an underground city filled with endless scary stories and terrifying tales? When he first obtained the black phone, Chen-ji had once noted the term Castle of Nightmares on the mission detail, and he felt like that should be the haunted house's final goal. After dealing with all that, Chen-ji placed the wet clothes in the toilet and gave them a simple scrub. Then he went to the staff break room. He was about to crawl into bed when his phone started to vibrate. It was Li Zhang. "Inspector Li, how can I help you?" "We found Huang Ling's husband." Li Zhang's tone was grave, signifying that they had run into trouble. "Where did you find him?" Chen-ji sat up and spooked the white cat, which had curled up next to him. "We checked for his trail on the surface and finally found him at the entrance to White Dragon Cave Tunnel. When we arrived, he was already unconscious." "White Dragon Cave Tunnel?" Chen-ji thought that the name was familiar. His eyes slowly widened because White Dragon Cave Tunnel was the abandoned tunnel where he had completed his latest nightmare mission, the place where he had seen his young self being killed for the first time. Chapter 595, He's Already Dead. Translator, Lonely Editor, Milman 97. Huang Ling's husband was found fainted at the entrance to White Dragon Cave Tunnel, which was something that Chen-ji did not anticipate. The shadow is extremely cunning. He probably sensed something beforehand and made an early escape. But why would he go to the tunnel? Is this a hint that there is something he needs inside the tunnel? Huang Ling's husband is fainted outside the tunnel. Does that mean he's already been abandoned by the shadow? Or is there a spare body to possess inside the tunnel? Several questions popped up in his mind. Chen-ji could not get it. He glanced at the time and told Li Zhang, "Inspector Li, can I go there and ask him a few questions?" "We're now at the hospital. The doctors are inspecting Jia Ming's body. He is slipping in and out of consciousness, and his mind is a jumbled mess. I'm afraid you won't be getting any answers even if you try." "Then can I just take a look at him?" Chen-ji wanted to personally confirm whether the shadow was still attached to Jia Ming. After getting Li Zhang's permission, Chen-ji changed and rushed to the People's Hospital. Chen-ji flitted in and out of the theme park multiple times in one night. Initially, the senior guard still greeted him, but later, even the guard got tired of watching him coming and going. When Chen-ji arrived at the hospital, it was around 6 a.m. Police officers stood guarding the door, and when he tried to approach, he was immediately blocked. "I'm here for Inspector Li Zhang from the main police station. I was on the phone with him earlier." Chen-ji gave them Li Zhang's name. One of them thought that Chen-ji looked familiar, and after studying him for a while, he managed to recognize Chen-ji. "Follow me, Inspector Li did mention you." The officer led Chen-ji to the first room on the left. "Jia Ming is in here. His psychological status is not that stable. Try not to say anything to provoke him." "Understood." Chen-ji glanced at the room next door. "If Jia Ming stays here, then who is staying here?" "His wife, Huang Ling. We went to Huang Ling's home first tonight, and we immediately noticed something wrong with her. It was like she had taken some hallucinatory pills, so we also moved her to the hospital." "Okay." Chen-ji pushed the door lightly open. Li Zhang and a female officer were seated 1 meter away from the bed, and they were conversing with the patient in bed. Hearing the door open, everyone in the room turned to look. Since Li Zhang and the female officer knew that Chen-ji was coming, so they reacted calmly, but just as Li Zhang was about to greet Chen-ji, Jia Ming suddenly screamed in bed. His face was pale, and he jumped to the other end of the bed. His emotions were frazzled, and he pointed at Chen-ji with a shaking finger. "Ghost! Ghost! He's a ghost!" The needle for the drip was forcibly yanked out, but Jia Ming did not appear to feel pain. His eyes were glued to Chen-ji with fear pouring out of them. The people in the room did not expect a change like that. Li Zhang summoned the doctors, and they worked together to pin Jia Ming down on the bed. "Should we try to use anesthetic?" the doctor asked Li Zhang. Li Zhang shook his head. He was curious why Jia Ming would react that way when he saw Chen-ji. After Jia Ming calmed down, Chen-ji sat on the chair. Strangely enough, after he entered the room, Jia Ming refused to move his eyes away from Chen-ji. Whenever Chen-ji made a move, Jia Ming would react like a frightened cat trying to escape. "Don't worry, he won't be able to harm you with us here. Furthermore, I can confidently tell you that he is a human being, not a ghost." Li Zhang had Chen-ji sit down next to him. "What is going on?" Chen-ji was equally confused. He used yin-yang vision to study Jia Ming. The man did not have a trace of yin energy on him. He looked just like a normal human being. The ghost was not on his body. Did it leave, or was it hiding in his shadow? Chen-ji had not left the park with his backpack, and he maintained a sharp alert around Jia Ming. Ever since Chen-ji entered the room, the atmosphere had changed. Li Zhang massaged his thudding temples, and his bloodshot eyes looked at the two who were staring at each other. "Please, both of you, calm down." Seeing as Jia Ming's emotions were slowly calming down, he told the doctor to go and nurse the wound on his hand, while he stood up to remove all the fragile and sharp objects from the bed. "Tell me, why are you calling him a ghost? Have you seen him before?" Li Zheng had interrogated many criminals, and he knew that Jia Ming's reaction earlier was not an act. Jia Ming did not dare to speak, and his eyes kept darting around. Finally, after multiple questions from Li Zheng, he sighed. "I saw his murder with my own eyes." "I was murdered?" Not only Li Zheng, even Chen Ji was shocked. In the morning, he had stayed obediently at the haunted house, and occasionally he would wander out at night, but he was sure that he had not been killed in any shape or form. "But he's here in his physical body. Are you sure you did not just imagine this? When a person is under high-stress situation or possesses a highly unstable mental faculty, hallucinations can happen quite often. After all, most of the time, our brain will only allow us to see what we wish to see." Li Zheng tried to analyze this from a professional angle. "He's not a living man, you have to trust me. He's very dangerous. He's really a ghost back to claim lives." The mention of Chen Ji caused Jia Ming's emotions to unravel. "He will kill me. Those who get too close to him will die. I will die, no. Everyone in this room will die." Jia Ming yelled loudly, so loud in fact, the patients in the other rooms could hear him clearly. Both Li Zheng and the doctor in the room frowned. "It's not beneficial for the patient's health to allow him to keep yelling like this. I still suggest we should administer some anesthetic," the doctor suggested again, but was still denied by Li Zheng. This experienced officer was observing Jia Ming's tone and expression. He even paid attention to the way the man's pupils moved when he was speaking. He was surprised by his conclusion. Jia Ming did not appear to be lying. Hearing Jia Ming's accusation, Chen Ji did not deny it instantly, but instead started to stare back at Jia Ming with some interest in his eyes. This reaction made Li Zheng rather speechless. Normally, if the living human next to him was accused by the suspect to be dead, Li Zheng would laugh and then drag the suspect to see a psychiatrist. However, this happened to Chen Ji, and Li Zheng started to have doubts. The man next to him had a case file dedicated to him at the main station's filing room. He had helped the police solve many murder cases, and it was not wrong to say the man walked the same path as death. However, this did not mean that he suspected that Chen Ji was dead. He merely suspected that this case would dig up even scarier things. "You said that I will kill you, then what is my motive?" When a person was suddenly scared, their body would react in involuntary ways. In the study of this field, Chen Ji was an expert. When he entered the door, his eyes had fallen directly on Jia Ming. The man reacted in extreme fear. Whether it was his expression or tone, they were extremely authentic, but for Chen Ji, they were also a bit much. Jia Ming's reaction was slightly different from the reaction of the visitors at his haunted house when they were scared. If not for the fact that he scared people for a living, he would not have been able to tell the difference. With a theory in his heart, the way that Chen Ji looked at Jia Ming changed from kindness to suspicion. "You said that I will kill you, then you have to at least give me a reason to kill you, right?" Chapter 596, Ghost Story. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. Everyone turned to look at Jia Ming. From an observer's point of view, Chen Ji indeed did not have any motive to harm Jia Ming. The police were not fools. Before they captured Jia Ming, they had already investigated his background, and there was no interaction between him and Chen Ji before they met. He curled backward. After hearing Chen Ji, Jia Ming became even more afraid. "I can't say. If I do, then there is no way I'm leaving this hospital alive. He will kill me here. He will use methods that you can't ever imagine to welcome death. He is the devil that peels back human skin to feed on their flesh." "Stop changing the topic. If you don't give us an honest answer, I will leave you alone to stay in the same room as him," Li Zheng warned. "Am I that scary?" Chen Ji knew that Li Zheng was purposely saying that to force out the truth, so he cooperated fully. He stood up to examine the windows and door. After making sure that all the openings were locked, he sat back down. With his exit barred, Jia Ming hesitated before coming clean. "I once witnessed his murder, and while I was running away, he saw my face." "When was this?" Li Zheng waved to signal for the doctor to leave, and then he took out his recorder pen. "It was around 3 or 4 years ago." Jia Ming looked at Chen Ji cowardly, and his voice was as soft as a mosquito. One would not be able to hear him unless one paid full attention. "I worked at an insurance company before this, and I was tasked with handling a car accident for a realtor's family. The people escaped unharmed, but the car was not so lucky. After the traffic police's investigation, it was revealed that the person was driving under influence. and the deepest scar on the vehicle was discerned by a professional to be the drunken driver's own doing. So following the company rules, I did not approve of his insurance claim. Because of that, the man brought people to come to the company to create trouble. The man came from a powerful background, so the manager did not dare make him an enemy. As such, he sacrificed me as the scapegoat. At the time, I was still a young man, unable to control my emotions. After the man sent his people to beat me up, naturally, I fought back, and in the end, both of us were sent to the police station. My wife went through a lot of hoops to save me. For that, she lost her job, and we lost a lot of money. I was deeply resentful, and all I wanted to do was to take revenge. That night, I sneaked into the man's house. Initially, I just wanted to familiarize myself with the place, but I ran into something extremely scary. At this point, Jia Ming stopped. He looked at Chen Ji, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. "Why are you stopping now?" Li Zheng and the female officer were both quite agitated. "I ran into someone who was trying to kill the realtor." Then he raised his finger, but he was too afraid to point it at Chen Ji. "I just wanted to take a small revenge on the man. I never thought to kill anyone. I had nothing to do with his death." The case suddenly became complicated because it involved another murder. Li Zheng frowned. "Who is this realtor that you're talking about? I think I know all the real estate agents in Jiujiang." His name was Jiang Long. He once took over the plot at Mingyang Residence, the largest abandoned residential area in eastern Jiujiang. "It's him." Chen Ji and Li Zheng shared a look as they connected the many clues in their mind. "Jiang Long died from a car accident. We have the case file at the police station." Li Zheng was quick to point out the anomaly in Jia Ming's story. "You're being tricked. You're still being lied to. He was definitely murdered, and the killer is." Jia Ming bit on the tip of his tongue and then pointed his finger at Chen Ji. "The kill is now sitting next to you." "You said I killed Jiang Long? How come I have no memory of this at all?" Chen Ji studied Jia Ming's every move closely. He realized that the way Jia Ming bit on his tongue was quite similar to his own. When he was caught in a conundrum or had to remain calm while in a dangerous situation, he would do the same thing and use the acute pain to help pull in his focus. Jia Ming did not dare answer Chen Ji. It was as if he had depleted all of his courage telling his story. "What exactly did you see? Why did you say the murderer is Chen Ji?" That was what Li Zheng was curious about. This was the first time that, after detaining the suspect pointed out the witness as the murderer. "You have to believe me. His face is forever seared into my mind. I can confidently say that it was him who I saw that night." Jia Ming ignored Li Zheng and continued in his own manner. "The first time that I went to find Jiang Long was around 12 midnight. That was merely to scout the place out. However, once I arrived at his place, I realized that I wouldn't be able to get close to the man. There were too many guards and cameras. But at around 1 a.m., something seemed to happen inside the residential area. All the guards ran toward one of the houses, and in the chaos, I sneaked into the crowd and followed them. It was Jiang Long's neighbor's home that attracted the crowd. The 2 dogs raised by the family were brutally murdered, and the curious thing was that there was no sound to the murders. The guards quarantined the neighbor's home and started the search for the dog killer. It was a noisy occasion, but Jiang Long's home was weirdly silent. All the lights were off, and no one answered when the guards went to knock on the door. Jiang Long was probably not home, so I realized that this was my perfect chance. I could sneak into his house and run away with some valuable items as compensation. I circled around to the backyard, and after some trials, I realized that the wall was too tall for me to climb over, not to mention the cameras that were still operating. Just as I thought of giving up, I gave the back door a push, but to my shock, the door was not locked, just closed. After the door opened, before I could react, what I saw gave me the shock of my life. A man was kneeling on the ground, covered in blood. His expression was one of intense pain, and there was something forced down his throat. Even so, he was still coughing up blood. Standing next to him was a man who held a bloody knife between his 2 fingers, and he was speaking something in an awfully casual manner. Jia Ming turned to look at Chen Ji, and his fists tightened as veins popped on the back of his hands. The bloody man kneeling on the ground was Jiang Long, and the man standing over him was him. I was at Jiang Long's bungalow. How many years ago was this? Chen Ji had no memory of this at all. The man had to be lying, or the man that he saw was not Chen Ji but someone who looked like Chen Ji. The face matches perfectly. Your face is the stuff of my nightmares, so I cannot be mistaken. Jia Ming was on the verge of tears. Jiang Long noticed me and reached out to me for help. When he opened his mouth to beg, the blood trailed down his lips. Of course, I didn't dare stay and turned to escape from the scene. Wait a minute, I have a question. Jia Ming definitely died from car accident, and there was no knife wound on his body. The forensic doctor even confirmed that as his actual cause of death. Li Zheng was still on Chen Ji's side. Of course, he was because Jia Ming was making no sense. That was the first time. After that, this devil started to haunt me. I kept having the same dream over consecutive nights. After I fell asleep, he would crawl out from underneath my bed and stand at my bedside to whisper into my ear that since Jiang Long had died, it would be my turn next. Chapter 597, Like a Shadow. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. You dream about what you think in the day. That's quite normal. Li Zheng was familiar with Chen Ji, and from his perspective, it did not feel like Chen Ji would do something like hiding under someone's bed and then slipping out to whisper a death threat. I know that you don't believe me, but that was not a dream. Jia Ming lowered his voice, and his tone turned weird. Have you ever wondered what your reflection is doing when you stand before the mirror and lower your head to wash your face? Has he lowered his face, reflecting your motion, or is he still standing in the mirror looking down on you? Have you ever run into a situation where someone in the public restroom in the next cubicle asks for toilet paper from you? But when you came out, you realized that you were alone in the restroom all that time. Have you ever found that when you called a close friend or family, they kept saying there was disturbance on your side like there were many things standing around you? Jia Ming gripped the edge of the bed tighter and tighter. I've experienced all of that. I think I should call the doctor to come back in. Li Zheng was an atheist, and he had studied criminology and psychotherapy at college. He did not think that Jia Ming was lying, so in that case his mind had to be wrong. He was probably suffering from paranoia. Before the doctor comes in, do you mind hearing a few stories? Jia Ming tilted his head toward Chen Ji. It is about me and him. I had no idea you two were so close. Li Zheng nodded. After leaving Jiang Long's home, I was too panicked to recognize the route home. I raced about aimlessly for half an hour before arriving at home. At the time, I was living at a rental, and my landlady was an old lady. She lived on the first floor, my family was on the second floor, and the third floor was a storage room. When I returned, it was already very late. After entering the place, the old lady's pet cat kept screeching, not the kind of meowing that asked for a scratch on her back, but a shrill and eerie noise. Probably woken up by her pet, the old lady opened her door and looked out. Then she told me one thing. Please don't make such a loud noise when you two walk around. It's already so late at night. What are you two doing out so late? Jia Ming still remembered the expression on the old lady's face, because he replicated it perfectly for his listeners. I apologized hurriedly to the old lady, but once I got to the second floor, I realized that something was wrong. I turned back to look, but there was only me in the dark corridor, so why did the old lady say, too? At the time, a chill quickly crawled up my spine. I ran to the door and searched for the key. You know how everything becomes more difficult when you're panicking. I tried to get the door key, but it just refused to be found, and then something strange happened. There was a knocking sound, coming from the third floor like a ball bouncing continuously against the ground. When I moved in, the old lady had already told me that the third floor was empty, and it was used to store big furniture and stuff. I had asked her why she hadn't rented the place, and she had said that her son's family once lived on the third floor, but the family of 3 had died in a car accident. Even though she could have rented the third floor, she didn't want to because she wanted to keep it as a memory. Strange sounds came from the third floor that should have been vacant. I didn't dare stay too long in the corridor. I finally found the key in my shirt pocket, and at that moment the sound stopped. I turned to look up the stairs out of curiosity, and at the corner, turning up to the third floor, I saw a pair of gray-colored legs. Due to the angle, that was all I could see. I was spooked and opened the door as fast as I could. After entering the house, I was still panicking. I closed the outside security door, and just as I was about to close the inner door, curiosity killed the cat, and I leaned out slightly to glance at the legs on the stairs. Leaning against the gap on the door, I adjusted my angle and slowly squatted down. I moved my gaze up and saw the pair of legs once more. Just as I was continued to look up further, a boy's head suddenly appeared in my sight. His posture was very strange. His legs were straight, but the head was almost touching the ground. That was not possible for the normal human body. I slammed the door shut and tried to switch the light on in the living room. I knew where the switch was, and as my hand reached over before I touched the light, my finger brushed up against something. It felt like human skin. It felt like I was touching another human hand inside my own home. Flipping the switch, the lights came on, and it gave me the sense of security that I needed. I started to call for my wife, but there was no answer. I was so afraid, so I proceeded to turn on all the lights in the room. Eventually, I found a note left behind by my wife next to the living room phone. She said that my father-in-law was seriously ill, and the hospital had told her to go to the hospital. She had left the food for me in the fridge, and if I wanted to eat, I would need to heat it up in the oven. I put the note away. My wife wasn't home. I looked at my own hand. I was sure that I'd touched another person's fingers earlier, so that could only mean that there was another person other than myself in the room. I didn't dare to sleep. I checked every nook and cranny that could be a hiding place, but I came up with nothing. I tried to call my wife, but there was no answer. I was so afraid. I turned the television on and blasted the volume up to the highest. Then I brewed myself several cups of strong coffee. I planned to stay in the living room throughout the night and then move away from that horrible place the next morning. I wasn't paying any attention to the show on the television. I kept refilling the coffee to fight the drowsiness that was coming. Finally, dawn came. Unable to hold it in anymore, I went to use the bathroom. After peeing, I stood before the sink, wishing to use some cold water to wash my face. Opening the faucet, watching the water flow, I started to panic like someone was observing me. I suspected that the person who had been following me was hiding inside the bathroom. I glanced around the room out of the corner of my eye, but the bathroom was too small for anyone to hide in. Straightening up, I looked at the haggard reflection of myself in the mirror. I shook my head and decided to move right there and then, moving somewhere where there were more people. Putting down the towel, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Without a chance to think about it, the phone rang. My soul jumped out of my body. I hurried to answer it. My wife was calling. The sky was already bright, and my wife said that she had called me many times throughout the night. She had been very worried because no one answered. When she said that, I was sweating bullets. It was she who had refused to answer my numerous calls that night, not the other way around. I glanced subconsciously at the phone cable and was about to tell her what had happened when she suddenly asked me if there was someone in the room with me. She heard someone talking incessantly, and it sounded curiously like my father-in-law. Apparently he was saying, "Look behind you, look behind you." I quickly whipped my head around, but there was no one there. Looking into the bathroom, I could only see my reflection, standing with the phone in his hands, looking right at me. I told my wife to stay at the hospital to accompany my father-in-law. After hanging up, I sat back down, but the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. Chapter 598, Someone Behind Me. Holding the teacup, I thought about it for a long time until I saw the reflection that was on the surface of the coffee. When I looked down into the cup, the reflection was also looking back at me. Then I suddenly realized, when I was turning back to look at the mirror earlier, my reflection in the mirror didn't have his neck turned. He was standing facing me, just like. For a moment, Jia Ming lost the ability to speak, like something was wrapping its hands around his neck. His eyes were overflowing with terror. A chill rose up behind me, and the living room sofa was facing away from the toilet. I could sense something behind me. It was like someone was standing there. I didn't dare to turn around. Turning the cup, my eyes slowly moved down. I wanted to see through the reflection what was behind me. As the cup turned, the chill approached me. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, and just as I was about to catch a glimpse in the water, the skin that was exposed on the back of my neck felt something, like someone had lowered their hair, letting it fall over my skin. My arms shivered. Without being able to help it, the cup slipped from my fingers and the coffee splashed everywhere. Screaming, I grabbed the ashtray and fruit plate on the table and flung them behind me as I skipped over the furniture, rushing to the door. Holding the doorknob with both hands, I turned back to look. There was nothing else in the room. The only thing different was the disturbance of the television signal. There was no video, only a flickering blue and white background. The surroundings were so quiet that I could hear the static coming from the television. I didn't dare stay inside the room for too long. I wanted to escape, but I started to have second thoughts, remembering the boy that I saw on the stairs in the impossibly position. I was afraid that he was just on the other side of the door. The corridor wasn't safe, but neither was the room. I didn't know what to do. I froze, holding the doorknob. Just as I was hesitating, the image on the television started to flicker faster and faster. I noticed that, amid the changing images, a woman's face was starting to form. That was all the motivation I needed to yank the door open and run. Without stopping to look around, I dashed right to the street. But the dark streetlight still unable to provide me with any sense of security. I charged ahead like a mindless madman until the energy left me, and I collapsed on the ground. Surrounded by the streetlights, I felt slightly better. When he told the story, Jia Ming's forehead and back were drenched in cold sweat, and none of the people in the room had a normal expression. The tone of Jia Ming's voice, combined with his actual exposition of terror, drew his listeners into the scene. The female officer gripped the pen that she was holding tighter. Li Zheng turned to glance at Chen Ji. "What is your opinion? Before Dr. Gao disappeared, he once told me that you were quite good at psychology. What do you think that the ghost he saw represents?" "His story is very interesting. I can give it a simple analysis." Chen Ji stood up and moved to sit next to the bed. Jia Ming started his story by saying that he saw Jiang Long being assaulted by someone at his bungalow. The person used a knife and threatened Jiang Long to do something extremely painful, and he said confidently that the person was me, or at least looked similar to me. After coming across that, he raced back to his home. When he was in the corridor, the senior landlady told him, "Please don't make such a loud noise when you two walk around. It's already so late at night. What are you two doing out so late?" This means that the old lady saw more than Jia Ming in the corridor, and that second person was very close to Jia Ming. So close that the elder thought that person was Jia Ming's friend. Chen Ji smiled at Jia Ming. If he's telling the truth, then this means that from then on, there was already someone or something following him, and this person is most likely the bad guy that he saw at the bungalow, the Chen Ji who threatened Jiang Long with a knife. The difficulty of trailing the man without being noticed, and how I managed to trick him and failed to hide myself from the detection of an old lady aside, we shall assume that what he's saying is real so that we can continue the analysis. Then he ran to the second floor where his home was. When he opened the door, he saw a little boy's legs and head on the corner of the stairs to the third floor. Plus, the location where the boy appeared was quite interesting. Jia Ming told us the old lady said that her son's family of 3 died in a car accident, and the third floor was originally occupied by them. She didn't want to rent it to keep as a keepsake. We'll make the bold assumption that the boy that Jia Ming saw was the old lady's grandson, the boy who died in the accident. Then the strange thing was, Jia Ming had stayed there for so long, but he had not seen the boy before. So, what changed that night so that he was able to see the boy? Chen Ji was serious with his analysis, but from Li Zheng and the female officer's perspective, it was like they were listening to a mental patient giving counseling to another mental patient. The answer is very simple because the boy could see the thing following Jia Ming as well. Pay attention to how the boy appeared. He was standing at the corner with his head lowered to the ground like he was spying. This means that the thing following Jia Ming was much scarier than the boy. Chen Ji had the smile on his face. A human scaring a ghost, that is the first time I've heard something like that. There's another noteworthy detail after he entered the door. When Jia Ming noticed that his reflection in the mirror was not reflecting the action that he was doing in real life, he felt something coming from behind him. Just as he prepared to turn the cup to see who it was, his neck was touched by something similar to a curtain of hair. Chen Ji paused. This is important because I have short hair. Most guys have short hair. When we lower our head, it is impossible for our hair to be long enough to fall onto the back of his neck. In other words, it should be a woman, or rather a woman ghost who was standing behind him. Then, when he prepared to escape the room, he saw the issue with the television. The images started to flicker, and a woman's face appeared. From all the observations so far, even if there was a ghost in the room, it should have been a female ghost. Combining with the information that we gathered earlier, the real identity of this female ghost should be none other than the landlady's daughter-in-law. In Jia Ming's story, 2 ghosts were featured, and they were related to the story that his landlady once told him. This probably happened because something happened to Jia Ming that night, causing him great psychological stress. This placed mental subversion on his mind, causing him to see things where there were none. This could explain him drawing out the ghosts from the story that he had once heard. Chen Ji used some professional terms that he had learned from Dr. Gao before. He had no idea what they meant exactly, but it did help to make him sound professional. With his explanation, Li Zheng and the female officer's expression softened, and they kept nodding. Compared to the supernatural, they had an easier time believing that something was wrong with Jia Ming mentally. After clearing his name, Chen Ji turned to look at Jia Ming. Perhaps his gaze reminded Jia Ming of something scary, or maybe Jia Ming sensed danger from him, but his body suddenly started to spasm before fainting completely. I didn't even touch him. Chen Ji raised his hands and stood up. As the doctors and nurses bustled around Jia Ming, Chen Ji slowly stepped away. He did not really tell the police everything. Actually, it was his opinion that Jia Ming was not lying. The person that looked like Chen Ji should be the shadow. As for why he looked like Chen Ji himself had no clue. What Jia Ming said later was probably all real. The shadow followed him back to his home and was spotted by the landlady, which alerted the souls of the family living on the third floor. The boy was the landlady's grandson, and the female ghost was the landlady's daughter-in-law. There should be a male ghost that Jia Ming did not encounter. The shadow followed Jia Ming home, and the three souls should be trying to protect him. But the difference in power was too big, so they could only use their own way to remind him, to make him realize the danger he was in. Chenji knew that Jia Ming was not lying. In any case, he would get himself involved because he could not confirm whether the shadow was still on Jia Ming or not. The shadow was very cunning, and this could be his way of making use of the police. To prove whether Jia Ming was lying or not should be very simple. After calling Li Zheng out of the room to get the address for Jia Ming's rental home, Chenji left the hospital. He wanted to ask them in person. He wanted to know what the old lady saw that night, and he wanted to find the souls to ask them how they felt that night. Chapter 599, If I Say 2 in 1. The theme park opened at 9 a.m., so Chenji did not have much time left. He decided to continue to investigation right there and then. Inspector Li, don't let your guard down. This man is very dangerous, and he is definitely not as harmless as he makes himself out to be. It is unwise to treat him like a normal mental patient. Chenji had no idea when Jia Ming would wake up. He shared a few words with Li Zheng and then left the hospital. He hailed a taxi to get to Jia Ming's first rental home. The sun was just coming up, and there were few people on the street. Occasionally, a few cars would pass by, but that was all. Chenji had not caught any sleep the previous night. He had first gone to the special education school to chase after the water ghost, and then dived into the eastern Jiujiang Dam to salvage the body before finally going to the hospital to help with the police's investigation of Jia Ming. In other words, he had put his night to optimal use. There was not 1 second that had gone to waste. His head was feeling light as drowsiness came at him like waves. Chenji got a quick 40 winks in the cab, and the driver woke him up when they arrived at the destination. Alas, the quick nap did not prove to be useful. If anything, it only made Chenji feel heavier and slower. It was as if his brain was filled with lead. He rubbed his face and walked into the small alley. A draft of cold wind buffeted his face. Perhaps it was how the buildings were built, but the sun had a hard time showering its rays into the alley. No wonder Jia Ming did not dare stop even for a moment after he escaped from his building. He only dared do so after he ran out into the main street. This was an old residential area, and the surrounding buildings were generally quite low. Most of them were buildings with only 2 or 3 stories. They looked worn and old, and some of them even had the term "to be demolished" painted on the walls in red. The story that Jia Ming told at the hospital should have happened a few years ago. I hope the old lady hasn't moved and the building is still there. He followed the address provided by Li Zheng and moved in and out of the alleys for a long time before he found the old lady's home. The neighbors on the left and right had already moved away, and there was a large hole in one of the walls. From the looks of it, this place had been abandoned for a long time already. This place sure was not easy to find. Chenji entered the corridor and noted the pots of flowers placed in the corners. However, due to the lack of sunlight, most of the flowers had wilted, and the stems were old, thin, and yellow. "Is anyone home?" Chenji knocked on the door on the first floor, and he called out softly. There was no answer but his own echo reverberating in the first-floor corridor. He turned to look up the stairs. For some reason, Chenji felt like there was something off about the place. He tried to pull on the door, and the security door was pulled back just like that. "It's not even locked." Curious, Chenji pulled the door completely open. A heady wave of mold rushed out from within. The room was filled to the brim with old furniture. The sofa was the type that had been in fashion 20 years ago, the type with cloth upholstery. Even the cuckoo color on the wall and the low dining table looked quite worn already. There is no dust on the doorknob, and the clock in this room is wound to be able to run punctually, so there should be someone who still lives here. Without getting the permission, Chenji would not be rude enough to trespass into someone's home. He called again at the threshold of the door, but there was still no reply. However, there was a strange noise that came from the ceiling. It sounded like a deflated rubber ball rolling on the ground. That came from the 3rd floor. Chenji walked up the stairs. When he passed the 2nd floor, he noticed that the door of the 2nd floor room was opened, but no strange smell drifted out from it, like the place was regularly cleaned. After stopping for a while at the 2nd floor, Chenji continued to move upward. The window at the corner of the stairs was covered up by a black cloth. There was no light on the wall, so even though the sun was already up outside, it was still as dark as night inside. "Is someone there?" A strange voice drifted into his ears. Chenji was like the hapless main character of those horror movies as he took one step after another toward the source of the strange noise. Stepping on the creaking steps, his body moved gradually into the darkness. He gripped the handrail, feeling the chill that came from the center of his palms. There was no light at all on the third floor of the old building. Chenji took out his phone and activated the flashlight. He shone the light at the place that the sound came from. When the light fell on the spot, there was something that slithered past in a flash. Chenji tensed up as he scanned the entirety of the third floor. The doors on the floor had all been removed from their hinges, and the place was filled with various items. The most conspicuous object of all was a piano covered in a layer of dust. There were many keys that were missing, and it looked like an old man with many missing teeth opening his lips. They should be a quite well-off family. After all, they own a 3-story building and could even afford a luxury item like a piano. Having walked up to the piano, Chenji pressed on a few of the keys. The melody that he expected to come from the piano did not show up. Chenji looked into the piano, and a bunch of hair was stuck inside it. Perhaps he had imagined it, but for a moment, Chenji felt like the hair was moving as it curled deeper inside the piano. Reaching into the piano, Chenji calmly pulled out a handful of hair. There is white hair and black hair. The ends are all neat and clean, so they should have been cut off, not pulled off. Is this the old landlady's special collection? But why would she collect these? The landlady's daughter-in-law was young when she died, so her hair had not gone white. Why would the old lady shove so many reams of hair into the piano? Chenji tossed the hair that he was holding back into the piano. As he pulled his arm back, the corner of his eyes caught the vision of a gray face amid the sea of hair. It seemed to be watching Chenji from the cover of the hair. What was that? The third floor was reserved for the souls, so it was not unusual for him to encounter something supernatural. Chenji did not panic. He placed his phone to the side, aiming the flashlight inside the piano. Then he reached into the pile of hair with his 2 hands and started to search. Are you still in there? No one knew what was hiding under the pile, and no one knew what kind of treasure he could come up with. However, the feeling of bare skin touching against the hair did not feel so good. He rummaged through it for a long time, but Chenji failed to find the person. He pulled back and looked at the clock sitting at the side. The clock looked similar to the one in the old lady's room on the first floor, but for this one, only the second hand on the clock face was moving. It turned again and again, but the time shown on the clock was always stuck at 3:44. Is it 3:44 m or p.m.? And what exactly happens at this particular time in the day? Just as Chenji's attention was distracted by the clock, there was something that slithered out from underneath the piano. The sound of a ball bouncing returned, and when Chenji picked up on it, the sound had moved to the second floor. It's escaped. No, it feels like it's trying to lead the way for me. Chenji returned to the second floor. He could not shake the feeling that something or someone was watching his back. The sound disappeared once Chenji arrived on the second floor, but strangely enough, the angle that the door was left open was different from before. It ran to hide inside the room? Chenji pushed open the door to the room that was featured in Jia Ming's story. However, different from Jia Ming's description, all the windows in this room was boarded up. Even though the place was clean, there was just a creepy feeling about the location. Entering the room, Chenji rushed toward the bathroom where the yin energy was the heaviest. Pushing the door open, he scanned the place roughly and then stopped before the mirror. Chenji stood there and stared at his own reflection in the mirror for a long time. If a person stared at their reflection for a long time, their brain would create the impression that the reflection in the mirror was becoming more and more unlike them. In extreme cases, there might even be a sense of indescribable strangeness and fear. Chenji stared at the mirror for a full 5 minutes, but he could not tell what was wrong with the mirror. He believed that after the shadow accomplished his purpose, he left immediately and did not leave behind any trace or trap in the mirror. But out of concern for being thorough before he left, Chenji used his yin-yang vision and focused on the mirror one last time. As his eyes narrowed, he caught sight of a pair of gray legs. It was a boy whose head had almost fallen to the ground. He was standing at the door to the bathroom, looking at him. Whipping his body around, Chenji turned but could not see anything. He looked at the mirror again, but this time, even with the use of the yin-yang vision, the boy did not show up in the mirror anymore. Where did he go? Chenji walked out of the bathroom to the living room, and his expression shifted. The door leading out of the living room was closed. The windows were boarded up, and now the door was closed. The air in the room became so stale and heavy that it pressed down on Chenji. Is this that boy's doing? He walked to the door and turned the doorknob. He realized that the door was locked, and it would not be able to open without the use of a key. Just as Chen Ji was figuring out what to do with the lock, a sound came from the corner of the living room. Then the sound of static entered Chen Ji's ears. He turned to look, and in the dark room, the originally closed television was switched on. A collection of twisted blue and white images appeared on screen, and occasionally it would flicker. This scene appeared in Jia Ming's story before. Chen Ji sounded calm, but his heart was actually racing. Before he finished, the flickering on the television screen turned intense, and the rough shape of a shadow started to appear. The shadow appeared like it was slowly approaching Chen Ji. Initially, it was only the size of a fist, but eventually it grew to the size of a brain. As she drew closer, Chen Ji managed to get a clearer look. It was the shape of a woman, and after each flicker on the screen, this shadowy woman would get closer to him, and Chen Ji's heart would start to involuntarily pick up in speed. When the woman became the size of an actual person and the television screen was not big enough to hold her, Chen Ji stopped hesitating. He reached his hands back and mumbled 2 words on his lips. Su Yin. His fingers searched behind him, but he found nothing, and Chen Ji's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that he had received a call from Li Zheng that morning to go to the hospital to help with their investigation. Due to the time crunch and the fact that his backpack was drenched from his dip at the dam, Chen Ji had not taken his backpack with him. He figured that since he was going to meet the police, no danger was going to come to him. His frozen fingers hung behind him, and Chen Ji slowly raised his head to look at the television. Cold sweat glided down his face as his eyes slowly moved up. He finally got the television screen in his sight. Only the blue and white images remained on screen. The shadow of the woman had already disappeared. Chen Ji sighed in relief, but before he could catch another breath, there was a numbness coming from the back of his neck like someone had accidentally brushed their hair against his skin. His eyes twitched, and Chen Ji remembered hearing this part in Jia Ming's story as well. He slowly turned around, and from the corner of his eyes, he saw a pair of starkly white eyes looking at him from behind. The body that had shown up in the television was twisted in impossible angles, and her lips cracked open. The woman whose eyes were popping out of their sockets was standing behind him. His face twitched slightly, and Chen Ji felt the air around him frozen. He stared at the woman's harried hair that looked like it was brutally tousled and slowly took a step back. He tripped on something, and Chen Ji fell into the sofa. He looked at the approaching ghostly shadow and almost instinctively said, "Will you believe me if I say I've come here to help you?" Chapter 600, Shadowless Man. Translator, Lonely Editor, Millman 97. The dirty hair swayed with the rhythm of the wind. The sound of bones grinding came from the woman's throat. She moved extremely fast, and while Chen Ji spoke, she was already pressing against him. From the way she reacted, it did not seem like she was in the mood to listen to what Chen Ji had to say. "I haven't felt this for so long." Cold sweat kept pouring like he was dancing on the edge of a cliff. Chen Ji leaned against the back of the sofa while gripping the armrests as tight as he could. "I don't mean to offend you. I came here just to find the truth of something that happened here some time ago. There was a tenant in this room who was haunted by an evil spirit several years ago. Back then, you showed up to warn him of the danger that he was in, and if he did not find out the reason why, he would not be long for this world. If this was any other person, they would be blubbering by then or screaming mindlessly. But Chen Ji was different. He said everything that he wanted to in the shortest amount of time. The ghost did not press closer, and Chen Ji sighed in relief. He adjusted his posture to be more comfortable, and as he moved his neck, he noticed a boy standing next to him. The boy's skin was startling ashy, and his spine was snapped, so his head hung around his chest. His eyes moved up and down as he gave Chen Ji a close inspection. "Is this your son? He's such a little cutie." Chen Ji peeled his lips back to reveal a smile. He knew that the souls here did not have much impression of Jia Ming, so after a brief hesitation, he quickly added, "That tenant was once my best friend. He told me the best time of his life was spent at this old building. The senior landlady treated him very well, and he treasured this part of his memory. But recently it seems like he's changed into a completely different person. He keeps rambling on about destroying everything that was good in the world to regain control of himself. Initially, I thought he was just kidding, but reality proved that I was wrong. If I didn't call the police to stop him last night, he would have shown up here with a knife already." Stuck between the two ghosts, Chen Ji had no idea what he was talking about, but he knew to push all the blame onto Jia Ming. The ghosts there should have seen the shadow before, so Chen Ji believed that if he kept bringing up the incident from several years ago, it should be enough to jog their memory. He did not need to spend all of his effort in trying to persuade the spirits. He only needed a chance from them to explain himself, and to not come for his life when he was so vulnerable. Then, everything else would be a piece of cake. Even now, I can't believe that my dear friend has snapped like that. Therefore, I rushed here to warn the senior landlady about the danger she's in. There's a monster possessing my friend's body that's coming after her. The more he talked, the more agitated he became, and gradually that overcame the terror that Chenji felt. The old lady is a kind person, and kindness should not be repaid with harm or vengeance. For the spirits in the old building, Jia Ming was nothing more than a passing tenant, but their connection to the old lady was different. She was their family. After saying all that, the boy next to him turned to look at the female ghost. Her expressions kept shifting, so Chenji could not tell what she was thinking. His mind moved, and after combining her previous experience, he came up with 3 different solutions to resolve the conundrum that he was in. However, just as he was about to put one of them into action, the woman and the boy suddenly retreated to the sides and disappeared. The door was pushed open, and a 70- or 80-year-old granny appeared at the door, holding the key in her gnarled hand. She mumbled, "Kayan, is that you?" The old lady's face, which was filled with wrinkles, looked around the room with anticipation before falling on Chenji, who was sprawled on the sofa. "Please let me explain." Chenji quickly stood up to walk toward the old lady, but his pant leg was pulled back. He turned to look and saw the boy hiding behind the sofa. He was grabbing Chenji's leg, and that curious head turned left and right like he was warning Chenji from revealing their presence to the old lady. "Don't worry, but who were you talking to?" Even though the lady was old, she was not a bit senile. She entered the room and peered behind Chenji. By then, the woman and the boy had already disappeared. "Was I talking earlier?" Seeing the old lady enter the room, Chenji said softly, "Granny, please don't misunderstand. I'm not a burglar. I just came here to ask you some questions. I saw the door was unlocked, so I thought I'd come in here to find you, but the wind suddenly picked up and slammed the door shut from outside." "You're telling me it was the wind that locked the door?" The old lady was not easily tricked. She looked at Chenji and reached into her pocket. Chenji thought that she was going to grab some weapon to defend herself, so he was on high alert, but as it turned out, she was merely going to hand him a clean handkerchief. "Use this to wipe away your sweat. It's fine even if you're a burglar. There's nothing here worth stealing anyway." "Granny, you're such a nice person." Chenji relaxed completely and decided to come clean. "I have a friend who once rented this room from you, but he's in a bad place right now. He keeps saying that there's another person living inside him and kept rambling about destroying all the good memories in his life." "You're also here because of Jia Ming," the old lady interrupted him. He frowned, and Chenji quickly asked, "Someone has been here asking about him before me." "A few days ago, a police officer with the surname Yan came to confirm some things with me." "Captain Yan, what questions did he ask?" Chenji was instantly reminded of Captain Yan. "Mostly about my impression of Jia Ming. The child came from the countryside. He was honest and hardworking, and the only negative traits were his stubbornness and misfortune." A trace of melancholy entered the old lady's voice with the mention of Jia Ming. "Then did he ask why Jia Ming moved away?" Chenji realized that he had underestimated the police. Before Jia Ming was detained, Captain Yan had already unearthed the man's background and history. "He did, but honestly, even I don't know why the child was in such a hurry to move. He didn't even take his luggage or effects with him. I wanted to mail them to him, but he rejected me." "Then can you still remember what happened the night before he moved? It should have been a day when he returned home very late at night." Chenji wanted to corroborate Jia Ming's story with the old lady's account. "I was inside my room that night and didn't." The old lady suddenly paused, and she stared at Chenji's face for a very long time. "Have we met somewhere before?" "Have we met?" This time, Chenji was genuinely surprised. "Yes, I think I remember now. That night I heard Jia Ming walking in the house, and I thought that he was in an argument with Xiao Ling, so I planned to mediate the argument for them. But when I got to the second floor, I saw someone standing at his door." The old lady slowly raised her thin and desiccated arm to point at Chenji. "It was you. You were the one who was standing at his door that night." The old lady panicked. Based on the usual development, Chenji would reveal a devilish smirk and then say something like, "Since you've seen my face, I can't let you live to tell another soul." But in reality, Chenji voluntarily moved away from the old lady, and he started to fall into a deep contemplation. The old lady had also seen someone who looked exactly like Chenji. This was proof that the shadow was related to Chenji, or at least they looked physically the same. "No wonder the boy and the woman kept staring at my face when they saw me. They should have received quite a shock as well," Chenji grumbled softly to himself, and then turned to look at the old lady. Granny, that night you saw someone who looked just like me? Was he doing anything weird? The old lady shook her head. All he did was just standing there. Oh, right, I was carrying a flashlight with me that night, but after the light fell on him, I realized that he did not seem to possess a shadow.